Preface of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. Preface. The Lives of the Queens of England necessarily close with the present volume, which contains the regnal life of Queen Anne, and concludes with her death. She is the last Queen of Great Britain, of whom historical biography can be written, at least consistently with the plan of a work based on documents and illustrated with original letters and other authentic sources of information. We have been warned not to judge as the world judgeth, but to judge righteous judgment. How are we to do this, unless we can examine the evidences on which alone we can rely for the elucidation of characteristics of the queens of the present dynasty, and for the explanation of actions which appear inscrutable till the motives or impelling causes are laid bare by correspondence and domestic state papers, which are, of course, locked up in the family archives of their illustrious descendants. Lives of the Brunswick queens, written without the fullest reference to those papers, would be an imposition on the public, as they could amount to nothing more than a compilation of frivolous gossip, unworthy of a place in any library. In fact, personages so near our own times are not proper or popular subjects for historical investigation. These considerations have induced us to limit this series of royal biographies to the lives of our medieval queens, commencing with the consort of William the Conqueror, and occupying that most interesting and important period of our national chronology, from the death of the last monarch of the ancient Anglo-Saxon line, Edward the Confessor, in the year 1066, to the demise of the last sovereign of the royal house of Stuart, Queen Anne, in 1714. In this series of queens, 30 have worn the crown matrimonial, and 4 the regnal diadem of this realm. What changes, what revolutions, what scenes of civil and religious strife, what exciting tragedies are not involved in the details of those 34 lives? They extend over 652 years, such as the world will never see again. The ages of feudality, of chivalry and romance, ages of splendor and misery that witnessed the brilliant chimera of crusades, the more fatal triumphs of our Edwards and Henrys in their reiterated attempts to annex the crown of France to that of England, and the national destitution and domestic woe that followed the lavish expenditure of English blood and treasure in a foreign land. The deadly feud of the rival roses of York and Lancaster, which ended in the extinction of the name and male line of Plantagenet. The stupendous changes of public opinion that followed the accession of the House of Tudor to the throne, effecting first the overthrow of the feudal system and then of the Romish theocracy, leaving royalty to revel unchecked in a century of absolute despotism. The crisis of the Reformation and the emancipation of England from the papal yoke, the struggle of the middle classes for the assertion of their political rights, and national importance overpowering royalty at last, and establishing democracy under the name of a commonwealth, ending, as all democracies sooner or later must, in a military dictatorship, followed by the restoration of the monarchical government and a fever of loyal affection for the restored sovereign. The slow but sure reaction of democracy and dissent against royalty and the established church, assisted by a no-popery panic, the Orange intrigues encouraged by a pope against the Roman Catholic sovereign James II, the conflicting passions of the Revolution of 1688 and the expulsion of the male line of Stuart, the triumph of an oligarchy, the Dutch reign, and the era of continental wars, standing armies, national debt, and universal taxation. The contest between selfish parties and rival interests during the reign of Anne, and finally, the happy establishment of a Protestant succession and the peaceful accession of the illustrious House of Brunswick to the throne of the United Kingdoms of Great Britain and Ireland. With this progressive chain of national events and changes have the royal ladies in our series of queenly biographies been inextricably linked. To use the words of Guizot, Great events have acted on them, and they have acted according to the events. There is something, observes an eloquent contemporary, very peculiar in the views which we obtain of history in tracing the lines of Queen's Consort. The great world is never entirely shut out. The chariot of state is always to be seen. The sound of its wheels is ever in our ears. We observe that the thoughts, the feelings, the actions of her whose course we are tracing are at no time entirely disconnected with him by whose hand the reins are guided. And we not unfrequently detect the impulse of her finger by the direction in which it moves. Whether beloved or not, the influence of the wife and companion of the sovereign must always be considerable, and for the honor of womankind, be it remembered that it has, generally speaking, been exerted for worthy purposes. Our queens have been instruments in the hands of God, for the advancement of civilization and the exercise of a moral and religious influence. Many of them have been brought from foreign climes to plant the flowers and refinements of a more polished state of society in our own, and well have they, for the most part, performed their mission. William the Conqueror brought the sword and the feudal tenure. He burned villages and turned a populous district into his hunting ground. His consort, Matilda, introduced her Flemish artisans to teach the useful and profitable manufactures of her native land to a starving population. She brought her architects and set them to build the stately fanes, which gave employment to another class, and she encouraged the arts of sculpture, painting, and needlework. Her daughter-in-law, Matilda of Scotland, familiarly designated by her subjects Maud the Good Queen, occupied herself not only in personal works of piety and charity, but in improving the morals and manners of a licentious Norman court, but exerted her influence with her royal husband to obtain the precious boon of a charter for the people, which secured to them the privilege of being governed by the righteous laws of Alfred and Edward the Confessor. Her graceful successor, Adelicia of Louvain, was the patroness of poetry, and did much to improve literature and the fine arts, besides affording a spotless example of purity of conduct. Our third Matilda, the consort of Stephen, was the founder of hospitals, the friend of the poor, and a model of conjugal tenderness and heroism. Eleanora of Aquitaine, though defective in a moral point of view, was nevertheless a useful queen in her statistic and commercial regulations. Nothing, it is true, can be said in praise of Isabella of Angoulême, and very little of Eleanor of Provence, though as a devoted wife and mother and a patroness of history and poetry, she had her good points. What heart, however, does not warm at the name of Eleanor of Castile, of the good, the great, the benevolent Philippa, and of Catherine Parr, the preserver of our universities and the nursing mother of the Reformation? And here it is impossible to refrain from referring the reader to our life of that illustrious lady as a sufficient refutation of the ridiculous accusations put forth in letters which have been addressed to the editors of daily and weekly papers, complaining of our unjust partiality in having made angels of all the popish queens and demons of all the Protestant queens. As if it were in the power of biographers to make historical characters anything but what they were, or just to blame them for recording facts for which authentic authorities are given. Our affections are naturally on the side of the queens of the Reformed Church, to which we ourselves belong. It is a church which enjoins truth, and we do not pay her so ill a compliment as to imply that she requires the sophistries of falsehood to bolster up her cause. It is impossible for any rational person to draw controversial inferences from the relative merits of Roman Catholic and Protestant queens, since no two of them have been placed in similar circumstances. Our earlier queens were necessarily members of the Church of Rome, and there are only the biographies of 5 avowedly Protestant queens in this series. Anne Boleyn, Jane Seymour, and Anne of Cleves died in communion with the Church of Rome. Catherine Parr is, therefore, our first Protestant queen, and an honor to our Church. There is only another Protestant queen consort, Anne of Denmark, in this series, and our 3 queens regnant, Elisabeth, Mary II, and Anne. No one can deny that these princesses would have been better women if their actions had been more conformable to the principles inculcated by the pure and apostolic doctrines of the Church of England. No sincere friend of that church can blame those who transfer the reproach, which political religionists have brought on their profession, from her to the individuals who have violated her precepts under the pretext of defending her interests. Enough of sin, enough of sorrow, have surely been related of queens of the Romish Church to satisfy any candid reader that they have been portrayed, not according to the ideal perfections of angelic beings, but with all the follies, the inconsistencies, the frailties to which fallen and corrupt human nature is heir. If we had represented them otherwise, we should have acted as absurdly as those who argue, after the fashion of stultified heathens, by raising a clamor and reiterating cries of, "Great is the Diana of the Ephesians." Even an author of fiction, as the most distinguished living writer in that department of literature has wittily observed, cannot make characters amiable, great, or good by describing them as such, but must make actions define the character in order to produce a proper effect on the reader's mind. Biographers have no license to invent actions, neither can they, conscientiously, omit facts which militate against preconceived opinions. The queens of England were not the shadowy queens of tragedy or romance, to whom imaginary words and deeds can be imputed to suit a purpose. They were the queens of real life, who exercised their own free will in the words they spoke, the parts they performed, the influence they exercised, the letters they wrote. They have left mute but irrefragable witnesses of what they were in their own deeds, for which they, and not their biographers, must stand accountable. To tamper with truth for the sake of conventional views is an imbecility not to be expected of historians. Events spring out of each other. Therefore, either to suppress or give a false version of one leads the reader into a complicated mass of errors, having the same effect as the spurious figure with which a dishonestly disposed schoolboy endeavors to prove a sum that baffles his feeble powers of calculation. Aye, it is as easily detected by those who are accustomed to verify history by the tests of dates and documents. It is, however, the doom of every writer who has had the fidelity to bring forward suppressed evidences, or the courage to confute long-established falsehoods, to be assailed, not only by the false but by the deluded, in the same spirit of ignorant prejudice with which Galileo was persecuted by the bigots of a darker age for having ventured to demonstrate a scientific truth. What was the result as regarded Galileo and his discoveries? Why, truly, the poor philosopher was compelled to ask pardon for having been the first to call attention to a fact which it would now be regarded as the extreme folly to doubt. Neither the clamor of the angry supporters of the old opinion, nor the forced submission of the person who had exposed its fallacy, had in the least affected the fact, any more than the assertion that black is white can make evil good and good evil. Opinions have their date and change with circumstances, but facts are immutable. We have endeavored to develop those connected with the biographies of the queens of England with uncompromising fidelity, without succumbing to the passions and prejudices of either sex or parties. The peevish ephemerides of a day, who fret and buzz out their brief term of existence and are forgotten. It is not for such we write. We labor in a high vocation, even that of enabling the lovers of truth and moral justice to judge our queens and their attributes, not according to conventional censure or praise, but according to the unerring test, prescribed not by carnal wisdom, but by heavenly wisdom coming down from above, which has said, "By their fruits ye shall know them." We have related the parentage of every queen, described her education, traced the influence of family connections and national habits on her conduct, both public and private, and given a concise outline of the domestic as well as the general history of her times, and its effects on her character, and we have done so with the singleness of heart, unbiased by selfish interests or narrow views. If we have borne false witness in any instance, let those who bring accusations bring also proofs of their assertions. A queen is no ordinary woman, to be condemned on hearsay evidence. She is the type of the heavenly bride in the beautiful 14th Psalm. Whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are holy, whatsoever things are pure and of good report, in female character, ought to be found in her. A queen regnant occupies a still higher position. She is God's vicegerent upon earth, and is therefore to be held in reverence by his people. In proportion to her power, so are her responsibilities. Of the 4 queens regnant, whose lives are narrated in this series of biographies, one only, Queen Elisabeth, was possessed of absolute power. Her sister Mary I had placed herself under the control of a cruel and tyrannical husband, who filled her council and her palace with his creatures, and rendered her the miserable tool of his constitutional bigotry. The case of the second Mary was not unlike that of the first as regards the martial tutelage under which she was crushed. Anne, when she designated herself a crowned slave, described her position only too accurately. The lives of the Tudor and Stuart female sovereigns form an important portion of this work. There is much that is new to the general reader in each, in the shape of original anecdotes and unedited letters, especially in those of the royal Stuart sisters, Mary II and Queen Anne. The biographies of those princesses have hitherto been written either in profound ignorance of their conduct on the part of the writer, or else the better to work out general principles in the form of vague outlines full of high-sounding eulogiums, in which all facts are omitted, as if by particular desire, impressing the disappointed reader with the idea that there was much ado about nothing. We have endeavored to supply the blanks by tracing out their actions and compelling them to bear witness of themselves by their letters, such letters as they permitted to survive. Strange mysteries might have been unfolded if biographers had been permitted to glance over the contents of those which Queen Mary spent a lonely vigil in her closet in destroying, when she felt the dread fiat had gone forth. Set thine house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. The great marvel regarding the secret correspondence of royalty at such epochs is not that so much is destroyed, but that should any survive. The biographical value of the unedited letters and other important documents connected with the personal history of our queens, to which we have been so fortunate as to obtain access through the courtesy of Monsieur Guizot and other distinguished statesmen and antiquarians, as well as the representatives of ancient historical families of England and Scotland, has necessarily led to the extension of this work to nearly double the number of volumes at first projected. It is needless to speak of the labor and time expended in making a proper use of such materials. Documentary historians alone can appreciate the difficulties, the expense, the injury to health, and the sacrifice of more profitable literary pursuits that have been involved in these royal biographies. The hope that the lives of the queens of England may be regarded as a national undertaking, generally useful to society, has encouraged us to persevere to the completion of the task. Meantime, it appears anything but fair that the fruits of so many years of unremitting labor should be no sooner published than appropriated by compilers who, possessing no other information on the subject than the materials derived from these volumes, have put forth mutilated versions of various of our biographies, with such verbal alterations as a due regard to consequences suggested, but without favoring the public with an iota of fresh information. It is unnecessary to remind our readers that the lives of several of the queens, whose memories we have had the honor of rescuing from oblivion, have never before been written, that every biography in these volumes contains much original matter, based on documents to which the parties who have availed themselves of our quotations and deductions never had access, and that in the progress of the work we have succeeded in eliciting facts which have escaped the research of our popular historians. Yet these, which form peculiar and distinctive features in our royal biographies, have been as coolly paraded with the rest of the plunder by the persons to whom we allude, as if they had themselves traced, verified, and restored those broken and widely scattered links to their proper places in the chain of history, nay, more, in the structure of lives which had never before been made matter of history. If the same scrupulous parties were, in like manner, to abridge, transpose, and paraphrase the works of any popular writer of fiction, the attempt to impose such fabrications on the world would cover them and their publisher with obloquy, and would be treated not only as an unfair but an illegal infringement of literary property. Why should the rights of historians be regarded as less sacred than those of the poet or the novelist? A narrative based on facts, more especially facts not previously blended with historical evidences, is no less an original literary production than a narrative founded on imaginary events. Historians, it is true, expect to be quoted. It is their pride to be cited as faithful witnesses, their delight to supply information, but quotation and piracy are essentially different. Some literary pirates there are who plunder the book and attack the author in the same page. Others, with greater subtlety, have ostentatiously quoted it for trifles that required no reference, while they assumed to themselves the credit of everything that had involved peculiar research, and might therefore be esteemed of value. We have heard of an ingenious appropriator in another line, who politely returned a lady a pin which she had dropped, and while she was curtsying her acknowledgments, took quiet possession of her watch and seals. But enough of this unpleasant subject. Our readers are fortunately too numerous not to be aware of the use that has been made of our work in every instance where the obscurity of the offender has not concealed the offense. We have now to repeat our grateful acknowledgments to the noble and learned friends who have assisted us in the previous volumes of the Lives of the Queens of England, by granting us access to national and family archives, and favoring us with the loan of documents and rare books, besides many other courtesies, which have been continued with unwearied kindness to the conclusion of the work. Nor must we omit this opportunity of returning thanks to our unknown or anonymous correspondents, who have favored us with transcripts and references, which have occasionally proved very useful, and if they have not, in every instance, been either new to us or available in the course of the work, have always been duly appreciated as friendly attentions and tokens of goodwill. We cannot take our leave of the gentle readers who have kindly cheered us on our toilsome track by the unqualified approbation with which they have greeted every fresh volume, without expressing the satisfaction it has given us to have been able to afford mingled pleasure and instruction to so extensive a circle of friends who, though personally unknown to us, have loved us, confided in our integrity, brought our queens into their domestic circles, associated them with the sacred joys of home, and sent them as pledges of affection to their dear ones far away, even to the remotest corners of the world. We should be undeserving of the popularity with which this work has been honored if we could look upon it with apathy, but we regard it as God's blessing on our labors and their sweetest reward. Radenhall, Suffolk, March 15, 1848. End of the preface. Section 1 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 3, Part 1. The contest between good and evil does not affect the human mind so powerfully as the struggle between rights. The Lives of the Daughters of James II, placed in contradistinction to the Jacobite cause, present strong illustrations of this axiom of ethics. On either side, right has been loudly pleaded. In behalf of the daughters may be urged that they found it requisite to support the interests of Protestantism against their father and his religion. Many who believed in the actual danger of the Church of England have sympathized with them, and will continue so to do. Others will judge them according to the standard of common humanity and moral duty. It is this contest which invests the Jacobite cause with its undying interest. Wheresoever the influence of royal personages has effected great changes in national property, the light of truth respecting their private characters and motives is prevented from dawning on historical biography for centuries after such persons have passed onward to eternity. The testimony of either losers or winners becomes suspicious, vested interests bias the recording pen, for which causes certain characters have remained enveloped like veiled idols, to which were offered clouds of incense in the semblance of baseless panegyric, or they were hooted at through countless pages of vituperation, in which facts are concealed with sedulous care. Slowly and surely, however, time does its appointed work. Royal personages, in stirring epics, cannot always give their orders viva voce. Letters and autographs are kept in self-defense by their agents, and these given to the public long after the persons they would compromise, nay, even after their great-grandchildren have passed away, cast the required light on characters purposely concealed. Lo, the veiled idols cast aside their mysterious shrouds, and assume the semblance of humanity, erring and perverse humanity perchance, but yet more attractive and interesting than the mere abstract idea the political historian has given. They are thus seen, not as expediency has painted them, but as they were in life, subject to the same passions and infirmities as ourselves, and acting according to the impulses of anger, generosity, ambition, grief, tenderness, disappointment, revenge, and avarice. These impulses, of course, produce varied and even contradictory actions, which, however, when related according to the testimony of eyewitnesses, as much as possible in their very words, are found to blend together into a course of narrative, by no means outraging probability, when one fact is viewed according to its connection with another. Yet there are two adverse parties in this country, each imagining that the continuous narrative of facts must be prejudicial to their present interests. Each have chosen their political idols, or their reprobated characters, from the royal personages that have existed from the days of Henry VIII. It is most curious to watch the attempts of these parties to force the inexorable past to comply with fancied expediency, conduct which has had the natural effect of hitherto exiling many important characters from their proper stations on the pages of historical biography, one party wholly refusing to listen to any wrong of its idol, and the other to any right of its victim. Now, if the one faction insists upon snatching all the black yarn and the other all the white, which mythological metaphor affirms, make the blended thread of human life, where is an honest narrator willing to present that mingled twine, to look for any material? Away with these childish wranglings with the unalterable past. Facts regarding the queenly sisters, both of Tudor and of Stuart, remain extant, defying all attempts to stifle them, guarded in manuscript among our archives, or those of France. Incidents may be told maliciously or apologetically. In both cases, the author's comment may stand in absurd contradiction to quoted authority. But these deviations from the majestic simplicity of rectitude will have the consequence of disgusting the public, and will ever render a narrative unreadable. Can a more absurd spectacle exist than when the comments of writers appear at open war with the facts they have just cited from documents? Judging merely by the Princess Anne's outward demeanor, it has been said that she bore the death of her son, the Duke of Gloucester, with the characteristic apathy of her nature, a nature supposed to have been devoid of the tenderer emotions of the female heart. She gave, however, one proof of sensibility on this melancholy occasion, which affords indubitable evidence that feelings of a more poignant nature than maternal grief were awakened in her heart by the unexpected blow that had made her house desolate. Temporal judgments were according to the spirit of the theology of that century, and the conscience of Anne Stuart brought them home to herself. The daughter who had assisted in dethroning and driving her king and father into exile, for the sake of aggrandizing her own offspring and supplanting her brother, was rendered childless. Her sin was called to remembrance by the death of her son. He, the desire of her eyes, has been taken from her by a stroke. In that dark moment, when the object of all her sinuous policy was in the dust, the Princess Anne felt a yearning and desire for the sympathy of that injured parent, who had so often mourned with her over her blighted maternal hopes on former occasions, and she dispatched an express, but very secretly, to Saint-Germain, with her letter to inform King James of the calamity that had befallen her in the untimely death of her son and his grandchild, the Duke of Gloucester. Upon Lord Marlborough, the Duke of Gloucester's governor, had devolved the duty of announcing to the king the death of his near relative. The demise of the Duke of Gloucester took place in July, and the information to King William was sent as soon as it occurred, but it was October before His Majesty condescended to reply. The Princess Anne pertinaciously remained at Windsor Castle, although the body of her only child lay in state in the suite of apartments which had been devoted to his use there. On the 4th of August, the Earl of Marlborough and Mr. Sayer escorted the corpse from thence by torchlight through the little park and Old Windsor, and by Staines and Brentford to Westminster. The body of the young prince arrived at the place of destination, being the prince's robing room, Westminster Hall, at 2 o'clock the same morning, where it lay in state until the night of solemn interment in the vault, near Henry VII's chapel, on the night of August 9th. The reason of King William's unexampled neglect of the communication announcing the death of his heir was, beyond all dispute, because the Princess Anne had written in her grief to her father. As some historians have bestowed great pains in clearing the princess of this crime, it is only proper to verify the fact from documentary sources. Lamberti, whose evidence is indisputable, as he had been the confidential secretary of Portland and William III, thus declares his knowledge on the subject. The Duke of Gloucester, who was the hope of the English, happening unfortunately to die, the Princess Anne, his mother, sent very clandestinely an express to the court of Saint-Germain to notify his death there. The Earl of Manchester, who was ambassador from England at Paris, and who watched that court, was advised of it. He dispatched his secretary, Chetwynd, under other pretenses to Loo, to inform the king of it. This person was actually sent to Loo to communicate to William the particulars of a new plot for poisoning him. It was because, pursues Lamberti, such a sort of step, so contrary to what the Princess Anne had always shown, made it appear that she had ill designs. We shall see it by a secret writing, which was found when she was dead. William's coldness and contempt for the feelings of the Princess Anne and her consort in regard to the mourning for the young prince, their son, though he had always professed affection for him, afford confirmation of this statement. In fact, his conduct on that occasion was not commonly humane, considering the nearness of the relationship of the boy to himself, independently of his being the nephew of Queen Mary. Court mournings are lightly passed over in these days of utilitarianism, but the state of feeling in that age was different, everything being then regulated according to the solemn regime of state etiquette on funereal matters. Vernon, one of William's secretaries of state, writes on the subject of young Gloucester's death. We have very little news at present, after having had too much last week. The prince and princess are, as well as can be expected, under their great affliction. The Duke of Gloucester's body was brought up last Thursday night by my Lord Marlborough and Mr. Sayers, and deposited in the prince's chamber at Westminster. This letter is dated August 5th. The Earl of Manchester says in his next. August 18th. You may easily imagine the great concern I was under when I received yours of the 1st instant, that being the confirmation of what I had heard before from Saint-Germain, they having had expresses both by way of Rouen and Calais. The latter was sent by Pigalle, a merchant there. I desire the favour of you, as you think it proper or have an opportunity, to express my great sense of the loss to their Royal Highnesses. I suppose, pursues the perplexed ambassador, I shall soon have orders how I am to act, which I fear, if from Loo, will not be so full as I could wish. First, if my coaches and servants must be in mourning, in what manner I must notify the Duke of Gloucester's death, whether in a private audience of the King of France, or publicly of the whole court? If so, I must have letters to them, as I had at my first coming. I am told for certain that the court of Saint-Germain will go into mourning, and that they are already preparing. I need not say how pleased they are, and confident of being soon in England. Yesterday, pursues His Excellency, I was at Versailles, where the king, that is Louis XIV, asked me privately if the news of the Duke of Gloucester's death was true. No one could be placed in a more embarrassing position as regarded royal etiquette than was William III's unlucky representative at the court of the most ceremonious monarch in the world by the perversity of his royal master in giving him no intimation in what manner he was to announce the demise of his heir. In fact, William III was in one of his long-lasting fits of silent rage, occasioned by the certainty of the renewed communication between the Princess Anne and her father, nor did he perceive any possible way of awakening in her mind a contrary interest to that of her nearest relatives. As far as was apparent to his perception, his sister-in-law had no object of affection likely to stand between the yearning of her heart towards her father, brother, and sister in France. In this he was, perhaps, deceived. Quiet and retiring as he was, Prince George of Denmark had exercised from the first the most unbounded political influence over his wife of any person in the world. His religious feelings were far more earnest than those of the king, although he made little show of them, and had long ceased raising any political cry concerning his Protestantism. He by no means despaired of future offspring, since his princess had, within the last few months, been the mother of an infant. While Prince George lived, King William need have had little apprehension of the feelings of Anne towards her own family being other than evanescent. But then, unfortunately, William hated and loathed Anne much, but George still more, and he could only endure the least communication with them, while he looked upon them as the passive and submissive tools of his despotic will. There was assuredly, as shown on a particular occasion soon after, an involuntary yearning of remorse and even of unconscious affection in the recesses of his heart towards his uncle James, but no circumstances, however calamitous they might be, could awaken the slightest feeling of sympathy in him for the bereaved parents of the Duke of Gloucester, although they had repeatedly proved his most efficient allies in the attainment of his desires. According to the foregoing dispatch of the English ambassador in France, the whole court of Saint-Germain was actually paying the external mark of respect to the memory of the princely child who was the hope of Protestant England, and whose birth had been partly the cause of keeping his young uncle in a state of expatriation before King William could be induced to acknowledge, either to his own or to foreign courts, that he had ever heard of his demise. Yet the injured son of James II had put off his sports out of respect for the death of his nephew, while William III refused to show the least token of concern. Louis XIV, in token of his own near kindred to the Princess Anne, professed himself ready to order his court to put on mourning, and to assume it himself for his youthful cousin, her son, as soon as the notification of his decease should have been formally announced to him by the British ambassador. That unfortunate diplomatist, meantime, fretted himself into a fever from the awkward predicament in which he stood between William and his successor Anne, to say nothing of his old sovereign, King James. Not only was he unable to signify the demise of the young prince to the King of France, but he was left in uncertainty what he and his suite were to do about their own mourning till the 22nd of August, when Mr. Blaithwaite, William's secretary at Loo, communicated his royal master's gracious pleasure in the following pithy terms, brought in at the end of various political notices about foreign affairs. Your lordship will have found the news of the Duke of Gloucester's death too true. His Majesty thinks that mourning for your person and such as are near you, out of livery for 3 months, all that need be on this melancholy occasion. Not a word, however, touching the important question of how the demise of the Duke was to be communicated to his French Majesty. More than a month had elapsed since his death. Anne and her husband had written letters themselves of formal announcement of their loss to Louis XIV, after long waiting for William to do so, but this only added to the dilemma of the ambassador. Last night, writes he to Secretary Vernon, I received letters from their Royal Highnesses for this court, which will not be received here, unless there is a letter at the same time from His Majesty. Neither can I offer them without being empowered to do it, either by you or Mr. Blaithwaite, as you see by the enclosed. I freely tell Mr. Griffith, whom I have desired to consult with you and my Lord Marlborough on this matter. There is so much time already past that I wait with some impatience for your directions in what manner the Duke of Gloucester's death is to be notified, the rather that I may prevent the discourses of some people, who would have it believed that this court is backward in paying us the respect of going into mourning on this occasion. The same day the ambassador writes in more explicit terms on this embarrassing topic to Mr. Griffiths. Paris, September 8, 1700. Sir, I have received yours, with the letters of Her Royal Highness the Princess Anne and His Royal Highness the Prince, and I shall be always ready to obey their commands, though in this case, upon inquiry, I cannot deliver the letter unless I had also one from the King to the French King. This court says that it is usual upon these occasions that the prince and princess send a person on purpose with a character, who would be received as if he came from a crowned head, as they think was done in the case of the Duke of Cambridge. If the prince and princess would avoid this, then a letter from the king, to be delivered by me with those of their royal highnesses, will be sufficient to make this court go into mourning. And as for the other letters to the rest of the princes, they need not be delivered. This will avoid one inconvenience, as there is none for the Dauphin. I am sensible of the reason why there is not, and I think it convenient not to make that matter so public, as by consequence it would be, and cause various discourses. I desire you would assure their royal highnesses of my most humble duty. It will be convenient that you should inform my Lord Marlborough and Mr. Secretary Vernon of this whole matter, since I have received from Loo no other orders than to put myself and family in mourning, which I have already done. I hope I may know as soon as possible what measures are taken. I am, etc. Manchester. As late as the 15th of September, the poor ambassador was still fretting in spirit and writing to one or other of the English cabinet to complain that he had received no definite orders from King William, who certainly must have taken an ill-natured pleasure in the perplexity of his English officers of state on this occasion. Anne, piqued at the little respect that was paid to the memory of her only son, caused Secretary Vernon to write to Lord Manchester to ask why her letters to the King of France had not been delivered, and that the court not in mourning. Since my illness, writes the ambassador in reply, my secretary has wrote to Mr. Cardinal to explain whether any notice is to be given this court. Lord Manchester to Mr. Secretary Vernon, Paris, September 15, 1700. Monsieur Cardinal desires my secretary to acquaint me that there are no orders given to notify the Duke of Gloucester's death to any court whatsoever. So you see how this matter stands. I must tell you, to remove any suspicions that this court might seem not inclined to go into mourning, that they are ready to do it whenever it is notified to them in form, but they do not take it to be regular that I should deliver the princess's letters without any from the king. For you know, in all audiences that I have, my discourse is always in the name of the king, and cannot be otherwise, though I can at the same time make a compliment from their royal highnesses. They do still say here that if this was the case of any of the children of Monsieur, he would send, and not the king. So likewise they conceive their royal highnesses ought to do. I am apt to think the princess had not sent these letters, had she not thought that I had letters also from Loo. I shall readily obey what directions you give me, but I confess it is my opinion that, since there has been so much time lost, and unless it is generally notified in all courts, that it is better to let this matter rest. Besides, this court goes tomorrow se'nnight to Fontainebleau, and in a few days after the late king and queen go. How long they are to be there is uncertain, but whilst they stay, I know not well how I can go thither. I must acquaint you that the introductor of ambassadors has been with me, and has sent me some precedents, those the Duke of York had sent to this court. I have enclosed a copy of his letter, that you may judge of it. September 17th. I do not doubt but you have heard that the princess has sent me letters for this court to notify the death of the Duke of Gloucester, unless I have also letters from the king. that is William III, himself. I cannot present them, nor will they be received, as I am informed. I should think the princess should have known the king's pleasure in this matter. There is so much time lost, that in my opinion it is much better to let it alone, for though they should go into mourning, it would be for so little a time, that it might not be well taken. It was not till the 1st of October, upwards of 2 months after the death of the young duke, that William condescended to empower his representative to announce his demise to the King of France, although the nearest male relative he had in the world, excepting his uncle James II and his disowned son. A fortnight's mourning was ordered by that monarch, a result scarcely commiserate with the voluminousness of the correspondence it occasioned. The death of the King of Spain occurring soon after, William ordered the utmost respect to be immediately paid to his memory. His ambassadors had even their coaches covered with black. The court of France went into a 3 months' mourning for that potentate, but little more respect was paid by William to the feelings of his sister-in-law on account of the death of her only child, than if he had been a kitten or a puppy deceased, which happened to have been a pet of royalty. October 9th. I can now acquaint you, wrote Lord Manchester, that yesterday I had an audience of the king at Fontainebleau, when I notified to him the death of the Duke of Gloucester, and delivered their Royal Highnesses' letters. The king expressed himself as extremely sensible of the great loss, etc., as is usual on such occasions. As to what related to their Royal Highnesses, he concluded with saying that he would take an occasion of letting them know the great share he took in their concerns. In short, all things went as could be desired, and on Wednesday next the court goes into mourning, which will be the day after the late king, that is James II, leaves Fontainebleau. I have some reason to think that my going thither, whilst they were there, may have a good effect, for of late the Saint-Germain's people are so high that they think it is now our time to court them. I find that though they heard a week before that I was to come, yet they could not believe it. I carried myself as if I thought there was no such person, and my coach came to the great stairs, which is under the late king's, that is James II, apartment there. Those that belonged to them were cousins brought to see me, but it was also, I believe, no little mortification to them to see where I went, all the French making me all the compliments imaginable. I was a considerable time with Monsieur de Torcy, and satisfied him both in relation to the delay and the king's not writing. I was forced to lay the occasion of it on the Lords Justices, who, I said, the king thought, would have sent me orders, which was the reason I had them no sooner from Loo. This, I hope, they, that is the Lords Justices or the English regents, will pardon me, but when things are managed in such a way, one must make the most plausible excuse one can. Lord Manchester to Monsieur Blaithwaite, October 11th. I have obeyed His Majesty's commands in notifying the Duke of Gloucester's death. The King, that is Louis XIV, received it with great concern, and bid me assure the King my master, that even at the time he first heard of it, he took share in the loss, because he knew it would be a great trouble to His Majesty. With the other he sent compliments on such an occasion. I delivered the Prince George and Princess Anne's letters. To that he said, he would take an occasion of letting them know the great share he took in their loss. In short, all things went as well as could be desired, and I hope His Majesty will approve of what I have done. The French court will go into mourning on Friday next. They were willing to have the court of Saint-Germain gone away first, which will be tomorrow. About the same time arrived the long-delayed answer from His Gracious Majesty to the announcement of the death of his young kinsman and heir to his dominions. Many historians have quoted King William's letter. Not one has pointed out the astounding circumstance that although the death of the child took place as far back as July, yet the royal missive is dated in October. Months had elapsed since the death, and several weeks since the burial of Gloucester, before the king condescended to notice that his heir was no longer in existence. No word of human sympathy, it may be observed, is vouchsafed to the wretched mother. The original is in French, and is addressed to Lord Marlborough. Loo, October 1700. I do not think it necessary to employ many words in expressing my surprise and grief at the death of the Duke of Gloucester. It is so great a loss to me, as well as to all England, that pierces my heart with affliction. The affliction of King William did not, however, hinder him from ending, by the same post, a peremptory order that care should be taken to cut off all the salaries of the Duke's servants to the very day of his death. It was with the utmost difficulty that the king's favourite, Keppel, prevailed on him to allow the payments up to the Michaelmas quarter day. Nor can there be a doubt but that the sole consideration of the approach of that payday induced his gracious majesty to write his condolence, for he could not cut off the salaries without appearing conscious that the princess's son was dead. The Princess Anne, shocked at the disgusting contest that ensued concerning the payment of her lost child's servants, determined to distress herself rather than cashier one of them. When it is remembered that Parliament allowed William III a sum for the Duke of Gloucester's establishment, more than thrice as much as he disbursed, his conduct appears the more revolting. It is said by the same authority that he murmured not a little at the pensions he allowed to the old servants of his late queen. Once more there was some movement among the lower classes of coffee-house politicians who knew nothing of the king's habits of life, to persuade him into matrimony. They got up an address on the death of the Duke of Gloucester, earnestly petitioning him to marry for the good of the nation. The story was revived, which was current in 1697, that, while staying at Brussels, the king had coquetted so much with a German princess as to induce hopes of his serious intentions of taking a second queen. A princess of Denmark was likewise mentioned as a candidate for his hand. The king remained, however, without any such intentions, sick and very sullen in his retirement at Loo. Towards the winter, his kinswoman, the Electress Sophia, visited him at Loo, accompanied by her daughter, the Electress of Brandenburg, for the ostensible purpose of seeking his assistance in elevating the country of Brandenburg into the kingdom of Prussia. Of course, the people of England supposed that the visit was for the purpose of settling the reversion of the crowns of Great Britain and Ireland on the next Protestant heir. It is certain that King William had urged some steps to be taken on her part, for a letter from the Electress Sophia is existing, evidently in reply to a proposition of the kind. Her disinterestedness is evident therein, since she earnestly recommended to the consideration of the king and country the expatriated Prince of Wales. As her letter is addressed to Mr. Stepney, who had been envoy to Hanover and was one of the under-secretaries of state, this letter may be considered as official. It had the effect of incensing King William, who showed his displeasure by paying the Electress only one formal public visit on her arrival at Loo, and departed for England the next day, not very courteously leaving her directly she had commenced her visit to him. Many weeks after the funeral of her only child, the Princess Anne continued still to reside at Windsor Castle, the place where she had seen him expire. She had left St. James's Palace the previous May, a happy and proud mother. She returned to it with her bereaved consort, in mourning, childless and desolate, November 25, 1700. Her grief was still deep and enduring. Bishop White Kennet observes, with more feeling than is usual, in his narrative. But grief upon this sad occasion seemed to be confined to within the palace of St. James, and to centre, in a more sensible manner, in the breasts of the Prince and Princess of Denmark, who mourned not only for themselves, but for the whole nation. For never was so great a loss so little lamented, which may be ascribed to the different parties then dividing England, two of which, I mean the Jacobites and the Republicans, looked upon that hopeful young prince as an obstacle to their future designs. The Duke of Gloucester was a prince whose tender constitution bended under the weight of his manly soul, and was too much harassed by the vivacity of his genius to be of long duration. An acknowledgment that the species of tuition to which he had been subjected had injured his health. He had, continues Bishop White Kennet, describing the boy according to what he considered a proper pattern rather than from fact, early sucked in his mother's piety, was always very attentive to prayers, but he had a particular averseness to dancing and all womanish exercises. In a word, he was too forward to arrive at maturity. Formal visits were exchanged between the princess and William III upon his return to England in the winter of 1700–1701. They merely observed the terms of conventional civility in their intercourse. Scarcely had the bereaved mother recovered from the teasing and irritating series of vexations which her cruel brother-in-law contrived to mingle with her cup of sorrow, than she began to experience how much the death of Gloucester had changed her worldly importance, even in her own household. It will excite no surprise in those who have followed this narrative from the first rise of her favourite, when the fact is shown that this change was first manifested to her by the intolerable insolence of that ungrateful woman. Sarah of Marlborough had just formed the strongest alliances, had strengthened her hands, and prepared herself to rule imperiously over a monarch fainéant, as did the mayors of the palace over some king of the Carlovingian dynasty in France, and she was an exulting mother, glorying in her promised heir, and she had just married her two beautiful girls to the heirs of two statesmen of the ancient blood of England. In the contemplation of her boundless prospects, she wholly forgot what was due to her who had raised her. Anne's manner had become more humble than ever to her imperious ruler, her style of writing lower in its prostration. When the favourite was absent, her Royal Highness wrote to her 4 or 5 times every day. "Your poor, unfortunate, faithful Morley," was now her form of signature, having adopted the 2 first epithets to mark her own sense of her forlorn and helpless state since Gloucester's death. Whatsoever wrong the Princess Anne might have done, nothing but unbounded kindness and indulgence had ever been shown by her to Sarah of Marlborough and her family. Therefore a heart of marble must that person have borne when she added her insults to the other sorrows of the princess. From no person did Anne receive such visible indications that the death of her son had indeed reduced her to the state of a poor unfortunate, helpless shadow of reversionary royalty, than from the graceless parvenue whom she had puffed up by her own absurd condescensions. This person's arrogance became absolutely maniacal after the princess lost all prospect of being otherwise than a queen without heirs. If she had gloves to present, or any other office of the kind to perform, Lady Marlborough was often seen to turn up her nose as she presented them, and avert her face as if there was something inexpressibly disgusting in the person of her too indulgent friend. Such proceedings could not long continue unobserved, even by Anne's dense perception, and it was known, by those most skilled in the politics of the backstairs, that the bonds which held her and Lady Marlborough still united were only those of early intercourse. It was mere accident, however, joined to Lady Marlborough's extreme recklessness in regard to the terms of insult in which she indulged, when not immediately in the presence of the princess, which revealed to her Royal Highness the real nature of her favourite's feelings towards her. The story is but traditionary, and though generally known among all ranks of the people, has perhaps never before been circumstantially related, which it now is, from the reminiscences of a venerable countess who had passed half a century at the court of her late majesty Queen Charlotte. The family of this lady had been fast friends of the royal house of Stuart, both of those individuals on whom the crown devolved, and those deprived of it, and the tradition certainly came from Abigail Hill herself. One afternoon, not many weeks after the death of the Duke of Gloucester, the Princess Anne noticed that she had no gloves on. She therefore told Abigail Hill, who was in attendance on her toilet, to fetch them from the next room, as she remembered that she had left them on the table. Mrs. Hill obeyed her Royal Highness and passed into the next room, where she found that Lady Marlborough was seated reading a letter, but the gloves of the princess were not on the table, for Lady Marlborough had taken them up by accident and put them on. Abigail most submissively mentioned to her that she had put on by mistake her Royal Highness's gloves. "Ah!" exclaimed Lady Marlborough, "have I on anything that has touched the odious hands of that disagreeable woman?" Then pulling them off, she threw the gloves on the ground and exclaimed violently, "Take them away!" Abigail obeyed silently and retired with her usual stealthy quietude, carefully closing the door after her, which she had previously left ajar. Directly she entered the room where she had left the princess, she plainly perceived that her royal highness had heard every word of the dialogue. But neither discussed the matter at the time, and the incident remained a profound secret between them, for it so happened that the princess had had no one but Mrs. Abigail Hill in the room with her. Lady Marlborough soon left the adjoining saloon, and certainly remained unconscious of what her mistress had overheard. Anne had hitherto borne daily insults with patient humility, when they had only cast contempt on her mental capacity, but this unprovoked manifestation of personal disgust and ill will she never forgot or forgave. The whole story is completely in keeping with Sarah Marlborough's own descriptions of her usual sayings and doings. It is withal, in some degree, corroborated by the incertitude perceptible in all her subsequent contests with Anne, in which she seems, in a puzzled manner, to seek for the original cause of offense she had given, without ever finding it. Late in life she received vague hints that the whole was connected with some story about gloves, yet it is evident that she had not the least clue to the truth, as the following passage appears in one of her letters, dated nearly half a century subsequently. Mr. Doddridge writes a good deal to me, and expresses his satisfaction at reading the book, but wishes I had added to the clearing of my character, as the King of Prussia has written a book in which he imputes the ruin of Europe to have happened from a quarrel between Queen Anne and me about a pair of gloves. I did once hear there was such a book printed, and that his Majesty said that the Queen would have her gloves made before mine, which I would not suffer the glover to do. Sarah of Marlborough proceeds to deny the story entirely, but the very passage shows that there was some tale circulating in Europe, that the division between her royal mistress and herself originated with some trifling occurrence regarding a pair of gloves. It may be believed she was wholly ignorant of the real incident, having forgotten her petulant and injurious words as soon as uttered, at the same time being totally unconscious that Anne had been within hearing of them. Her royal highness, contented with the insight she had gained by this slight accident into Lady Marlborough's real feeling towards her, never brought the matter to discussion. As for Abigail Hill, she was the most silent and secretive of human creatures, and in all probability never detailed the anecdote until her courtly life and all concerning it had forever passed away. Perhaps it is well to mention that Lady Marlborough's disgust and loathing at having touched the gloves of the Princess Anne had no rational foundation, excepting perhaps some degree of feminine envy of the chief beauty her royal highness possessed. The hands and arms of Anne were like those of her mother, very fine, and considered the most perfect in Europe, in regard to delicacy and form. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 3, Part 2. At this period was renewed the extraordinary offer of adoption of the son of James II by William III, which had formed one of the secret articles of the Peace of Ryswick. It was well enough known to be mentioned in all histories, even in those which asserted the most strenuously the fiction that this unfortunate Prince of Wales was not the son of his own mother. Perhaps the justice of the step had been urged to the Orange King in the letters of the noble-minded Protestant heiress of the crown of Great Britain, Sophia, Electress of Hanover, at the period of her recent visit at Loo, which has been mentioned. There is every reason to suppose that Sophia would write to the king concerning the exiled prince, at least as fully and freely as she did to his ministers, for she had known William from his youth upwards, had carried him in her arms in his infancy, and seen him daily in his boyhood, when she lived with her mother, the Queen of Bohemia, at The Hague. Many circumstances combined to sway the mind of William towards his unfortunate kinsman, his failing health, the movements of an awakened conscience, which from time to time are seen to glimmer through the anecdotes his contemporaries have preserved of him, and above all, his abhorrence of the Princess Anne, his hatred to her husband, and his ardent wish to exclude her from the succession. Notwithstanding her recent profession of penitence, it is not probable that the Princess Anne would have approved of William's determination in behalf of her brother, for her feelings of this nature seldom lasted longer than a few weeks. In fact, neither herself nor her husband despaired of becoming the parents of a numerous family. Either the Jacobite letters, as they are called, of the high-minded electress, or some opinion of hers that had transpired about the period of her visit to Loo, had inspired Anne with the greatest apprehension concerning her, and had exasperated Lady Marlborough into excessive enmity, which exhaled in unlimited abuse. Sophia openly avowed that the young son of James II had been atrociously injured by the calumnies on his birth, and that, deeming him, as she did, a true representative of the elder line of her illustrious ancestors, she nobly considered that he had a right, as a free agent, to renounce at once the crowns of his kingdoms and the liturgy of the Church of England as a Roman Catholic, before he ought to be superseded by her son or grandson. Now, while young James was branded as a spurious child, he could not exercise that free will. It is probable that the electress knew that this stigma was thrown upon him by the instigation and connivance of the Princess Anne and her favourite, Sarah of Marlborough, a fact that is undeniable from the letters of the Princess Anne. The renewal of William's offered adoption of the exiled prince occurred directly after the visit of the electress to him at Loo. But no little difficulty presented itself as to how the English people were to be induced to forego the prejudices which had been so carefully inculcated concerning this prince. As the father had been driven out of the country, partly by the agency of the ribald ballad of Lillibullero, so the people were to be reconciled to the son by similar means. The public pulse was felt, and preparation was made for the change by songs written to the old English tunes prevalent from the days of the Plantagenets. The venal pen of the song poet, Dufree, a very remarkable character, who had been an active writer of political ballads during the regencies of Mary II, was put into requisition by the ministry of William III in 1701. Just at the period when the reports were popular and prevalent that King William meant to adopt the son of his uncle, the Whig songster favoured the public with the following lay of his own devising, adapted to the metre and tune of the popular Old English melody of Gillian of Croydon, the original of which, perhaps, dates as far back as the frolicsome days of Prince Hal. As many Jacobite lyrics have been quoted, it is but fair to give a specimen of the poetic powers of the opposite party. "Strange news, the Jacks of the city have got," cried Joan, "but we mind not tales, that our good king, through wonderful pity, will leave his crown to the Prince of Wales, that peace may be the stronger still, and that they no longer may rebel." "Pish, 'tis a jest," cried Gillian of Croydon. "Gillian, fair Gillian, bright Gillian of Croydon." "Take off your glass," cries Gillian of Croydon. "Here's a health to our Master Will." It appears that some hints had transpired among the people of the adoption offer by William III at the Peace of Ryswick. That such proposal was made is equally mentioned by the royal biographer of his own times, James II, and the Whig writers. Tyndall, who is rather an important authority, being a contemporary controversial author, much connected with the revolutionary government, thus marks the date of the last proposal. The Earl of Jersey avowed to King William III his attachment to James II, and on that account was sent ambassador to France for the purpose of advancing a reconciliation with the exiled king, who was, by Lord Jersey, entreated to listen to King William's overtures to make his son successor to the crown. This was after the death of the Duke of Gloucester. Tyndall adds that King William renounced all these errors before he died. He did so, but not until King James had positively refused to confide his son to him, as he himself records in his biography, which is in complete coincidence with Tyndall's printed history. It is likewise remarkable that King James dwells as much on the impossibility of trusting the life of his child with William III as his does on difference of religion. The vengeance of William for his uncle's contemptuous rejection of his offered adoption of young James occupied his last hours, but in the intermediate time he was forced to be content with leaving his hated sister-in-law in possession of all the hopes which Parliament had authorized. It has been strongly asserted that King William meant to supersede Anne by using his influence to place Sophia or her son, George of Hanover, as his immediate successor to the throne. He might wish to do so, but all events prove that neither Sophia nor George considered the advantages offered worth engaging in a course of base intrigues. It is certain that neither the mother nor son liked Anne, although they never took any step against her prior claims to the succession. The Princess Anne had scarcely laid aside her mourning for her only child when the death of her father caused her to resume it. Mary Beatrice of Modena, the widow of her father, wrote to her, in compliance with his deathbed injunction, communicating his paternal forgiveness to her for her conduct and charging her, on his blessing, to make reparation to her brother for the injury she had done him. If Anne ever replied to this letter, her answer will be found among the sealed documents of the royal stewards in Her Majesty's collection at Windsor. It was probably the letter of the royal widow of James II, which is mysteriously alluded to in the following passage. It was commonly reported at this juncture, says a contemporary, that on his deathbed, King James charged his daughter not to accept the crown at the death of William, but as she was childless, to make way for her brother, and that King William demanded to see this letter, which Anne, refusing to show him, he vowed that he would do the utmost to exclude her from the succession. It was averred that papers to this effect were found in King William's closet. The House of Lords thought proper to inquire into this report and pronounced it unfounded, and that its repetition was scandalum magnatum. Nevertheless, such discovery was in the strongest coincidence with the foregoing passages, and with the course of events during the decline of William and the first 2 or 3 years of the reign of Anne, when it appears most apparent that a jealous rivalry had succeeded to the remorse that touched her mind at the deathbed of Gloucester. To her husband's powerful but quiet influence may be attributed her change. The demise of her father gave her no apparent sorrow, or her feelings would not have been made a question by a contemporary who narrowly watched her, and who had at the same time a relative domesticated near her person. How far the death of her father, King James, affected the princess, says Roger Coke, I could never tell. He thought it needful, however, in his history, to make an apology for her going in black for her unfortunate father by saying, that decency and custom obliged her to do so, and adds, that she was actually in mourning for him when she ascended the throne. As a preparation for that event, which the failing health of King William showed could not be very distant, the Princess Anne commenced the study of history, a science inconsistent with a brain preoccupied with cards, court gossip, and trifling particulars of etiquette. The princess soon became fatigued with her new studies and reverted to her former occupations. When the news of the death of James II arrived in London, public curiosity was greatly excited regarding the cognizance which would be taken of it by his nephew and daughter. King William was absent at Loo, entertaining as his guests the Duke of Zell and his young grandson, afterwards George II. Since the firm refusal of James II to let him have the young Prince of Wales for his heir, William had ostentatiously patronized the young German prince as the reversionary heir of Great Britain, being the son of the hereditary Prince of Hanover, George I, and the wretched daughter of the Duke of Zell, Sophia Dorothea. They were present when the news was brought to William of the demise of his long-suffering uncle, James II. It seemed as if the message of forgiveness sent by James II to his son, William of Orange, had been one of those awful summonses from the injured, of which such wondrous tales are told in the histories of the Middle Ages. William heard it at his dinner table at Loo, with flushing cheek and downcast eyes, then pulled his hat over his brows and sat in moody silence the livelong day. If he were wrestling with a yearning heart, which told him that his earliest friend and nearest relative was gone, where treachery could never find him more, he won the victory, as the subsequent attainder of his young cousin, a boy of 12 years old, fully proved. But from the afternoon when he heard of his uncle's death, William of Orange never looked like a man long for this world. Yet he was full of schemes for new wars and slaughters. Luckless as he ever was in battle, whenever he was opposed by any species of equal force, he only seemed to live when homicide was around him. Among other struggles in the mind of William III was whether he should go in mourning for his uncle. This was not decided when his minister, Auverquerque, wrote to England concerning the news, forbidding new clothes to the royal livery servants at Hampton Court until the king's pleasure was known. As James II had worn no mourning for the death of his daughter Mary, and prevented a court mourning for her in France, it was a matter of surprise when it was found that King William assumed sables for his uncle. Not only on his own person, but his footmen and coaches were clad in the same hue. He intimated that he did not expect the nobles and court of England to do the same. Fashion, however, made his subjects imitate the proceedings of himself and his sister Anne, therefore the outward token of respect was almost universally paid by all ranks of the people to the memory of King James. The Princess Anne went through all the pageantry of sable as if she had meant to be considered as a modern Cordelia. Her intention of going into mourning was announced in the Gazette of September 13th. St. James's was hung with black. She appeared in all the insignia of filial woe at chapel the Sunday after the news of her father's death reached London. The establishment of the Queen Dowager, Catherine of Braganza, still retained at Somerset House, and all the individuals in her service assumed mourning, by the orders of the Dowager's Chamberlain, Lord Feversham. In short, the mourning in England for the exiled sovereign was a general fashion. The career of William was very brief after this event. His asthma increased. He felt the decay of the feeble body which the active mind disavowed. He consulted, under feigned names, all the most notable physicians in Europe, and among the rest the celebrated Fagin, assuming the character of a cure. Fagin, who was the favorite physician of Louis XIV, seems to have suspected the real rank of his patient. He inexorably sent word to the cure that he must prepare himself for death. The bad news augmented the malady. William consulted him afresh under a new name. The skillful Fagin recognized the case of the pretended cure. He changed not his opinion, but conveyed it in more considerate terms. He prescribed for him medicines likely to alleviate, if not to cure. The remedies were followed, and some relief experienced. But the time had arrived when William was compelled to feel the nothingness of this world, and in the midst of his new projects for a general war. The Gazette of September 17, 1701, has the following announcement. "'Tis said their Royal Highnesses, the Prince and Princess of Denmark, will return to St. James's Palace a week before the King's return, which 'tis said will be about the latter end of the next month." William accordingly arrived as usual at the end of October, his first care being to open his parliament, and take measures for attainting his uncle's orphan child, the young hapless James Stuart, and his widowed mother likewise, and set every means in agitation to induce the English nation to enter into a new war. The newspapers of the period were replete with their observations on the bountiful distribution of alms afforded by the Princess Anne the same Christmas, to the poor housekeepers in the parishes of St. Margaret, Westminster, St. James and St. Anne, and elsewhere in London. The people at large looked forward to change with some anticipation that their cruel burthens might be ameliorated at the accession of the princess, who was indeed their idol. Meantime, the king's party were agitating a scheme for her exclusion from the throne. Some declared that the king meant to imprison the princess for life, and send for the heir of the house of Hanover as his successor. All coffee houses swarmed with political orators, who made the most disrespectful mention of her royal highness. Some affected to believe that she would refuse to sanction the coming war out of regard to her father's last injunction. Others, with more probability, asseverated that the extraordinary measures then filling the Senate with stormy debates on the expediency of attaining a child not yet out of his legal infancy, and his mother, who was forced to protect and do her best for him, were wholly at the instigation of Anne. It was further affirmed that she had said that she dared not mount the throne until these bills were passed. It is possible that one clause was inserted on account of her alarms, which was an act to make conspirators, endeavoring to injure or destroy her, liable to the same penalties as against the heir apparent. In regard to the attainder of her young brother and her stepmother, Mary Beatrice, there is no other evidence that the measures originated with the Princess Anne than the positive assertion of one of Louis XIV's ministers, Dangeau, corroborated by the fact that her friends were among the most persevering in the House of Lords in their persecuting bills against the unfortunate widow of James II, which the House of Commons threw out as indefatigably as they were presented under new forms. The same House of Commons were then employed in tearing from William III's favourites the enormous grants with which he had invested them. Among others, they made his friend, Lord Portland, surrender the revenues of the future princes of Wales, given him truly with hereditary entail to his progeny. Elizabeth Villiers, the king's mistress, had been obliged to surrender the estate of James II in Ireland, with arrears of an income of £17,000. The English people saw no reason why this woman was to be heiress of their late sovereign's private property in preference to his children. Whilst the inquisition concerning these grants was going on, Lady Orkney, that is Elizabeth Villiers, entered into treaty with the friends of the Princess Anne, and promised that if she might be permitted to keep her spoil, she would, by her influence with the king, obtain the expulsion of their great enemy, Lord Somers. There was no need of making so dear a bargain for this lady's office, for Lord Somers was too deep in the corruptions and misgovernment relative to the infamous partnership with Captain Kidd, the pirate, to be able to look the public in the face as a minister of state just then. King William seldom came to London during the winter of 1701. He felt convinced that death was at hand. Yet he still mounted his horse for his favourite diversion of hunting, or rather what we should call in the present day, coursing. He came but on council days to Kensington Palace, and kept himself as much as possible in retirement at Hampton Court, where his time was spent superintending the digging of the ugly longitudinal canals with which he was cutting up the beautiful lime tree glades planted by his grandsire, Charles I, in Home Park, rendering Hampton Court as like a Dutch Hof as possible, both in aspect and atmosphere. It was in the gardens of Hampton Court that he confided to Lord Portland his positive conviction that he should not survive till the end of 1701, but he charged him not to mention it before his death to anyone, lest the war should be prevented. The king took the diversion of hunting last Saturday and returned at night to Kensington. Many notices of the same kind occurred during the winter months of 1702. When in London for a few hours, the king usually dined with his favourite, Keppel, at his lodgings in Whitehall, the Cockpit, where the business of government was carried on. It is necessary to mention, as briefly as possible, the circumstance which plunged Europe into a war that was deeply connected with the future disquiet of the Princess Anne. Don Carlos II, the imbecile and invalid king of Spain and the Indies, had sunk into a premature grave, leaving no children to inherit his dominions. The lineal heir was the Dauphin, Duke of Burgundy, the young grandson of Louis XIV, and his consort, the Infanta of Spain, Maria Theresa. It is true that by the marriage treaty of this princess, she had relinquished all claims on the Spanish succession of herself and her heirs, an abrogation treated as a mere formula by the partisans of her grandson in Spain. William III, as the generalissimo of the emperor and the confederated princes of Germany, determined to oppose this inheritance, and under the plea that Louis XIV would become too powerful by his influence over his grandson, they formed a coalition to divide the dominions of Spain in 3 parts, of which England was to take 1 share, Austria another, and Holland a third. Such was the precursor and precedent of the partition of Poland, which was actually effected at the end of the same century. As soon as the design of the Spanish partition was known, the English Parliament strongly opposed it, expressed horror at the iniquity, and wanted to impeach the contrivers. Another plan had to be found to raise eventually the tocsin of war, and that was to place Charles of Austria, the brother of the Emperor, on the throne of Spain, as the next male heir. The Austrian prince was about 23, while young Philip of France was a minor. Moreover, as in the present day, the northern half of Spain, the Basques, the Catalans, and the Aragonese were loath to acknowledge the line of the females till every male heir failed. The allies, therefore, took advantage of internal division to foster a civil war in Spain. The north for the male heir of Ferdinand of Aragon, Charles of Austria, while the south of Spain remained loyal to the next heir of Isabella of Castile, Philip of France. The valuable prize of the Spanish Netherlands lay perfectly convenient to be fought for between the confederated armies of England and Germany and the military power of France. It had been the object of all William's battles and sieges for nearly 30 years. It was to prove the fighting ground of Marlborough's subsequent victories. After William III's partition scheme had sunk amid the execrations of all who were expected to be concerned in it, the object for which England was to be induced to enter into war seems indistinct. A rich slice of the Netherlands, howsoever dishonest the acquisition might have been, was something tangible. But to win the Netherlands for Charles of Austria, if more morally honest, was a very quixotic excuse for manslaughter by wholesale. As for the aggravation given by Louis XIV by his acknowledgment of his son of James II as King of England, France, Scotland, and Ireland, de jure, it would be difficult to prove what made it a greater injury than recognizing the title of the father, which was equally done since the Peace of Ryswick. A real historian must repudiate with scorn the false plea of religious warfare, the alleged support of the Protestant cause against Roman Catholic cruelty, clearly because, with all his bigotry, Louis XIV was a less culpable bigot than any prince of the Spanish-Austrian line, and the worst persecutions of Protestants in France had not, in the worst of times, equaled the common proceedings every year of the Inquisition in Spain. As there is no intention of suffocating the biography of Queen Anne with her continental warfare, our readers must be content with reference to this rapid statement of its original causes. William III had amused and gratified his departing spirit by laying the train for this European conflagration, which only waited the usual campaigning season to burst into a blaze. The king had, perhaps to keep him out of political mischief at home, given the Earl of Marlborough the command of his military preparations in Holland, and in case of his own death, had expressed his opinion that the talents in war of that general ought to entitle him to command the allied forces. Thus, without the least bellicose propensities on her own part, every circumstance tended to make foreign warfare and the reign of Anne commence simultaneously. It had been well known in England that King William had been dangerously ill at Loo the preceding autumn of 1701, but his state of health had been carefully concealed from the public. He rode into the Home Park at Hampton Court the morning of February 21st to look at the excavation making, under his directions, for a new canal, which was to run in another longitudinal stripe, by the side of which now deforms the vista, and injures the air of Hampton Court Gardens. His Majesty was mounted on Sir John Fenwick's sorrel pony, when just as he came by the head of the two canals, opposite to the Rangers' Park poles, the sorrel pony happened to tread in a molehill and fell. Such is the tradition of the palace, and it must be owned that after a careful examination of the spot, the author prefers its adoption to the usual assertion of historians, that the king's pony stumbled when he was returning from hunting, especially when the mischievous effects of the subterranean works of moles in that soil are remembered. For an officer of rank who resides in the vicinity asserted that he had twice met with accidents which threatened to be dangerous, owing to his horse having plunged his forefoot to the depth of more than 15 inches in molehills at Bushby Park and the Home Park. There, too, may be seen the half-excavated canal, which has remained without water and in an unfinished state. None of William III's successors being Dutch, all taste for straight stripes of still water ceased to be fashionable with the life of the crowned Hollander. The account that the king himself gave of his accident agrees with the Hampton Court tradition. Riding in the park at noon, he says to Dr. Bidlew, "While I was making my horse change his walk into a gallop, he fell upon his knees. Upon that I meant to raise him with the bridle, but he fell forwards to one side, so I fell with my right shoulder on the ground. 'Tis a strange thing," added his majesty musingly, "for it happened on smooth level ground." King William thus took his death hurt within sight of the entrance of Hampton Court Palace. From the first weeks of his arrival in England, he had always had plans in agitation to make the favourite seat of his royalty as different in outward semblance as possible to its aspect when in his youth he had visited his uncles there. He was occupied in the same object when the accident, he thought so utterly unaccountable, befell him. The workmen busy at the neighbouring excavation raised the overthrown monarch and assisted him to the palace. He affirmed that he was very slightly hurt, but Ronyat, his surgeon, who was there, found he had broken his right collarbone. On what trifles do human plans and projects depend, and what mean agency is sufficient to tumble the ambitious schemes of military pride and glory literally in the very dust? The purblind mole, that was obeying the first call of spring to repair his fortifications and set his subterranean house in order, did what Louis XIV and all his engineers never could effect. He prevented William III from heading Europe into battle array against France. The angry Jacobites found more than one circumstance of exultation in this accident, which proved so fatal to William III. The little gentleman in black velvet became one of their party toasts, and they wrote many eulogies on the sagacity of Sorel, who had been the favourite pony of the unfortunate Sir John Fenwick, and had taken an opportunity of thus revenging the illegal death of his master. Pope has followed this example in the contrast he drew between the preservation of Charles at Boscobel and the accident at Bushey. Angels, who watched the guardian oak so well, how chance ye slept when luckless Sorel fell? When Ronyat had set the fractured collarbone of the king, he earnestly recommended to him rest and medical regimen. William refused to submit to any such discipline. He made light of the accident, declared the injury was nothing, that he must go to Kensington that night, and go he would, despite all remonstrance. On the journey, the jolting of the carriage displaced the fractured bones, and he was in a state of great pain and exhaustion when he arrived at his palace of Kensington. Bidlew, his household physician, received him there, and making many remonstrances regarding the wilfulness of royal patients, the injured collarbone was reset by Ronyat under his superintendence. The public papers announced the accident under which the king was suffering in their own peculiar manner. Likewise, they recorded the movements of the Prince and Princess of Denmark during the important week while the recovery of his majesty hung in suspense. As the king was taking the diversement of hunting a deer near Hampton Town on Saturday last, that is February 21st, his horse slipped, so that his majesty fell, and had the misfortune to hurt his collarbone, after which he dined at Hampton Court, and at night came in his coach to Kensington, where he rested well that night, as he did on Sunday morning. Their royal highnesses, Princess Anne and George of Denmark, have been to Kensington to visit his majesty, who is, blessed be God, in very good state of health, and in no manner of danger from the accident. The princess and her consort on February 24th paid a visit at Kensington to his majesty, who, God be thanked, is in perfect health. Their highnesses went on to Windsor. His majesty is very well, notwithstanding the fall he got on Saturday a-hunting. Yesterday, February 26th, their royal highnesses paid the king a visit on their return from Windsor. The king sent a message to the United Houses of Parliament, the 28th of February, for promoting the union with Scotland, in which he mentioned the mishap of breaking the collarbone as an unhappy accident. Meantime, he advised expedition in passing the bill for the attainder of young James Stuart, which had been in agitation in Parliament since the preceding January. It is just possible that when the Act passed Parliament March 1st against a child, who was his nearest male relative, some agitation might take place in the mind of the invalid king, for that selfsame hour he was struck with his mortal malady, which appeared in the shape of a spasmodic cramp. He recovered a little by the use of stimulants, and on the 6th of March walked for exercise in the gallery of Kensington Palace. He felt fatigued, and sat down on a couch near an open window, and fell fast asleep. He slept for 2 hours. No one dared to awaken him, for his pages and personal attendants dreaded the effects of his positiveness and peevishness. Shiverings and spasms seized him when he awoke from this unhealthy slumber. He was carried to bed in great misery. Sir Richard Blackmore, the Poester physician, attended him, but did him no good. It may be judged how little the public papers knew of his Majesty's malady, or were permitted to communicate concerning it by these passages. The king continues very well, but it is not being advisable that his Majesty should yet go abroad. The act for attainting the pretended Prince of Wales, and the act for further punishing deserters and mutineers, received the royal assent. Notwithstanding the assertion of the public prince, the attainder of the young prince, James Stuart, had not received the royal ratification, for the king fell into fits whenever he attempted to sign the act, which was finally effected by being stamped by his ministers on the Saturday afternoon with his initials when his death was approaching. A dead silence was maintained in the papers regarding the state of William until his death, but stocks fell every day, and from this occult bulletin the moneyed world formed accurate inferences on the subject. All this time, the king's breath became more and more oppressed, a fatal symptom, which was soon observed by Lord Jersey, the Lord Chamberlain of his household. This courtier immediately dispatched a trusty messenger with the news to the Princess Anne at St. James's Palace. Likewise, ever and anon, during the agony of King William, did Lord Jersey dispatch intelligence to the expectant heiress that the breath of the royal patient grew shorter every half hour. The princess had sent, in the course of that day, to Kensington Palace, a dutiful message to the king, entreating his permission to see him in his bedchamber. It was answered by the dying king himself, who collected his strength to pronounce a short and rude "No." The Prince of Denmark actually made many attempts to enter the king's chamber, but met with as many downright repulses. The newspapers of the day affirm that the king was kept alive all the Saturday night by the use of Sir Walter Raleigh's cordial. Lamberti, who was in the palace with his patron, Lord Portland, that night, and therefore is indisputable evidence, declares that the king was supported entirely by spirituous liquors. Sir Walter Raleigh's cordial was a strong spirituous compound. His Majesty had desired to see his friend Bentinck, Lord Portland, who, it is well known, never came to court since the period of the Peace of Ryswick, excepting on a special message. This nobleman was sent for, and was momentarily expected during the Saturday evening. The king was likewise anxiously looking for the arrival of his favourite, Keppel, Earl of Albemarle, from a mission on which he had sent him to Holland. He just arrived before the king lost his speech, and was in his travelling boots when he came to his Majesty's bedside. The king was very desirous of saying something in confidence to Keppel. He gave him the keys of his escritoire, and bade him take possession, for his private use, of 20,000 guineas, all the private property his Majesty had at command. He likewise directed him to destroy all the letters which would be found in a cabinet which he named. Keppel was extremely eager to give his royal master information of the rapid progress of his martial preparations for the commencement of war in the Low Countries, and for the first time the departing warrior listened to the anticipations of war with a cold, dull ear. All the comment he made was comprised in these impressive words, the last he uttered distinctly: "Je tire vers ma fin." I draw towards my end. His old friend Bentinck, Earl of Portland, entered the chamber of death early on Sunday morning. The king was speechless, but had not then lost memory or consciousness. He took the hand of Bentinck, pressed it to his heart, and held it there while the pangs of death were dealing with him. Lamberti, the secretary of Bentinck, expressly declares that no English lord was admitted into the royal chamber until the king had lost all consciousness. Burnet and others give an account of his reception of the sacrament as administered by Archbishop Tenison, a fact which Lamberti positively denies. Just as the clock struck 8, William III drew his last breath. He expired very gently in the arms of his page, Sewell, who sat behind his pillow supporting him. The lords-in-waiting, the Earls of Scarborough and Lexington, no sooner perceived that the spirit had departed than they told Rognaut, the surgeon, to unbind from the wrist of the royal corpse a black ribbon which fastened a bracelet of Queen Mary's hair, close on the pulse. It was an outrage to tear from the arm of the breathless warrior this memorial so long cherished and so secretly kept. If William had not, through life, scorned the language of poetry, his newly separated spirit might have sympathized with the exquisite lines of that true poet, Cranshaw. Whoever comes to shroud me, do not harm or question much the subtle wreath of hair about mine arm, the mystery, the sign, thou must not touch. William III was 51 years, 4 months and 4 days old when he died. He had reigned 13 years, 3 weeks and 2 days. More than one prelate and other persons of rank were waiting, either in Kensington Palace or in the environs, to carry the news of her royalty to the princess, now Queen Anne. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 4, Part 1. Anxious vigils had been held at St. James's Palace since the last rude repulse had been given by the dying king to the visit of his heiress expectant and her husband when they came to see him during his last illness at Kensington. Agents in their interest were, however, very busy about his deathbed. Throughout the preceding Saturday night and early morning of Sunday, March 8th, the Princess Anne and her favorite, Sarah of Marlborough, sat in momentary expectation of the dawn of the royalty of the one and the dictatorship of the other, receiving ever and anon hurried notes from Lord Jersey, the King's Lord Chamberlain, describing how the breath of William III grew shorter and shorter. The Lady Marlborough, according to her own account, was seized with a qualm of horror while these half-hourly bulletins were coming in. She thus mentions the circumstance, to the exaltation of her own sensibility, and the depreciation of everyone else concerned in the matter. And now, after all I have related of the king, and after so much dislike as I have expressed of his character and conduct, I shall hardly be believed in what I am going to say. Yes, your lordship will believe me, for you will judge of my heart by your own. When King William came to die, I felt nothing of that satisfaction which I once thought I should have had on this occasion, and my Lord and Lady Jersey's writing and sending perpetually to give accounts as his breath grew shorter filled me with horror. I thought I would lose the best employment at court sooner than act so odious a part. But there was another personage who had likewise stationed himself as a watcher of the failing respiration of King William, a volunteer in that service who meant to run a race with Anne's chosen agents and be the first in with the intelligence of death. He did so and won it too, for he brought the Queen the earliest tidings of her royalty. As soon as the breath was out of King William, says Lord Dartmouth, by which event all expectations from him were forever at an end, off set Dr. Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury, and drove hard to bring the first tidings of the king's demise to St. James's Palace, where he prostrated himself at the new queen's feet, full of joy and duty, but he obtained no advantage over the Earl of Essex. That is the lord of the bedchamber then in waiting, whose proper office it was to communicate the event, besides being universally laughed at for his officiousness. Burnet must have received some signal scorn on this occasion from her majesty, which hurt his self-love too much to permit him to dwell on it, since he omits to record that he was the first voice that hailed Anne Queen of the British Empire, but the fact is undeniable, since it is told by friend as well as foe. On the Queen's accession to the throne, wrote the spy Mackey, the bishop was the first that brought her the news of King William's death, yet he was turned out of his lodgings at court and met with several affronts. Every succeeding minute of that memorable Sunday morning brought some other applicant for audience with the Queen, from her intimate friends or near relations. All was business and bustle. The sun was as bright and glaring as ever shone on a clear March morning. The bells called from all the steeples in London and Westminster to morning prayer. Few heeded the summons. The Queen was receiving those, among the crowds of politicians besieging her presence chamber at St. James's, whom she considered entitled to an interview at the private levee she held before the important public business began of her recognition by the Privy Council. Among others, her uncle, the Earl of Clarendon, was seen pressing through the throngs in the antechamber that besieged the cabinet of newly ascended majesty. The Queen guessed his errand only too truly. He desired of the lord-in-waiting admittance to his niece. The message was delivered to her majesty, who sent word to him that if he would go and qualify himself to enter her presence, she would be very glad to see him. Her meaning was, that if he chose to take the oath of allegiance to her as his legitimate sovereign, she was willing to admit him. In fact, her lord-in-waiting demanded, if he was willing to take the oaths to Queen Anne. No, replied Clarendon, I come to talk to my niece. I shall take no other oaths than I have taken. How this uncompromising relative meant to talk to her may be judged by his conversation with her at the period of the Revolution. Queen Anne refused to see her uncle without he took the oaths, whereby he recognized her as his sovereign. And, observes our authority, Roger Coke, that wretched man remained a non-juror to the day of his death. Queen Anne was obliged to begin her reign with an act of hostility to her nearest relative in England. Clarendon's errand was evidently to recall the promises the Queen had made to her father after the death of her son. Her other uncle, Lord Rochester, was more complying. He had been one of the state ministers of her sister, Queen Mary, and was destined by Queen Anne to have the chief share in the government of her empire. Scarcely was the Queen's uncle excluded for the crime of persisting in his non-juring principles, when her former lover, the Marquis of Normanby, presented himself. With the same Jacobite affections as Lord Clarendon, the Marquis possessed that perfect indifference to religion which permitted him to take as many contradictory oaths as were, in the 17th century, considered needful for the public weal. When this elegant courtier had made his homage to the new sovereign, Her Majesty, who was a person of very few words and of still fewer ideas, had recourse to her usual theme of conversation by remarking that it was a very fine day. Your Majesty must allow me to declare that it is the finest day I ever saw in my life. A speech which obtained for him from the court the laudations due to a bon mot, as well as to an elegantly turned compliment, in which happy allusion was made to the beautiful weather. In fact, superstition is never more active than in remarks relative to the serenity or tempestuousness of the air at a period when any remarkable event happens. There are few of the annalists of the reign of Anne that did not comment on the bright day of her accession, on the glorious shining forth of the sun, and predict a happy reign from the pleasantness of the weather. The contrast was the greater from the long years of inclemency which had marked the reign of William and Mary, and had continued during the solitary reign of the former, adding famine to the evils of his continuous wars. Another early courtier at this royal levee was Lord Dartmouth, who affected no grimace of sorrow for the decease of the Queen's predecessor. He had not forgotten or forgiven the death of his father in the grim fortress of the Tower, where he had been immured on the mere warrant of Queen Mary, who suspected him of attachment to his old admiral, her deposed father. although he had given greater proof of his love to his religion and country by surrendering the fleet without bloodshed when the English nation declared against James II. Lord Dartmouth, the son, was certainly not a partisan of James, for he has not spared him, although he exposed the falsehoods told by his enemies. He recognized Queen Anne as constitutional sovereign by telling her, "His joy at her accession was, indeed, without the least alloy." The Queen replied, "that she did sincerely believe him." All these visits to royalty took place while the Privy Council was collecting, in which the new Queen was solemnly recognized, and at which she presided about noon the same day, Her Majesty being dressed in deep mourning for the demise of her father. The members of both Houses of Parliament met that morning, although it was Sunday, and Mr. Secretary Vernon notified the death of William III to the House of Commons. Mr. Granville rose after the secretary had finished his announcement and commenced what Anne's opponents call a Tory gratulation, beginning with, "Sir, we have lost a great king, and we have got a most gracious queen." When all the speeches, proper for the occasion, were spoken, the Houses of Lords and Commons went up with addresses of congratulation to the Queen on her accession. Anne received these august assemblages with much grace and dignity, and her greatest accomplishment was displayed in the answers she gave. As constitutional queen, of course, the matter she spoke was in the words of her ministers. Her manner and tone of voice were her own. The sweetness of her voice in utterance had, when a girl, so much pleased her uncle, Charles II, that he ordered Mrs. Betterton, the famous actress, to teach her to speak. "Which had been done," says Lord Dartmouth, "with such success, that even on this occasion it was a real pleasure to hear her, though she had a bashfulness that made it very uneasy to herself to say much in public." "I have heard the Queen speak from the throne," observed Speaker Onslow, long after she had passed away, therefore the commendation could not be flattery. And she had all that Bishop Burnet and others have noticed of the sweetness of her voice and manner. I never saw an audience more affected. It was a sort of charm. There was no little tact in King Charles's directions to have the sweet voice of the princess, his niece, cultivated for the science of elocution rather than for singing, since a royal personage sways more hearts by speaking than by singing. Notwithstanding the multifarious employments and agitations of that memorable Sunday of her accession, the Queen attended divine service at St. James's Chapel and heard a long sermon preached by Burnet. Her Majesty was, in the afternoon, proclaimed before the gates of St. James's Palace at Temple Bar and in Cheapside. The day of the Queen's accession would have been one of great trial to a woman of a more sensitive nature, for she had to retire to the suite of apartments once occupied by her son, the young Duke of Gloucester, at St. James's Palace, while her private apartments were hung with black, as decent mourning for King William. A general mourning was ordered by her Privy Council for the recently deceased king. To mark the difference between the black she wore for her parent and the court mourning she assumed for her brother-in-law, the Queen chose to mourn for her predecessor in purple, and she accordingly assumed a dress of that hue on the day after his decease. The Queen went in solemn state to the House of Lords, March 11th. She was attended in her coach by the Countess of Marlborough and 2 other ladies. Her Majesty wore a star on her breast and seated herself on her throne in her royal robes. It is said by the prince of the day that she wore the crown of St. Edward on her head, but this is a mistake. The Commons were sent for, and the Queen addressed them in that sweet, thrilling voice which has before been described. Her speech, as constitutional queen, being the composition of her ministers, there is no occasion to load her personal life with the whole substance. The only remarkable points in it were, that it slid dexterously past all mention of her brother, and earnestly recommended the attainment of union between England and Scotland. She concluded with these words: "As I know my own heart to be entirely English, I can very sincerely assure you, there is not anything you can expect or desire from me, which I shall not be ready to do, for the happiness and prosperity of England, and you shall always find me a strict and religious observer of my word. There is in the corridor gallery at Windsor Castle a picture of Queen Anne opening her first Parliament. Lady Marlborough stands nearly behind her Majesty, and the great officers of state are, as now, ranged round the throne. But it does not appear that the custom had begun of admitting ladies into the body of the house to view the pageant, at least none appear to grace the scene. Her Majesty returned in her coach, accompanied by His Royal Highness Prince George, to her palace of St. James. The sword was carried before her by the Earl of Marlborough. The Queen, out of respect to the memory of her predecessor and the season of Lent, ordered the theatres to be shut till after her coronation. It was not until March 14th that an order was issued by Council to change the royal names in the prayer book, and instead of Our Sovereign Lord King William, to insert Our Sovereign Lady Queen Anne. Scotland was still a separate kingdom. The Scotch Council was summoned March 13th, and Anne was proclaimed Queen of Scotland by the Lord Lion, King at Arms, as Anne I. The churches in Edinburgh were hung with black for William's death. The Queen went to Windsor while St. James's Palace was completely hung with black. She announced her coronation for April 23rd, the anniversary of that of her unfortunate father, declaring at the same time that the very deep mourning was to cease after that ceremony. For the encouragement of our English silks, called a la modes, says a periodical of the day, His Royal Highness the Prince of Denmark and the nobility appear in mourning hatbands made of that silk, to bring the same in fashion in the place of crape, which are made in the Pope's country, whither we send our money for them. Before the first week of Queen Anne's reign had expired, Her Majesty took the opportunity of fulfilling her oft-baffled intention of causing the Earl of Marlborough to be elected a Knight of the Garter. The Commons voted Her Majesty the same revenue that had been granted to King William of blessed memory. And the Speaker and the members of the House of Commons took the oath to her, repudiating the hopes of the pretended Prince of Wales for the security of Her Majesty's person and that of the crown in the Protestant line. The Queen went to the House of Lords March 30th with the usual ceremonies, and gave her assent to the bills for her household, revenue, coin, etc., on which occasion she made the following remarkable speech. As the retrenchments she alluded to were wholly personal, it may be considered the speech emanated from her own will. I will straiten myself in my own expenses, rather than not contribute all I can to my subjects' ease and relief. It is probable the revenue may fall short of what it has formerly produced. However, I will give directions that £100,000 be applied to the public service in this year out of the revenue you have so unanimously given me. The thanks of the House of Commons was highly laudatory, as may be supposed, on such a foundation. The body of King William had been, meantime, privately removed from the palace where he breathed his last, to the Prince's chamber at Westminster, where it was embalmed and laid in state. The Queen and Prince George of Denmark having taken immediate possession of the royal apartments at Kensington Palace, the measure was murmured at by the household of William. There certainly was something repugnant to delicacy in the proceeding. The room where the king died was, however, left just in the same state as when he breathed his last, for many years of the 18th century. All the Dutch colony at Kensington Palace were in a state of high discontent, almost amounting to mutiny. They were excessively displeased at everything done in regard to their king's remains, in which Bishop Burnet entirely concurred. Although in his history he threw disgusting scandals and reproaches on the character of the royal defunct, he too vented his discontent at the accession of Anne by grumbling at William III's funeral. In his usual phrase, "'Twas scarce decent." Perhaps the ire of the departed monarch, could he have expressed an opinion on his own obsequies, would have been chiefly excited at the fact that his despised and detested kinsman, George of Denmark, thought proper to officiate as chief mourner, a function from which, although his due place, he had been sedulously debarred by King William at the funeral of Queen Mary. Great debates had previously taken place in the Privy Council, whether the late king should be publicly or privately buried. The latter was decided on. The burial took place on Sunday, April 12th at midnight. The procession began from Kensington, as if the royal corpse had actually been there. The funeral train followed an open chariot with the wax effigy, still in Westminster Abbey, seated as if over the corpse and coffin, which were only introduced when the mourners arrived at Westminster Palace. The pall was borne by 6 dukes. His Royal Highness, George of Denmark, was chief mourner, supported by 2 dukes. The body was deposited in Henry VIII's chapel while the service was performed, and afterwards interred in the same vault with his late consort, Queen Mary II, near the coffin of their uncle, Charles II. Queen Anne, 2 days afterwards, appointed the Duke of Devonshire her Lord Steward of the household, an office he had held in her sister's reign, the Earl of Jersey, Lord Chamberlain, Sir Edward Seymour, Comptroller, and Peregrine Bertie, Vice-Chamberlain of her household. To her consort she gave the high office of Generalissimo of all her forces, by sea and land. Her Majesty did not forget her old grudge to Bentinck, Earl of Portland, by the instigation of Sarah of Marlborough, who instantly stepped into his place. She expelled him from his appointment as keeper of her park at Windsor. Among the palace appointments which took place at this period, great interest was made with the Queen by Lord Godolphin, that she would be pleased to reinstate Dr. Radcliffe as her physician. But her Majesty manifested lively remembrance of his former delinquencies by replying, "No, Radcliffe shall never send me word again when I am ill that my ailments are only vapours." Her ministers, nevertheless, often had Radcliffe consulted respecting the health of their royal mistress, and for his prescriptions they paid, without her knowledge, vast sums. It may be very well believed, from the specimens printed in the course of these biographies, that when the contents of the king's letter-box, left by him at Kensington, were looked into, strange rumours arose throughout the empire, raised by those who read the royal correspondence. Among other stories, one gained ground so far, that the prosperous accession of her Majesty was made the subject of congratulation in various addresses, because a plan of William III's for her exclusion had been discovered. Perhaps this report was founded on the proffered adoption of the Prince of Wales by William III at the Peace of Ryswick. It was, however, generally supposed that an invitation for the Electress of Hanover and her son to take direct possession of the throne at his death was meant. Dr. Drake was called before the House of Lords to answer for having written a pamphlet defending the right of the Queen to the crown, as if the late king had endeavoured to deprive her of it, such assertion being a libel on his memory. Dr. Drake, on being questioned, "Why he wrote the book?" replied, "He considered that he had just reason to write what he had written, since he heard her Highness talked of disrespectfully in every coffee-house." The Lords declared that the report of the intended exclusion was false and groundless, and that her Majesty's Attorney General should forthwith prosecute Dr. Drake for writing a certain paragraph in the pamphlet. It was not the intention of the Jacobite party to wear mourning for William III, but they were already, as well as the Queen, in the deepest weeds of sable for the death of James II. The Whigs, who had hitherto flaunted in the gayest colours, now followed the Lord Chamberlain's mandate, and assumed mourning for William III, as if for a father. Black, therefore, was the universal hue. Mourning either for a king or queen in England being, until the present century, worn for a whole year, as if for a parent. Some Jacobite poet, angry at the general garb of woe directly after the funeral of the Whig king, wrote the following address to the mourners, which being transcribed, various copies were found scattered in the streets a few days after Anne's accession. It presents a picture of the state of the times, but not charged to the utmost, for scarcely half of William's imposts are mentioned, not even the cruel taxes on burials, wills, and property at death, inflictions which were imported from Holland, and which, it is said, give the government nearly 1/4 of the property of every defunct who has aught to leave. In sable weeds your bow and bells appear, and cloud the coming beauties of the year. Mourn on, ye foolish fashionable things, mourn for your own misfortunes, not the king's. Mourn for the mighty mass of coin misspent, most prodigally given and idly spent. Mourn for your tapestry and your statues too, our Windsor gutted to adorn his loo. Mourn for the mitre long from Scotland gone, and much more mourn your union coming on. Mourn for a 10 years' war and dismal weather, and taxes strung like necklaces together, on salt, malt, paper, cider, lights, and leather. Much for the civil list need not be said. They truly mourn who are 15 months unpaid. Well then, my friends, since things you see are so, let's e'en mourn on. 'Twould lessen much our woe, had sorrel stumbled 13 years ago. Your sea has oft run purple to the shore, and Flanders been manured with English gore. The muster roll of wits and poets who were to combine for the support of the Whig junta were described in an anonymous satirical poem by Parnell. These political lampoons were the oracles of that day, and filled the places of the leading article in the modern newspapers, and the political sermons of the preceding century. The subsequent retreat of the Queen's uncle, Lord Rochester, is predicted by Parnell, who describes the Whig oligarchy as mustering their forces on the night of the death of William. After sketching Sunderland under the name of Sethago, he makes Montague, Lord Halifax, boast his literary influence in a speech which marks the position of most of the authors of Anne's reign at the commencement. Congreve for me, Pastora's death did mourn, and her white name with sable verse adorn. This was a mawkish elegy which Congreve wrote on the death of Mary II, whom he panegyrized under the affected name of Pastora. Authors of coarse worldly comedies are poor hands at elegies. Rowe too is mine, and of the Whiggish train. 'Twas he that sang immortal Tamerlane. This is Rowe, the author of Jane Shore and The Fair Penitent. Immortal Tamerlane, in whom the revolutionists affected to recognize William III, is a ranting tragedy long defunct. I helped to polish Garth's rough awkward lays, taught him in tuneful lines to sound our party's praise. Samuel Garth was a political physician, who was more renowned for poems than pills. His name is still in the public memory, although his poems are utterly forgotten. He was personally abusive to Queen Anne during her reign, and drew the attention of her enemies to her excesses at the table. Walsh votes for us, who, though he never writ, yet passes for a poet and a wit. The memory of Walsh chiefly survives in Pope's and Swift's letters. He was a member of Parliament with literary tastes. Van's vulgar plotless plays were once my boast, but now the poets in the Builder lost. Vanbrugh is here indicated, the author of The Provoked Husband, and architect of Blenheim. On Addison we safely may depend, a pension never fails to gain a friend. Through Alpine hills he shall my name resound, and make his patron known in classic ground. Addison was then making a classic tour, being enabled to travel by a pension allowed him by Halifax. His publication on that tour is one of his earliest works. He afterwards returned the obligation by supporting, with his own pen and that of his ally, Steele, the ministry that had patronized him. Steele is not named in this list, which is surprising, since he was the most headlong of their party writers. Parnell proceeds to versify some known expressions of Halifax on the power of literary aid. Princes but sit unsettled on their thrones, unless supported by Apollo's sons. Happy Augustus had the Mantuan muse, and happier Nassau had his Montagues. But Anna, that ill-fated Tory queen, shall feel the vengeance of the poet's pen. No one among the list, however, personally attacked the queen but Garth, who alluded in no measured phrases to her supposed propensity of imbibing more than did her good. Parnell himself concludes this singular poem with an elegant tribute to the memory of the lately lost son of the queen, whom he terms the Marcellus of the English nation. He speaks highly of the Queen's uncle, Lord Rochester, and truly foretells that the Queen's favourite, Lady Marlborough, will dispossess him of all power. I foresee his fate to be supplanted by Sempronia's hate, Sempronia of a false procuring race, the Senate's grievance and the court's disgrace. Such was the first attack on Lady Marlborough in the reign of Queen Anne. The unmeasured hatred of this person to the family of Clarendon, especially to Lord Rochester, was for a long time the leading principle of her life. The Queen's natural affection towards her uncle produced the first disputes between her and Sarah of Marlborough, who, strong in her alliance with the House of Sunderland, scarcely condescended to acknowledge herself to be the favourite of Queen Anne, but hinted that her queen was a very humble-minded person exceedingly obliged to her. The career of Lord Sunderland was, at the accession of Anne, nearly at its end. All his dark schemes had succeeded, and the unbounded power of the triumphant oligarchy was before him. The last turn of fortune's wheel had brought him to the top, but life is too short to work the complex machinery which it had been the employment of this statesman's subtle brain to devise. Just as all Lord Sunderland's contrivances were perfected, he was forced to be occupied with nothing but infirmity, conscience, and death. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 4, Part 2. Queen Anne had scarcely ascended the throne when, influenced as it is supposed by her uncle Rochester, she manifested anxiety to effect a reconciliation with the venerable Bishop Ken, who was considered the head of the Reformed Church of England. She sent a nobleman, his personal friend, who held a high place in her confidence, to seek the deprived bishop, to inform him that the conforming dissenter, Kidder, whom her sister had placed in his bishopric, should be removed from his intrusion into the see of Bath and Wells, if he, Dr. Ken, would swear allegiance to her, and resume his prolatic state and revenues. The Queen is said to have added, that it was her intention, if possible, to place him in the primacy of England. It is asserted that Her Majesty wished to be crowned by his hands. By some means, her ministry had induced Kidder to accept the bishopric of Carlisle, then vacant, and to surrender Bath and Wells to its rightful occupant. Surely the primitive Christian Church never saw mitres and primacies, the consecration of crowns, and the benediction of sceptres placed at the disposal of a poorer man. The deprived bishop, being beloved by his people, had been required to perform all the spiritual duties of the see. Dr. Kidder, to whom the temporalities of Bishop Ken had been given by William and Mary at the commencement of his career, having long officiated as a dissenting preacher, and being reported still to hold the Socinian doctrines fashionable at the Dutch court, was equally distasteful to the true Church of England prelate and his diocese. At the earnest call of his clergy and people, Ken struggled with his poverty and infirmities to perform the office of Bishop of Bath and Wells. Well was his only coat, patched and thin as it was, known when he went on his progresses from Salisbury through Somersetshire, riding slowly on his old white horse, almost as poor and infirm as its master. Thus would the bishop go forth to the confirmations or ordinations where his presence was entreated by his loving flock. Since his degradation by Queen Mary, this inspired poet and blameless prelate of our church, when driven by her from the Palace of Wells, had continued to live on the charity of his nephew, Prebend Isaac Walton, in Salisbury Close. Such was his winter retreat, but part of the summer he usually spent at Longleat with his friend Lord Weymouth, a nobleman who had always refused to visit the court of William and Mary, but with the Duke of Beaufort and several other noblemen attached to James II, had hastened to London to greet the accession of Queen Anne. It was through the agency of Lord Weymouth that Her Majesty opened the negotiation for her recognition by Bishop Ken. It has been stated that Dr. Ken suffered this negotiation to go on until he came to take the oath to Queen Anne, and then refused, having all along intended refusal, in order to make his renunciation of the Queen's authority more striking to the world. But the deliberate act of such a farce was utterly inconsistent with the character and conduct of a man who lived meekly on charity, because he would not receive the rich revenues of Bath and Wells, inconsistently with the oath he had taken on his induction to his dignity. His refusal would have created sufficient sensation at any period without having recourse to a theatrical renunciation. It is undeniable that he was willing, for the promotion of the peace and unity of his see, to take the simple oath of allegiance to Anne as Queen of Great Britain. The man who had resisted threats of personal violence from William III when Prince of Orange had endured incarceration in the Tower from James II, because he would not fulfill his despotic commands regarding the illegal abolition of the test and penal laws, and was finally hurled from his bishopric by Mary II, because he would not falsify his oath to her father, would doubtless have scrupulously fulfilled any oath he could have conscientiously taken to Queen Anne. The present crisis permitted him to do so consistently, since his old master, James II, was just dead. The oath of allegiance to Queen Anne was, however, preceded by an oath of abjuration of her younger brother, which, as it implied the shameless falsehood regarding his birth, Bishop Ken refused to take. Here it is a strong instance of the folly and wickedness of oaths of test and abjuration. They form insurmountable barriers which keep conscientious persons from serving their country. At the same time, they admit to office with frightful facility all those to whom every denomination of religion is equally indifferent. When Bishop Ken had refused this oath, he was by no means certain that he had not incurred the penalties of praemunire, for he wrote to Bishop Lloyd to ask him, whether that oath was to be enforced. "For," pursued the venerable prelate, "I will rather leave the kingdom, old, sick, and infirm as I am." No evil consequences of the kind followed his refusal. About the same time, many of the clergy, who had disowned William III as head of the Church, from his known antipathy to his doctrines and practice, became willingly liegemen to Queen Anne, and accepted ecclesiastical dignities from her. A bishop appointed by the Queen early in her reign wrote to Dr. Ken telling him that his advice and presence were necessary to them all in London at the delicate conjunction of affairs which had taken place on the death of King William. The answer of Ken was as follows: "A journey to London is neither consistent with my health, purse, nor inclination. I have often been offered money, but have refused equally that and the oaths required. There is a way to heal the unhappy schism in the Church, but it is needless for me to mention it." Thus was Queen Anne disappointed in her wish of being consecrated by Dr. Ken. It is singular that neither he nor his supplanter in the bishopric of Bath and Wells appeared at the coronation to perform the offices therein pertaining to that prelacy. Dr. Ken was permitted by the Queen to withdraw himself once more into his poverty and pursue his usual routine of life, unscathed by any political persecution for refusing the oath of abjuration. Instead of prosecuting him, she had the generosity to offer him the sums he alluded to, which he pertinaciously refused, while the man, whose religious principles he deprecated, held his see, and he persisted in signing himself as the bishop thereof. The approaching coronation of the Queen now absorbed every thought of the public. It was one of the most singular features of the times, that, contrary to every precedent in British history, the consort of the Queen was excluded from all participation in her dignities. Whether this exclusion emanated from the Queen, from the Parliament, or from the wishes of Prince George of Denmark himself has never been clearly analyzed, but popular opinion leads to the conclusion that the prince himself declined sharing in the honors of regality. It has been surmised that England, having suffered most severely under the sway of Philip II, who, during the illness of his regnant partner, introduced the Spanish Inquisition, had determined the people never to admit the sway of any king consort. There is semblance of historical truth in this suggestion, yet it is contradicted by the fact that the immediate precedent of William and Mary presented an example of usurpation of the king consort, not only on the lineal rights of the nearest Protestant heir, his queen, but on those of her sister Anne. The fact is undeniable that the English never for an instant contemplated that consorts of their queen regnants should hold rank no higher than that of Prince George of Denmark. It was considered that royal children would not pay their father the natural duty of a parent unless he retained not only the name but the power of a king. Thus Henry VII reigned peacefully many years after the death of his wife, the heiress of the English throne, and William III, childless as he was, followed his example. The law by which Prince George of Denmark was excluded from ascending the British throne has hitherto eluded our search, and it seems passing strange that a lawless precedent should be followed. However this may be, Prince George of Denmark was only reckoned among the first of British peers as Duke of Cumberland, and he actually did homage to his wife as such. At the coronation of William and Mary, Prince George had been naturalized and created Baron Walkingham, Earl of Kendal, and Duke of Cumberland, with precedence before all other peers. After the violent disputes between the Princess Anne and Queen Mary, George of Denmark became a leader of opposition in the House of Peers. He advocated a bill brought into Parliament to exclude all persons enjoying places of trust and profit from being members of the Senate. For in 1692, such numbers of military and naval commanders were members of the House of Commons that it was called the Officers' Parliament. This bill was thrown out by a majority of only 2 on the third reading, but protests were entered on the journals of the House, headed by the name of Prince George. He used to make speeches, but in the drollest English that it was possible to imagine. Being a Lutheran, he was generally on the side of the dissenters in the reign of his consort, who is supposed to have been materially influenced by him. Envoys and ambassadors extraordinary arrived daily at the court of Queen Anne in the months of March and April to condole with her on the death of her brother-in-law and to congratulate her on her accession to the crown. They came from Zell and Hanover, from Prussia, Denmark, Sweden, and most of the German states. The etiquette of their introductions was, first, a private audience of Her Majesty, then a private presentation to Prince George, after which they had their public reception at court. In this manner, Count Radoslaw, envoy extraordinary from the Emperor of Germany, delivered his imperial master's condolences on the death of William, and then congratulations for Queen Anne's happy accession. It has been explained that war was ready to break out between Great Britain and France for the ostensible motive of expelling Philip V, the grandson of Louis XIV, from the throne of Spain, of which he had actually taken peaceable possession, and replacing him by Charles of Austria, the son of the Emperor. In fact, Lord Marlborough, the commander-in-chief, commenced his Flemish campaign April 16th, some days before Her Majesty's coronation. The Polish ambassador, Neuschwitz, brought his congratulations in his monarch's name to the Queen the day before her coronation. He made her a very grand harangue in Latin, but he might as well have uttered it in his native Sarmatian tongue. It would have been equally intelligible to the newly ascended Majesty of Great Britain. Meantime, the public press disseminated the following reports concerning the preparations for the coronation. We hear that the Queen had lately her picture drawn by Sir Godfrey Kneller, in order to grave an impression by, for the coronation medals and coin, and 'tis said, on the reverse of the medals is to be represented the goddess Pallas, destroying a giant, with this motto, Vicem gerit illa tonantis. But we are not sure that the same is actually agreed upon. It was at this period that the Queen sat to Kneller for her portrait. The total absence of all ornament, excepting the simple medallion of the Order of St. George, suspended by a broad, light blue ribbon round the neck, makes it remarkable, for the portraits of Anne, after her coronation, are rather vulgarly laden with crown, scepter, and necklaces, and heavy decorations. The original is inserted into the panels of the Gallery of St. George at Windsor Castle. It is a fine and firmly painted specimen of Kneller's pencil. As the designs for the Queen's medallion portraits were then executed, her costume partakes of classic simplicity of the numismatic art. Her hair is arranged in the style of her well-known coinage profile. The portrait is sitting. The air and attitude are decidedly majestic, if not graceful. The dress is chiefly concealed by the flowing mantle of the Order of the Garter, excepting the star on the side. The features are stronger and harsher than those generally recognized in the soft and comely visage of Queen Anne. At the same time, they are indicative of far more natural energy, personal courage, and practical abilities. The only ornament on her person, the medallion of St. George, is partly concealed by the hand of the Queen. It is traditionary that Kneller pleaded with the Queen to assume this attitude in order to give him an opportunity of painting the most beautiful hand in England, and assuredly the hand in her Windsor portrait is a study worthy of any artist, both for the easy manner in which it rests on the medallion and for its own elegance of form and pictorial finish. Anne's Kensington portrait is drawn in the same noble and simple style of art, but her hand is not raised, and the medallion of St. George is consequently entirely visible. In Anne's subsequent portraits, her vast profusion of chestnut hair is arranged in heavy falling curls on her shoulders and breast. The state crown surmounts it. The jeweled collar of the garter supersedes the broad azure ribbon of the elder Garter order. There is withal an outspread of finery peculiarly unbecoming to a very fat woman. The public prints resumed their journalizing of the Queen's movements as follows. London, April 11th. The Queen took the divertisement of hunting on Wednesday about Windsor and returned on Thursday to her royal palace at St. James's. This hunting was performed in her high-wheeled chaise. We hear there is struck to the value of £1,200 or more in coronation medals of 50 shillings apiece, to be distributed in Westminster Hall among those of quality. The Queen had again lost the use of her feet from gout and corpulence, an infirmity which made the important ceremonial of her coronation very fatiguing and even embarrassing to her. On this account, she was carried in some of the processions in a low arm-chair instead of walking. The coronation took place April 23rd, Old Style, 1702. St. George's Day being the 17th anniversary of that of her father. About 11 of the clock in the morning, Her Majesty came privately in a sedan chair from her palace at St. James's to Westminster Hall, from whence she was carried to the Court of Wards, where she reposed herself, while the heralds set the preparations in order in the Court of Requests, the Painted Chamber, and the House of Lords, marshalling the several classes of nobility as they were proceeding down the hall. Prince George of Denmark was preceded in the entrance procession by the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Keeper of the Great Seal. He walked before his royal consort and her group of state attendants. These were Garter King-at-Arms, between the Lord Mayor and the Black Rod, then the High Steward of England, then the Queen's Majesty, with the circle of gold set with diamonds on her head, her train borne by the Duchess of Somerset, assisted by 4 young ladies of the bedchamber, and the Lord Chamberlain, entered Westminster Hall in procession, and after her first robing, seated herself under the canopy on the side of the table, where was provided her chair of state, cushion and footstool, and a long table covered with rich tapestry. On this table was placed the regalia. The great officers, being the Earl Marshal, Lord Carlisle, the Lord High Steward, the Duke of Devonshire, and the Lord High Constable, stood ready there at the command of Her Majesty to distribute to its appointed bearers the various pieces which were placed thereon by the master of the jewel house. The procession went through New Palace Yard into King Street, so along the broad sanctuary into the west door of the Abbey Church, all the way being covered from the steps of the throne at the King's Bench to the steps of the royal platform in the church, with broad blue cloth 2 breadths in width, spread upon boards railed on each side. This footway for royalty was as usual strewn with sweet herbs and flowers. The month was April, and the day of St. George is usually most redolent of the early glories of spring. Formerly the poor commonalty used to break in and cut away the red cloth, almost as fast as the steps of the sovereign had passed over it, for it was considered the fee of the populace. But now blue cloth took the place of the striped or rayed cloth, and royalty lined the way with guards. Strange it was that when the prerogative of crown and church were many degrees higher, the populace of England surrounded their monarchs without an idea of harming them. Queen Anne, like her father and uncle, retained the title of Sovereign of France. As part of the pageantry, she likewise retained, at her coronation, 2 gentlemen dressed to represent the Dukes of Normandy and Aquitaine. This antique custom has been omitted in the latter coronations, with some wrong in regard to the Dukedom of Normandy, at least, since our Queen still enjoys a very goodly inheritance in the beautiful Channel Islands, as rightful Duchess of Normandy. More especially as the high-spirited descendants of the Norman chivalry, inhabitants of the said islands, consider that England and all its people and dependencies appertain to them, and not they to us. When the representatives of Normandy and Aquitaine, who, we are concerned to record, bore the homespun names of James Clark and Jonathan Andrews, were called by the heralds to take their places, they stood at the foot of the steps leading up to the Queen's canopy in Westminster Hall, but did not go up nearer to her throne. It is certain that, on account of the Queen's infirmities of the feet, she was relieved from the fatigue of walking in the procession from the hall to the abbey. She took the conveniency of being carried in an open chair, says a contemporary, from Westminster Hall along by the broad sanctuary, the houses on each side being crowded with spectators who rent the air with cries of joy when they beheld their Queen. Whether her Majesty alighted from her chair on entering the abbey and took her place in the procession as it proceeded up the choir, or was carried to the foot of the platform, is not mentioned. The Queen, whether she walked or was carried, had nevertheless a long train, which was borne, according to ancient custom, by the peeress of the highest rank among the female aristocracy of England. The lady who was entitled to perform this office on this occasion was the personal friend of Her Majesty, the heiress of the illustrious House of Percy, and wife to the representative of Lady Catherine Grey, called the proud Duke of Somerset, who took his place as the nearest relative of the blood royal, then in the country. Lady Elisabeth Seymour aided her mother in the office of train-bearer with Lady Mary Hyde, one of the Queen's first cousins, and Lady Mary Pierrepont, then a girl of 13, only remarkable for the promise of surpassing grace and beauty, but afterwards still more celebrated as the first among the female literati of her country, under the name of Lady Mary Wortley Montague. Even if the Queen went in her chair up the choir, it need not excite surprise that her train was borne, for at royal christenings the baby always had a long train, with train-bearers, although carried in another person's arms. The Queen was escorted by the Lord Chamberlain, Lord Jersey. She was supported by the Bishop of Durham and the Bishop of Exeter, and guarded by the late King's favourite, Arnold Keppel, Earl of Albemarle, who was still retained as captain of the Royal Guard. He was the only person of King William's Dutch colony who had ever shown any civility to Queen Anne, who did not now forget his courtesy and humanity. The mere ceremonial of the coronation proceeded, in all respects, according to the ancient precedents, which have been too often detailed in the course of this series of royal biographies to need repetition, our plan being only to enter into narration, where accidental or personal circumstances occasioned an alteration. The recognition was performed in the old accustomed manner, the Queen rising and standing by her chair, while Tennyson, Archbishop of Canterbury, presented her to the people with these words, turning her and himself to the 4 sides of the platform, east, west, south, and north, and repeating the query each time. Sirs, I here present unto you Queen Anne, undoubted queen of this realm, whereas all you that are come this day to do your homages and service, are you willing to do the same? The people answered with loud and repeated acclamations, all crying out with one voice, God save Queen Anne! The trumpets sounded after the conclusion of the recognition, and the choir burst into this anthem. The queen shall rejoice in thy strength, O Lord. Exceeding glad shall she be of thy salvation. Thou shalt present her with the blessings of goodness, and shalt set a crown of pure gold on her head. While the anthem was singing, the archbishop went down from the platform and put on his splendid coat before the altar. The bishops vested themselves, and the officers of the wardrobe spread the carpet and cushions on the floor and steps of the altar. The formula of the coronation, from the earliest times, appointed 2 bishops to support the person of royalty during the ceremonial. This office, if antique illuminated manuscripts may be trusted, was that of supporting St. Edward's crown on each side, if it did not happen to fit the royal head on which it had descended. Thus the stalwart warrior, Edward I, is represented with a bishop on each side, extending a hand to sustain the crown of St. Edward by one of its ornaments. The bishops had probably held it over the heads of the crowned children, Henry III, Richard II, Henry VI, and Edward VI. The custom had been lost since, for when the large crown which had been made in the place of that of St. Edward, destroyed in the Civil War, to fit the head of Queen Anne's uncle, Charles II, tottered on the less powerful brow of her father, it was his false servant, Henry Sidney, supported it, but not his faithful but ill-treated Bishop Ken of Bath and Wells. Queen Anne required the actual aid of sustaining hands to support her person in a standing position. Singular as it is, she was the only infirm person ever crowned monarch of England, either before or since, and yet her majesty had only just completed her 37th year. By the assistance of the bishops, the queen contrived to reach the altar, where she went through the ceremonial of the first offertory. Unlike her immediate predecessors, William and Mary, when the exhortation was heard, "Thou shalt not appear before the Lord thy God empty." Queen Anne had provided wherewithal to put in the gold basins and made all her oblations as required. The offering of the swords on the altar and the chanting of the litany, according to the ritual of the Church of England, followed in the usual manner. It may be observed that the coronation ceremonial was, in effect, an interlude between the actual celebration of the Holy Communion. It commences after the Nicene Creed and sermon, the Eucharistical part of the rite not being administered until the sovereign, anointed, crowned, and enthroned, has received her homages. At the end of the Nicene Creed, which was begun by the archbishop and sung by the choir, the queen stood up. When the creed was concluded, Dr. Sharp, Archbishop of York, presented himself to preach the sermon, to which office the queen had, by express desire, appointed him. The pulpit was placed upon a pillar at the northeast corner of the platform, very near the queen's chair. The sermon was short and impressive. It was printed by the queen's wish. The text was from Isaiah chapter 69. "Kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and queens thy nursing mothers." The queen heard the sermon, sitting in her chair on the south side of the altar, over against the pulpit. On her right hand stood the Bishop of Durham, and beyond him on the same side, the lords who bore the swords of state, Stanley, Earl of Derby, Vere, Earl of Oxford, and Grey, Earl of Kent. On the left side of the queen's chair stood her other clerical supporter, Trelawney, Bishop of Exeter, and Lord Lindsay, who fulfilled that day the office of her Lord Great Chamberlain. Such was the group round her majesty. On the north side of the altar sat the Archbishop of Canterbury in a purple velvet chair, the bishops being placed on their bench along the north wall. On the south side, between the Queen's chair and the altar of Westminster Abbey, stood the Dean of Westminster and the prebendaries. The Protestant coronation oath, which was permanently established at Queen Anne's inauguration, was preceded by the following dialogue and declaration. The sermon being ended, the Archbishop of Canterbury rose and went to the Queen. Standing before her, he said, "Is your Majesty willing to make the declaration?" The Queen answered, "I am willing." The Archbishop, having provided himself with the required declaration, written on a roll of parchment, read it as follows. "I, Anne, by the grace of God, Queen of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, etc., do solemnly, in the presence of God, profess, testify, and declare that I do believe that in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper there is not any transubstantiation of the elements of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, at or after the consecration thereof by any person whatsoever. Secondly, that the invocation or adoration of the Virgin Mary or any other saint, and the sacrifice of the Mass, as they are now used in the Church of Rome, are superstitious and idolatrous. Thirdly, and I do solemnly, in the presence of God, profess, testify, and declare that I do make this declaration, and every part thereof, in the plain and ordinary sense of the words read to me, as they are commonly understood by English Protestants, without any evasion, equivocation, or mental reservation whatsoever, and without any dispensation already granted me for this purpose by the Pope, or any other authority or person, or without any hope of such dispensation from any person or authority whatsoever, or without thinking I am, or can be, acquitted before God and man, or absolved of this declaration, or any part thereof, although the Pope, or any other person or power whatsoever, should dispense with or annul the same, or declare that it was null and void from the beginning. The Queen audibly made and repeated the same, and afterwards subscribed it. Then the Archbishop asked the Queen, "Is your Majesty willing to take the coronation oath?" The Queen replied, "I am willing." Her Majesty at the same time had a book in her hands, by which she fully understood the nature of what she undertook. "Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the people of this kingdom of England, and the dominions thereto belonging, according to the statutes of Parliament agreed on, and the laws and customs of the same?" asked Archbishop Tenison. "I solemnly promise so to do," replied Queen Anne. "Will you, to your power, cause law and justice and mercy to be executed in all your judgments?" asked the Archbishop. "I will," replied Queen Anne. "Will you, to the utmost of your power, maintain the laws of God, the true profession of the gospel, and the Protestant Reformed religion established by law, and will you preserve unto the bishops and clergy of this realm, and to the churches committed to their charge, all such rights and privileges as by law do or shall appertain to them or any of them?" asked the Archbishop. "All this I promise to do," replied Queen Anne. Then the Queen, arising out of her chair, supported as before, and assisted by Lord Lindsay, the great chamberlain, the sword of state being carried before her, went to the altar, and there made her solemn oath, in the sight of the people present, to observe these premises, laying her right hand upon the Holy Gospel in the Great Bible, brought to her from the altar by Archbishop Tenison, which had been carried before her, in procession, by Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester. As the Queen knelt on the steps of the altar, with her hand on the Gospel, she said these words: "The things which I have here before promised I will perform and keep, so help me God." Then her Majesty kissed the book. Having thus taken her oath, the Queen returned to her chair, and kneeling at the faldstool, the Veni Creator was sung by the choir. The anointing and all the ceremonies connected therewith proceeded according to the ancient form. The Queen's infirmities did not cause her to dispense with the ceremony of standing, to be solemnly girt with the sword of St. Edward, or from going with it to offer it at the altar. It was redeemed according to the usual form, for 100 shillings. The noble who bore it was the last of the De Veres, Earl of Oxford. The sword was forthwith unsheathed by him, and carried before her Majesty during the rest of the ceremonial. The spurs were, however, only presented. They were sent by the Queen directly to the altar. Her Majesty was then invested with the ring and staff. The coronation ring put on the fourth finger of Anne's right hand was indeed a balas ruby, with the cross of St. George engraved thereon, but it was not the ancient jewel of Edward the Confessor, the wedding ring of England, as it is quaintly called by the old heralds and chroniclers. The Queen's deposed father had, in his dire distress at Feversham, made a struggle with his reason, then veering under his filial calamities, to preserve that precious jewel, which he effectually did. Therefore neither of his daughters ever had that inestimable gem. But a report exists that Cardinal York, the last surviving grandson of James, sent it to the present royal family of England, and that it has been worn by the last 3 sovereigns of Great Britain. The address with which Anne received her coronation ring seems to have been unaltered from the ancient formula. Receive this ring, the ensign of kingly dignity and of defense of the Catholic faith, that as you are this day consecrated head of this kingdom and people, so being rich in faith and abounding in good works, you may reign with him who is the King of kings, to whom be honor and glory forever. Amen. The Archbishop, after the investiture of the ring, standing before the altar, on which were the staff, scepter, and orb of sovereignty, took the crown, which represents that of St. Edward, in his hand, and placing it again before him on the altar, made the following invocation. O God, the Saviour and Rewarder of them that faithfully serve thee, who alone doth govern them with mercy and loving kindness, bless and sanctify this thy servant Anne, our Queen, who now in lowly devotion boweth her head to thy divine majesty. The manuscript has a marginal direction in this place. Here the Queen must be put in mind to bow her head. Little needed, indeed, if Anne had the least appreciation of the sense of this beautiful aspiration. And as thou dost this day set a crown of pure gold upon her head, so enrich her royal heart with thy heavenly and abundant grace, and crown her with all princely virtues, which may adorn the high station wherein thou hast placed her, through him who is the King immortal, invisible, Jesus Christ our Lord, to whom be honor and glory forever. Then Queen Anne being seated in her chair, the Archbishop, assisted by the other bishops, came from the altar, and the Dean of Westminster brought the crown. The Archbishop took it reverently and put it on the head of the Queen, at which sight the people, with loud and repeated shouts, cried, "God save the Queen!" The trumpets sounded, and the Tower guns answered a signal made from the turrets of Westminster Abbey by thundering discharges. When silence had succeeded this joyous uproar, after a solemn pause, the Archbishop's voice was heard in address to the Queen. God crown you with a crown of righteousness and virtue, of victory and honor. The Lord himself be unto you for a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty, and may you also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. Be strong and of a good courage. Observe the commandments of God and walk in his ways. Fight the good fight of faith and lay hold of eternal life, that when you have finished your course, you may receive a crown of glory and honor and immortality that fadeth not away, which God, the righteous judge, shall give you at that day. The choir then broke into a short but rejoicing anthem. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. The peers and peeresses put on their coronets while it was singing. One of the prebends of Westminster then brought the Holy Bible to the Dean of Westminster. The Dean, after first placing it on the altar, brought it in procession to the Archbishop, who, attended by the bishops, presented it with great reverence to the Queen with this address. Our gracious Queen, thus saith the Lord of old to his peculiar people by the hand of his servant Moses, when thy king sitteth upon the throne of the kingdom, he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and so keep all the words of this law to do them, and that he turn not aside to the right hand, nor to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children. Which passage must have seemed like a denunciation of the childless queen, who had so recently put off her mourning for her only son. And accordingly, continued the Archbishop, afterwards, when they made Josiah king, they not only anointed and crowned him, but they gave him the testimony also, that is, the book of the law of God, to be the rule of his whole life and government. To put your majesty in mind of this rule, and that you may follow this example, we present you with this book, the most valuable thing this world affords. Here is wisdom, this is the royal law, these are the lively oracles of God. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this book, and keep and do the things contained in it, For these are the words of eternal life, able to make you wise and happy in this world, nay, wise unto salvation, and so happy forevermore, through faith which is in Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever. And now Queen Anne, having been anointed and crowned, and having received all the ensigns of royal dignity, the archbishop solemnly blessed her, and at each clause of the benediction, the peers and bishops, who stood round about her, joined in a loud and hearty Amen. The Lord bless and keep you. The Lord make the light of his countenance to shine ever upon you, and be gracious unto you. The Lord protect you in all your ways, and preserve you from every evil thing. The Lord prosper the works of your own hands upon you. The Lord prosper your handiwork. To which the peers and bishops responded, Amen. May all the blessings of heaven and earth plenteously descend upon you, continued the archbishop. The Lord give you of the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth, a fruitful country and healthful seasons, a faithful senate and a quiet empire, wise counselors and victorious armies, a loyal nobility and a dutiful gentry, and an honest, peaceable, and obedient commonalty. Amen, responded the peers and bishops very heartily and devoutly. And there were some points in this aspiration wonderfully suited to the urgent necessities of the times, for the most dismal weather in winter and summer, attended by famines and agues, had plagued the British Empire since the accession of William III, and greatly added to his unpopularity with the honest, peaceable, and obedient commonalty, who laid the whole blame upon his majesty, insomuch it is traditionary in the Highlands, that on the 8th of March, a cottager going out to trench his kail yard, and seeing the first fine day he had beheld for 12 or 14 years, threw down his spade, gave a Highland fling in the air, and an exclamation in Gaelic, "The wicked king is dead to a certainty." The Lord preserveth your life and establish your throne, continued Archbishop Tennyson. That your reign may be prosperous and your days many, that you may live long in this world, obeyed and honored and beloved by your people, ever increasing in favor both with God and man, and leave a numerous posterity to rule these kingdoms after you by succession in all ages. Amen, responded Queen Anne's surrounding peers and bishops, but this clause, like more than one in the coronation rite, must have brought remembrance of her recently lost Gloucester sorely to the memory of the bereaved and hopeless mother. The peers performed their homage to the queen as soon as she was enthroned, her husband, Prince George of Denmark, leading the way and offering his homage as Duke of Cumberland. The archbishops and prelates did their homage as temporal peers after Prince George, preceding the temporal peers. They seemingly kissed her majesty's left cheek, and afterwards touched her crown. Meantime, her gracious pardon was read, and her coronation medals of gold and silver thrown about among the people. As her majesty's gracious largesse and donative, says the Banks manuscript. And while the homage of the lords was performed, the grand final anthem was sung by the choir with instrumental music of all sorts. At the end of the anthem, the trumpets sounded, and all the people shouted, God save Queen Anne! Long live Queen Anne! May the Queen live forever! End of section 4. Section 5 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 4, Part 3. The royal family, acknowledged by the country, had dwindled to a small and distant span indeed, for the childless and Roman Catholic widow of Charles II was the only person, besides the sovereign, remembered by name in the prayers of the Church of England. O Lord our God, who upholdest and governest all things in heaven and earth, receive our humble prayers, with our thanksgivings, for our sovereign lady Queen Anne, set over us by thy grace and good providence to be our queen, and so, together with her, bless Catherine the Queen Dowager and the whole royal family. Catherine of Braganza was then reigning as queen regent in her native country, with some éclat. It seems singular that she should be remembered in the prayers at the coronation, and that Queen Anne's Protestant consort should not be named in the first Protestant coronation that had occurred in this country, of a queen acknowledged as entirely sovereign regnant, which her sister and predecessor could scarcely be considered, unless at times when she was formally invested with the regency. The retirement of the Queen to St. Edward's Chapel, called in coronation language the recess, her divestment of her consecrated crown, robes, and regalia, termed those of St. Edward, and the offering of them on the shrine of the regal saint and lawgiver, her collateral ancestor, her assumption of the state crown and purple velvet robes, which she was to wear at the banquet in Westminster Hall, proceeded according to the usual routine, without any variation peculiarly personal to Queen Anne. Her Majesty's day's labour was only half performed. She could not avoid appearing at the banquet, lest the Jacobite portion of the community might say that she dared not suffer the champion, Dymoke, to perform his challenge, as that had proved a remarkably awkward step in the coronation ceremonial of her predecessors, William and Mary. Queen Anne, therefore, went through all her ceremonials pertaining to her coronation banquet, from the entrance of the dillagrout to that of the champion, without any of the perverse accidents which had marked her sister's and brother-in-law's coronations. Every proceeding was as regular as if her title had been as perfectly undisputed and undisputable as that of her present majesty. At the banquet, His Royal Highness Prince George of Denmark dined at the table of the Queen Regnant, his consort. He sat at the end thereof, at her Majesty's left hand. The Parliament being sitting, the members of the House of Commons were assigned seats in the Abbey, in the North Cross, and at the banquet, in the gallery at the east end of Westminster Hall. At the foregoing coronation, the Commons, who had taken to themselves in the preceding century almost every function of crown and church, had been not a little astonished and offended at finding that a specific place of entertainment had been provided for every estate of the realm, excepting their own important body. William and Mary, who were nearly penniless themselves, rather ungratefully followed the ancient regulation, and the Commons, although they had proved the means of crowning their majesties, went dinnerless at their coronation banquet. Lamberti discusses the fact dryly, as if he thought privately that it was a mighty good joke. Queen Anne treated her Commons with more hospitality, and they were regaled with a good dinner in the Exchequer Chamber. It was past 8 in the evening before all the services and ceremonials of the coronation banquet were finished by her Majesty, who, after resting and disrobing at the Court of Wards, was carried back to St. James's Palace in her close sedan, exceedingly fatigued. The palace, with the rest of the metropolis, was in a tumult of joyous excitement, and Prince George of Denmark, with a circle of the private friends of royalty, was disposed to do what most persons that night were doing, which was passing a considerable portion of it in a carouse, drinking their sovereign lady's health. Her Majesty was, however, disposed to seek repose from all her fatigues of regality on her pillow. The Lord Chamberlain noticed that the Queen was exceedingly tired, and would be glad if His Royal Highness would propose going to bed. "I propose," replied the Prince jovially. "I cannot. I am Her Majesty's subject. I have done and sworn homage to her today. I shall do naught but what she commands me." "Then," replied Queen Anne, laughing, "as that is the case, as I am very tired, I do command you, George, to come to bed." Her Majesty was obeyed. Altogether, this coronation proceeded prosperously and gave general satisfaction to all classes of society, not excepting the very worst, for the thieves, who were numerous and audacious, beyond all modern computation, stole the whole of the plate used at Her Majesty's banquet in Westminster Hall, together with a vast quantity of pewter and valuable table linen. The coronation medal of Anne bears the impression of her profile, representing her as very fat and swollen, her throat exceedingly short and thick. On the reverse of the medal is a heart crowned amidst oaken foliage, surrounded by a legend of the words, "Entirely English," from her speech on the opening of her first Parliament. An altar in front bears an inscription in Latin which means, "Descended from a race of kings." Another medal bears the queen's head, depicting her still fatter and thicker. It was struck on the appointment of her husband, Prince George, as High Admiral. His likeness occupies the other side. The lower part of his face is enormously thick, yet his profile would have been handsome, but for a very odd expression of face, as if he were turning up his mouth at his own nose. There are several different designs in the medals given, or thrown, at the queen's coronation, but the principal was the entirely English heart. In the queen's great seal, she is, like her ancestors, represented on horseback, crowned with the arched crown, from which flies a most elaborate ribbon or scarf. Her hair flows in curls on her neck, which is uncovered, all but a throat pearl necklace. The royal mantle, lined with ermine, flows over her shoulders. She holds the scepter in her hand and the globe in her lap. She sits full in front, as if on the step-side saddle. The other side represents her in the same dress, but enthroned. After the union with Scotland, this seal was superseded by another, in which the equestrian reverse was replaced by a figure of Britannia seated on the ledge of a rock which towers above the head. Her shield bears the arms of England and Scotland, parted per pale. Before Britannia are the rose and thistle growing on one stem, with the state crown of Britain suspended over them. Among the emblems around the enthroned queen on the front of the medal is the unicorn supporter of Scotland, holding the national flag, on which the crosses of St. Andrew and St. George are intersected. The following important address was voted to the queen a few days after her coronation. May 5, 1702. This day it is resolved in the House of Commons that an address of thanks be presented to Her Majesty for her great zeal for the succession of the crown in the Protestant line, in directing, by an order of council, the Princess Sophia to be prayed for. On the Sunday last, the Princess Sophia was prayed for in all the churches of London and Westminster. Her Majesty went from St. James's to Windsor on the 2nd of June, where she knighted Simon Harcourt and appointed him her Solicitor General. Prince George of Denmark went forward to Portsmouth the same day. He was there received with all the distinction due to the dear consort of Her Majesty. The mighty naval preparations of England for the war were reviewed by the Queen's consort before sailing from Portsmouth. He sailed the next day to the Isle of Wight, where all the newly raised forces were encamped, a very excellent situation, as they could not easily desert, which great numbers of them attempted to do. The prince, in quality of Her Majesty's Generalissimo, pardoned several of these unfortunate men, at the moment when they were led out to death. The contrast, in this action, to the military and naval cruelties, which will render the reign of William and Mary ever remarkable, was believed to spring from the merciful disposition of Queen Anne, which, of course, augmented the love that the common people bore to her. In illustration of the Queen's clemency, there exists, to her credit, many little autograph letters, proving Her Majesty's personal interference in these cases. One of them, which is undated, as is usually the case in Anne's correspondence, was perhaps written on the foregoing occasion, and even if placed a little prematurely, is true evidence of her feelings on such occasions. Queen Anne to Secretary Sir Charles Hedges, Monday night. I have been so often found fault with for interposing in the case of deserters that I am almost afraid to do it, but the enclosed paper seems to me to be so moving that I can't help sending it to you, and desiring that you would take care that execution may be stopped till you can inquire further into the matter. I am your very affectionate Anne R. The Queen had the pity for these unfortunate deserters, since the maintenance of large standing armies, perennially employed in foreign warfare, was a new infliction on the British population. Such had not been usual since the invasions of France under the Plantagenets, and at that era the military code of St. George, adapted to a high-spirited yeoman or Franklin class of soldiery, was essentially different from the discipline enforced by the Mutiny Bill. There was, it is true, a severe clause threatening boring tongues for blasphemy, but then blasphemy, being neither a want nor luxury, presents, after all, small temptation to human nature, howsoever perversely disposed. The political history of the reign of Queen Anne, from which the pages of her biography will be kept as clear as perspicuity will permit, appears to the eyes of readers in general to consist of violent and interminable contests between two classes, into which the whole kingdom was divided. The names of these two parties are frequently heard in the present times, yet it has never been satisfactorily proved from whence the name of either Whig or Tory was derived. Each was undeniably one of those nicknames in which party malignity especially delights, springing from the same feelings which occasioned the ugly sobriquets of Lollard, Quaker, and Papist to have been, in turn, accented with peculiar rancor. But the derivation of these terms of polemic venom are not so far-fetched and mysterious as Whig and Tory. Whig is said to have been derived from the Anglo-Saxon word signifying war and contention. The term was found thus oddly spelt and sounded by Cromwell's soldiers when they invaded Scotland and defeated the Scotch at Dunbar, and they seem to have imported it into the south to denote persons they found more implacable and contentious than themselves. Yet it soon after designated their own party throughout the island as systemic opposers to royalty. It was thus used by the Piper of Dundee, who so bitterly aggravated the insurgents at Bothwell Brig by playing and singing the following stave just as the battle joined. Awa, Whigs, awa! Awa, Whigs, awa! Ye're but a pack o' traitor loons, and do no good at a'. Awa, Whigs, awa! The poor Piper was sent tumbling down the banks of the Clyde into the stream by a Whig bullet, but the refrain of his song was taken up and has been echoed by a powerful English party ever since. Thus one great division of English politicians were named from a civil war in Scotland, and they, not to be found wanting in similar courtesies, becalled their opponents from some predatory guerrillas who distinguished themselves when the Jacobite civil war was fought in Ireland. These were Reparees or Tories. The Duchess of Marlborough, in her unpublished writings, always calls them Reparees, and very often, like her royal mistress, neither being remarkable for skill in orthography, spells Whigs as Wigs. The Whigs, in the time of Queen Anne, chiefly contended for the policy and propriety of keeping up a perpetual war against France, ostensibly in order to prevent the re-establishment of the son of James II. Their opposition to the Reformed Catholic Church of England, vulgarly called High Church, was really more violent than to the Church of Rome, and the chief object of their opposition was to prevent the sovereign of England, who bore the awful responsibility of the head of the Church in the eyes of her people, from naming those of the clergy she approved to any sees or benefices that became vacant. The Whigs chose that these places should be the gift of the Prime Minister, who could command most votes in the House of Commons, whatsoever his belief might be. The Tories supported the prerogative of Queen Anne to name the dignitaries of the Church. They resisted the predominance of the Calvinistic or Geneva party in the Church of England, vulgarly termed Low Church. They were for an economical government and for naval war instead of continental regimental war, and advocated the extension and protection of the noble colonies planted by the Stuart kings. They had exposed the enormous corruptions of William III and his party in the House of Commons, and they were generally considered Jacobites. They would have gladly been so if the son of James II had been of the same religion as his grandfather, Charles I. They appear to have been unwillingly, but sincerely, convinced of the impossibility of a Roman Catholic being the head of the Church of England. There is reason to believe that the restoration of the Church of England to the vital rights of electing her spiritual dignitaries was meditated by the Queen and by her uncle, Lord Rochester, whom she chose for her prime minister when she ascended the throne and declared him as such soon after. With the assistance and cooperation of her uncle, Queen Anne carried into effect an act of benevolence, which will make her name forever gratefully venerated by our Church. Her Majesty, at her accession, was entitled to the first fruits of every benefice or dignitary conferred by the Crown. With praiseworthy self-denial, instead of appropriating these gains to the amplification of her personal power or magnificence, Queen Anne formed with it a fund to augment the miserable livings, or rather starvings, which too often fall to the lot of some of the most excellent of the clergy. The fund bears the expressive name of Queen Anne's Bounty. Words would be wasted in dwelling on it with panegyric. It speaks for itself, being still in operation and having effected immense good. A similar plan of beneficence was first carried into effect from the savings of his preferments by the noble and self-denying Archbishop Sancroft. Queen Anne followed his example on the most extended scale of royal munificence, and her generosity has placed her name high on the list of royal foundresses in the Christian Church. Lady Marlborough was now at the pinnacle of her long-anticipated glory, and she had reigned supremely over the formation of the newly formed royal household, disposing of all places therein as it seemed good in her eyes. From the mighty Dutch magnate Portland down to the humble clear-starcher Aberhall, Sarah of Marlborough placed and displaced whomsoever she thought fit. Very unceremoniously, at her instigation, did the Queen eject Lord Portland from the rangership of Windsor Park. At the same instant, he had the vexation to behold the avowed object of his hatred, Lady Marlborough, leap into the place. The Queen, too, testified some of her hoarded hates and antipathies. Charles, Earl of Macclesfield, was discharged by her from all the rich offices and sinecures with which he had been loaded by her sister and her spouse. Her Majesty's reasons were best known by his complaints, from which may be ascertained that she said that she did so because he had thrown blood in her father's face. A startling metaphor, whereby Queen Anne indicated her remembrance of his being the chief instigator in the calumny that loaded her father with the death of Lord Essex, who destroyed himself in the Tower at the explosion of the Rye House plot. He was at that time Lord Brandon. He had been banished for slaughtering a poor sentinel, who only did his duty by stopping him and another nobleman from entering the palace of Whitehall by the stairs that led from St. James's Park to the Long Gallery, when returning from their orgies. The transaction was a cowardly one, for the two titled ruffians, setting upon the poor youth together, flung him over the balustrade and broke his bones miserably on the pavement. For this detestable murder, Lord Brandon was justly condemned to die, but his punishment was unwisely commuted by James II to banishment. While in Holland, he became the author of the numerous attacks on King James, charging him with the death of Lord Essex, to which Queen Anne alluded. He returned as a patriot with the Prince of Orange. He became a minister of state, and when Earl of Macclesfield, enjoyed an immense share in the enormous grants which William III bestowed on his supporters. Queen Anne, about the same time, abolished by order of council, publicly announced the injurious practice of permitting the sale of places in the royal household. It was a very bad French custom brought in with the Restoration, but openly and officially transacted since the Revolution, when places at court were purchased of the former possessor, exactly as officers buy their commissions in the army at the present time. Thus the sovereign was deprived of the prerogative of choosing his or her own servants, nor could any remarkable degree of fidelity be expected from the purchasers. The proverb says, "What a man buys, he may sell." Too many of the retainers of royalty in those days did not limit their sales to their offices. The master of the horse, says the Marlborough manuscripts, the groom of the stole, and the comptroller of the household, in short, everybody who had the disposal of places in these departments, claimed the right to sell them, and were no more ashamed of taking the proceeds than of receiving their salaries or their rents out of the country. It may be observed that Lady Marlborough, in her memorials, either edited or inedited, takes the credit of every generous action done by her royal mistress while she remained in favour. If an old servant were pensioned, she audaciously asserts that she continued his salary, although the cost was paid from the privy purse. When Queen Anne issued her palace ordinance to the public, that no more places were to be sold in her household, Lady Marlborough records the fact, but after indulging at length in the warmest flow of self-praise on her own generosity, assures her friends, public and private, that the command was really issued by herself. It is dubious whether Queen Anne's master of the horse, her comptroller of the household, and her groom of the stole, would have obeyed any orders but those of the queen, which obliged them to relinquish the profits of the sale of places under them, which they were no more ashamed of taking than they were of receiving their rents of landed property. The queen actually followed the impulse of her own bountiful temper, and her favorite made the best of the royal orders for the exaltation of her own consequence, by holding a sort of tribunal in the palace, something like the court of requests, where with great pomp she heard petitions and grievances. Her account of her own doings at the accession affords some information regarding the establishment of the royal household of Queen Anne. "The first thing of the kind," says the Marlborough, "that comes into my mind is in relation to Sir Edward Lawrence. Some time after the death of King William, he desired leave to speak with me. On being admitted, he addressed himself to me with this complaint. He had given £800 for a place in that king's household, Lord Jersey being Lord Chamberlain, but by the death of his majesty and his servants not being paid by the queen, he had lost his money and salary too, and hoped I would consider his case. I told him that he came too late, for the queen had appointed all her family. However, I would do what I could for the queen to take him on the next vacancy, which I accordingly did, without receiving anything from him, and he still enjoys the place. The pages of the backstairs are places so considerable, that I have been told several grooms of the stole have sold them for 1,000 guineas each, but I gave them freely to Mr. Kirk, Mr. Saxon, and Mr. Smith, purely at the request of 3 ladies, Lady Charlotte Beaverworth, Lady Fitzharding, and the Countess of Plymouth, that married Bishop Bass. All the other places I had to dispose of were in the robes, which I made no more advantage of than the others. I gave the place of waiter in the robes to Mr. Curtis, who had married a woman that had served my children. I gave another place of the kind to Mr. Foster, who had served the Duke of Marlborough, and I made William Lovegrove coffer-bearer, who was also a servant of the Duke of Marlborough. These 3 were turned out of their places by the Duchess of Somerset in the most shameful manner, to make room for her own servants. To proceed, I also gave a place of coffer-bearer to Mr. Woolrich, and another under the groom of the stole to Mr. Hodges, who had both been servants in the family of the princess. Besides these, I made Mrs. Abrahall, whom I shall have occasion to mention hereafter, the queen's starcher, and settled 100 a year on her, because she had washed the queen's heads for £20 a year when she was princess. The queen's heads were the Brussels lace cornet caps of 3 stages, an old lady style of dress which had been made fashionable throughout Europe by the costume which Madame de Maintenon, the elderly spouse of Louis XIV, thought proper to adopt. Even babies wore this very queer cap, which somewhat resembled the façade of a church, with 3 galleries, each higher than the other. Between the queen's starcher, Mrs. Abrahall, and the duchess, a fierce feud ensued afterwards, but all was harmonious at this halcyon period. I gave the place of seamstress to the queen, pursues the duchess, to Mrs. Ravensford, who has since married a son of the Bishop of Ely, because her mother was in the same place before. The queen further caused an order of council to be enforced in the department of the green cloth, that every person taking office was to testify by solemn oath that he did not pay anything for his place. The Duchess of Marlborough claims all these as the result of her own bright integrity and scorn of ready cash, while giving the only information leading to the fact that Queen Anne was the sovereign who actually destroyed the place-selling system at the British court. It had been winked at by Easy Charles, her uncle, who suffered his court harpies to fill all lower offices with mercenaries who could not be removed for their misdeeds because the poor folk, odd fish, had paid their cash to Buckingham or Killigrew or some other merry villains. The intelligence of this custom went forth into distant provinces, and shoals of harmless country gentlemen swarmed up to court with their ready cash in hand, to deal for court places with the said merry villains. The story was rife at Queen Anne's board of green cloth that Killigrew had actually sold to some of these good people the imaginary offices of the King's Physic Master and the Royal Curtain Drawer. And when the injured parties claimed their places or the return of their gold, they found that the gold was spent and that the invention of these absurd offices was only meant as a capital good joke. Although Queen Anne had put such stringent restrictions on the sale of places, whether disposed of in jest or earnest, still it was impossible to eradicate from the minds of the country gentry that the old system was not pursued on every change of ministry, a notion which produced a comic incident or two in palace life, which the prime minister of the day, Harley, did not disdain to relate, for the information of his friend and contemporary Swift, and as the queen was personally concerned, the adventure will be related according to its Anno Domini. During the recess of Parliament, the queen, alarmed at the effects of asthma, which had, in the course of 1702, endangered the life of the prince her husband, resolved to make a western progress, from Windsor to Bath, for the recovery of his health. Her majesty took Oxford in her way, and though she rested there but one night, was received with the most fervent loyalty. The example of William III, who refused to eat the banquet provided for him at Oxford, on some suspicion of poison, in the year 1696, was not followed by his successor, who did more than ample justice to the hospitality of the university, took most graciously the accustomed gift of Woodstock gloves and a Bible, promising at the same time a future visit. It is supposed that on this western tour an incident occurred regarding the queen's consort, which, as it has found a place in the topographical history of Bristol, may be considered as authentic as any passage of biography not based on contemporary autographs. It is the last of the anecdotes of incognito royalty of which our ancestors were so passionately fond, and loved to weave them into their national ballads. Of this class we find many, beginning with the martial songs of Robin Hood, of Prince Edward and his Provençal, Adam O'Gordon, or Gurdon, King John and the Abbot, Edward III and the Shepherd, Henry V and the Miller of Mansfield, and of Edward IV and the Tanner of Tamworth, the series ending with James II and the Fisherman. The Bristol incident of Prince George of Denmark is not of the martial order, and probably when he came to look about the bright city, the worthy prince, who was the very antithesis of romance, never dreamed of getting into an adventure. But one morning, whilst examining the lions of Bristol, he went on the exchange, attended solely by a military officer. He remained there till the merchants had withdrawn, none of them having either the courage or the inclination to ask him to partake of any hospitality. All departed excepting a humble bodice maker, one John Duddlestone, whose abode was in Corn Street. The good man walked up to Prince George and asked him, "Are you, sir, the husband of our Queen Anne, as folks say you are?" The prince replied, that such was the fact. John Duddlestone resumed, that he had seen with great concern that none of the prime merchants on 'Change had invited him home, but it was not for want of love or loyalty, but merely because each was afraid of the presumption of addressing so great a man. John Duddlestone added, that the shame to Bristol would be great nevertheless, if the husband of their queen was obliged, for want of hospitality, to dine at an inn. He, therefore, begged him, humble as he was, to accompany him home to dinner, and to bring his soldier officer along with him, if they could eat what he had to offer them, which was a good piece of roast beef, a plum pudding, and some ale of his wife's own brewing. Prince George was charmed with this most original invitation, and accepted it with gratitude, although he had already bespoken his dinner at the White Lion. His Royal Highness and his noble companion accompanied John Duddlestone to his home, and when that worthy citizen arrived there, he called to his spouse at the foot of the stairs, "Wife, wife, put on a clean apron and come down, for the queen's husband and a soldier gentleman are come to dine with us." Dame Duddlestone descended forthwith, clad in a clean blue apron, and according to the national English custom of that era, was saluted by Prince George when she entered the parlour. In the course of their dinner, his Royal Highness asked his entertainer, if he ever went to London? John Duddlestone replied, that since the ladies had chosen to wear stays instead of bodices, he sometimes went thither to buy whalebone. The prince, when he took leave, requested his host, that the next time he travelled there he would bring his wife, and to be sure to take her to court. He at the same time gave him a card, which he said would facilitate his admission at Windsor Castle. When John Duddlestone needed a new supply of whalebone, he actually took his worthy dame behind him on his pack-horse and journeyed Londonward. With the assistance of the royal card, he found an easy admittance at the royal castle of Windsor in his way from the west, and was introduced by Prince George to the Queen. Her Majesty thanked them for their hospitality to her consort, and in return invited them to dine with her. She told them they must have court dresses for the occasion, which should be provided by the officers of her wardrobe, but wished them to choose the material. John Duddlestone and his dame chose purple velvet, such as the prince had on at that time. The suits were accordingly made and worn at the royal dinner party, Queen Anne herself presenting them to her guests as the most loyal persons in the city of Bristol. After dinner, Her Majesty desired John Duddlestone to kneel down, and according to the very words and accent of his good helpmate, in her oft-repeated description of the scene, first laid a sword on his head, and then said, "Ston up, Sir Jan." Queen Anne offered Sir John Duddlestone a place under government, or a gratuity in money, but with the sturdy honesty of a bygone day, the hospitable citizen would accept neither. For, he said, they wanted nothing, and had £50 of savings out at use, and he doubted from the number of people he saw about Her Majesty's house that her living must be very expensive. Queen Anne, however, presented the newly made Lady Duddlestone with her own gold watch from her side. With this mark of royal favour, the good dame was particularly delighted, and never failed of wearing it over her blue apron string whenever she went to Bristol market. Such is the tradition of Bristol, related in the topographical work descriptive of that city. While the Queen remained at Windsor Castle, after her return from her visit to the West, she received a familiar and confidential letter from Ernest, Duke of Saxe-Erstein, deploring the death of his duchess in childbed of a little son. He farther acquainted the Queen that the child survived its mother, and that he had christened him Anne in her honour. The infant Saxon prince was not the only one of the Queen's godsons who were endowed with the feminine name of Anne. Among the great mass of Christian names, which it is the custom in Germany to bestow on an infant in baptism, the unpretending name of the Queen of Great Britain might glide without much notice, but the fact is that Lord Anne was not an uncommon sound in the British peerage or army in the first half of the 18th century, to the great affliction of the Queen's unfortunate godsons. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 5, Part 1. Queen Anne's fond devotion to Sarah of Marlborough had been nearly commensurate with her own existence. Her Majesty was but in her 38th year, and full 30 years of that duration she had loved her almost to exclusion of every other affection. The agreeable hurry and flutter of inducting friends and partisans to the suites of places and preferments, and the still greater luxury of expelling enemies from them, had, however, blinded Lady Marlborough to the important fact that her royal mistress began her reign with feelings towards her of a very different nature from those which had hitherto actuated her conduct. The Queen's words, either in quotes or in utterance, were more caressing than ever. For, says her contemporary, Swift, there was not, perhaps, in all England, a person who understood more artificially to disguise her passions than Queen Anne. Upon her first coming to the throne, Lady Marlborough had lost all favour with her, as Her Majesty often acknowledged to those who told it to me. He met Abigail and her sister, Mary Hill, and much the historian importuned these persons to tell him the particulars of the offence given. They never told him, but he supposed, from their reserve, that it was a mere trifle, that some breach of etiquette, some ruffle, some periwig, some tag, tassel, or furbelow, worn disrespectfully in its wrong place, had caused the quarrel. To do Queen Anne justice, Although an accidental circumstance connected with a matter as trifling as had brought to her ears the hatred and loathing her ungrateful favorite bore to her, it was not the trifle itself, but the cruel words she unwillingly had heard which changed her loving heart towards her long-cherished Mrs. Freeman. However, no one knew that change but Abigail, and she revealed it not, but let it gradually develop itself by those imperceptible means which are scarcely to be defined. When the grand occupation of the coronation was over, Lady Marlborough, the new mistress of the robes, began instinctively to feel rather than to perceive this change. She forthwith commenced carping, quarrelling, and hunting for affronts, practices which appear not in any former specimens of her correspondence, at least with her royal mistress. The queen, on the other hand, was eager to grant the Marlboroughs all the advantages which their avarice and ambition had anticipated on her attainment of power. Marlborough had yet his fortune to make from her bounty. He who had begun the world with nothing, notwithstanding his almost supernatural efforts at savings, had no capital commensurate with his title of earl, or with the still higher flights of his ambition. Queen Anne was willing to indulge the appetite of the pair for wealth and titles. While this plan was in process, Her Majesty redoubled her caressing expressions, that her presumed favourites might feed quickly and peacefully, for she did not wish to incur their reproach of sending them empty away, but that she meant to part from them. What person can doubt, who watches the gradual tendency of every transaction relating to Queen Anne and the Marlboroughs? The Queen came from Windsor to St. James's Palace in time to open her Parliament, October 20th, 1702. The House of Commons was newly elected, and was supposed to be replete with Tory principles. Robert Harley was chosen Speaker for the third time. Her Majesty had left Lady Marlborough at Windsor, and meant to dispense with her attendance in her grand state visit to the city, which was appointed to take place on the Lord Mayor's Day, then celebrated October 29th. The first step the Queen took, consonant to her intentions of rewarding the Earl of Marlborough for his former adhesion to her interests, was announced in a letter to his lady, written 2 days after the opening of Parliament. Queen Anne to the Lady Marlborough. Names of Morley and Freeman. St. James's, October 22nd. I have had this evening the satisfaction of my dear Mrs. Freeman's letter of yesterday, for which I give you many thanks, and though I think it a long time since I saw you, I do not desire you to come 1 minute sooner to town than is easy for you, but will wait with patience for the happy hour, and only beg, when you do come, you would send for a coach, and not make use of a chaise. Lady Marlborough, it seems, did not then keep a carriage of her own. She was therefore to send for one of the Queen's coaches, and give up her plan of travelling from Windsor in post-chaise. The Queen continues. Lord Treasurer intends to send you a copy of the address to the House of Lords, which is to be given to me tomorrow, and that gives me an opportunity of mentioning a thing which I did not intend to do yet. It is very uneasy to your poor unfortunate faithful Morley to think that she has so very little in her power to show you how sensible I am of all Lord Marlborough's kindness, especially when he deserves all that a rich crown can give. But since there is nothing else at this time, I hope you will give me leave, as soon as he comes, to make him a duke. I know that my dear Mrs. Freeman does not care for anything of that kind, nor am I satisfied with it, because it does not enough express the value I have for Mrs. Freeman, nor ever can, how passionately I am yours, my dear Mrs. Freeman. It will be observed that there is no actual mention of suitable provision to support this dukedom in the Queen's letter. No wonder, then, that the announcement of the royal intentions gave Lady Marlborough more alarm than pleasure. When I read the Queen's letter, I let it drop out of my hand, said Lady Marlborough, and was for some minutes like one that had received the news of death. It will be seen that the Queen rectified this mistake before she sent her message to the House of Lords for the creation of the dukedom. Lord Marlborough was more grateful than his wife for this distinction, because it created for him respect among the German princes in Flanders, where he was commander-in-chief of the allied forces. Notwithstanding the caressing terms of Her Majesty's epistle, a controversy was going on between Lady Marlborough and herself. Thus early in the reign of her royal mistress had the favourite thought fit to interfere with functions of government. The discussion was on the occasion of creating 4 new peers, which the Queen or her ministry had resolved should be all Tories. Lady Marlborough had made violent opposition to this course of proceeding, but actually prevailed on the Queen by her importunity that she would add a 5th, Mr. Hervey. Upon which the Queen's peers refused their titles, if a Whig were to be their associate in the new-made nobility. The poor Queen, who was nearly divested of the power that had appertained to her ancestors, was still loaded with all the responsibility of it in the eyes of her people. In her endeavours to compromise between her own party and that of her favourite, she soothed that haughty dame with an epistle, indicted with more than her usual servility of expression. It will be observed that she brings in the word blessed, oddly enough, to make the reader think that it was used as an ironical substitute for its antithesis. Queen Anne to Lady Marlborough, under the names of Morley and Freeman. 1702, St. James's, Saturday, 24th of October. I am very glad to find, by my dear Mrs. Freeman's, that I was blessed with yesterday, that she liked my speech, but I cannot help being extremely concerned you are so partial to the Whigs, because I would not have you and your poor unfortunate faithful Morley differ in opinion in the least thing. What I said, when I writ last upon this subject, does not proceed from the insinuations of the other part, but I know the principles of the Church of England, and I know also those of the Whigs, and it is that, and no other reason, which makes me think as I do of the last. And upon my word, my dear Mrs. Freeman, you were mightily mistaken in your notion of a true Whig, for the character you give of them does not in the least belong to them, but to the Church. But I will say no more on the subject, but only beg for your poor sake that you would not show more countenance to those you seem to have so much inclination for than for the Church party. Since you have stayed so long at Windsor, I wish now for your own sake that you would stay till after Lord Mayor's Day, October 29th. For if you are in town, you can't avoid going to the show, and being in the country is a just excuse, and I think one would be glad of any, to avoid such troublesome a business. I am at this time in great haste, and therefore can say no more to my dear, dear Mrs. Freeman, but that I am most passionately hers. The troublesome business alluded to by Her Majesty was the grand civic dinner attended by herself and the Prince on Lord Mayor's Day, which was accompanied by the utmost pomp and state. Lady Marlborough was evidently too great and delicate a lady to endure the welcome of the citizens, and was thus given an opportunity of absenting herself. It is possible that there was a little diplomacy in the Queen's arrangement, in order to give encouragement to her own Tory partisans, who might reason that, if Her Majesty's favourite were absent from her side on such an occasion, her influence was not so puissant as was supposed. Lady Marlborough's spleen was likely to break out into open war, because the triumph of the Duke of Ormond and Sir George Rooke at Vigo had greatly elated the Tory party, and the immense booty of the Spanish galleons taken there had somewhat cheered the citizens. Lord Marlborough had succeeded in the capture of some towns in Flanders at the head of the allied armies. It is certain that his progress was in favourable contrast to the disastrous campaigns of William III, yet the Queen's intention of enriching him and raising him to a dukedom was decidedly premature. These intentions evidently emanated from Her Majesty's previous magnificent promises to her favourites when oppressed by her inimical sister, and she anticipated that a sunshine day would one day come for them. Lord Marlborough returned from his campaign in November, and on the 28th of the same month, the Queen put in execution her intentions regarding his dukedom. Her Majesty's hurry to remunerate the Marlboroughs for all they had done, suffered or lost in her behalf, almost defeated its own object. She forgot that her uncle Lawrence, Earl of Rochester, whose honest vigilance had detected the inroads made on her income when she was princess, was at the head of affairs. In pursuance of her intention, Her Majesty sent a message to the House of Commons, declaring that it was her pleasure to create Lord Marlborough a duke. She therefore requested a pension of £5,000 per annum might be secured to him and his heirs from the Post Office. Sir Charles Hedges brought the Queen's message into the House, signed with her hand. When the royal pleasure was announced, a pause so deep ensued in the House of Commons that the Speaker, Mr. Harley, rose and looked about him to ascertain who meant to break the portentous silence. Sir Edward Seymour was the man, and after warm debates, the Queen's request was respectfully denied, on the plea that Lord Marlborough's services, although considerable, had been sufficiently rewarded, and that the dangerous custom of the preceding reign in alienating the crown revenues for favoured individuals ought to be avoided. The Queen returned the following extraordinary answer to this remark. I shall always think myself much concerned to reward those who deserve well of me and the public. On this account, I bestowed some favours on the Duke of Marlborough, and am glad to find you think them well placed. From this circumstance may be dated the lifelong antipathy that the Duchess of Marlborough manifested to the Tory party, in whose ranks she and her husband had been reckoned since their well-known expulsion from court in the year 1691-92. A saying at the same time went forth among the populace, that the Queen meant to give to one Duke of Marlborough all the gold gained at Vigo by the other Duke of Ormond. The Queen and her new Grace of Marlborough were in consternation at the turn affairs had taken in Parliament. In hopes of somewhat soothing the rage of the Duchess against the Tories, Her Majesty wrote to her, the same day that the Commons refused the bill, the following offer of endowment from her privy purse. The note is without date, but that occurrence took place December 16, 1702. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough, under the names of Morley and Freeman. I cannot be satisfied with myself without doing something towards making up what has been so maliciously hindered in Parliament, and therefore I desire my dear Mrs. Freeman and Mr. Freeman, that is the Duchess and Duke of Marlborough, would be so kind as to accept of £2,000 a year out of the privy purse, beside the grant of 5. This can excite no envy, for nobody need know it. Not that I would disown what I give to people that deserve, especially where 'tis impossible to reward the deserts, but you may keep it as a secret or not, as you please. I beg my dear Mrs. Freeman would never any way give me an answer to this, only comply with the desires of your poor, unfortunate, faithful Morley, that loves you most tenderly, and is, with the sincerest passion imaginable, yours. The letter and donation failed to satisfy the enraged Duchess, who refused the compensation of £2,000 per annum with scorn. The refusal was, however, but to distress the Queen, and furnish matter for perpetual reproaches, since years afterwards, when immensely rich, she insisted on the pension with all its arrears. After the pecuniary disappointment, the Queen had little peace. Either in her hours of retirement or on solemn occasions of state, she was liable to the most violent vituperation from the woman she had raised, to use the person's own words, from the dust, to be her scourge and punishment. The Duchess of Marlborough kept no measures with the Queen, in fact, either in writing or speaking of her or to her. While the Tories were in power, she constantly abused them as her enemies, and reviled the Queen as their accomplice, until, strengthened by the great victories obtained by her husband, in the succeeding year she effected their expulsion, and the Queen fell into her hands, a crowned slave, as Her Majesty afterwards pathetically called herself. The vexation occasioned by the Queen's hasty and premature attempt to acquit herself of the obligations daily vaunted to her by her imperious mistress of robes did not distract her mind from the benevolent duties of her reign. The firm establishment of Greenwich Hospital was at this period one of her cares. Her Majesty and His Royal Highness Prince George commanded that the model of Greenwich Hospital should be brought to St. James's, and were pleased to view the same, and highly approved of the intention and government of this noble foundation, designed for the maintenance of disabled seamen, and Her Majesty has recommended the passing some proper bill this session for the further support thereof, and if the bill pass, it will soon be in a state to admit seamen disabled in her service. The following letter, hitherto inedited, was written by Queen Anne to her cofferer, Sir Benjamin Bathurst. Although a simple, businesslike communication, its tone does her honor. Queen Anne to Sir Benjamin Bathurst, Windsor, June 8th. I received yours yesterday, and should be very glad if Potvin would bring down ye part of my bed he showed you, but as for ye confectioner ye mention, I do not approve of him. I will never take anybody's servant from them, though they never seem so willing to it. Therefore I desire you would look out for some other, or if you could meet with a woman, ye does those kind of things well. I had rather have one than a man, which is all I have to say, but yet I am your very affectionate friend, Anne. Few sovereigns, perhaps, would have allowed themselves to be restrained from acquiring a desirable servant by the reverence here paid by Queen Anne to that excellent clause in the 10th commandment, which prohibits us from coveting a neighbor's servants any more than their goods, a clause which the selfishness of human nature rendered peculiarly necessary, and which too many matrons in private life scruple not to be guilty of the sin of violating, although nothing can be more disgracefully mean than the practice of disturbing the peace and disarranging the household comforts of others, by seducing their domestics from their engagements by the tempting offer of higher wages. The Queen, moreover, in this little characteristic billet, shows a trait which is very well worthy of consideration by those desirous for the well-being and good governance of the lower classes, points of statistics which are at present so painfully pressing on the attention of our rulers that all persons ought conscientiously to give their individual aid in their own domestic arrangements. The Queen, who, whatsoever were her faults, was admirable in her practical kindness to the working orders, dislikes that a man should be employed in the office of confectioner, because a woman can serve as well in that department. The Queen's example is a very good one, and deserves consideration by those who employ manservants in many offices which are better suited to the strength and capacity of women. The higher classes do so from the supposition that it is most consonant with their dignity. Wealthy persons sedulously imitate them, and many of the middle classes follow an example they can ill afford. Let all remember how very few modes of gaining a livelihood remain to a destitute woman of any degree. When the laundry, the needle, indoor service, and tuition are mentioned, all is said. Let, then, the ladies of the British Empire consider that, if they in any way circumscribe this very short list by employing men in household offices which the weaker sex can perform, they deprive women of their virtuous subsistence, and thereby drive them to want and the strong temptation to wickedness. And if the mothers and daughters of the poor become utterly degraded and corrupted by reason of unpitied misery, their infants will be reared in defiance of good and in devotion to evil. Tremendous will be the reaction on society in general, a truth there is no occasion to dwell on, for it is widely acknowledged. Yet the evil is more universally known than any remedy. But if our fair contemporaries will follow the example, in this instance, of her who was not undeservedly called by the populace their good Queen Anne, they will go very far in ameliorating such wrong. The enormous settlement of £100,000 per annum was given Prince George of Denmark for life, and with remainder in case he survived the Queen by the Parliament of 1702, in which was added a grant of the Palace of Winchester. It was supposed that the Prince Consort received this high pecuniary compensation in lieu of the distinction he might have claimed as husband of the Queen Regnant. The fact is that the propriety of giving Prince George the title of King for life, with continuation of the high offices he held in case of the death of the Queen, was urged rather warmly by the personal friends of the Queen, it is supposed at her instigation, but all further privilege, save the increase of income, was ultimately rejected by Parliament. The petty and peevish complaints with which the Duchess of Marlborough continued to torment the Queen will sufficiently appear from her letters, on one of which the Duchess comments in the following words. In this letter, she attempts to excuse what some time ago she would have thought inexcusable. Such neglects are as inconsistent with love and friendship. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough. I think I need not say any more to yours of Saturday, but that I do not, nor ever will, deserve such unjust thoughts as you have of your faithful Morley, who would be glad to see you tonight at 8, or any other evening, as it is easier for yourself. Thus the time and thoughts of the Queen Regnant of the British Empire were almost exclusively occupied with the degrading and irksome employment of soothing into tolerable humor a domestic tyrant, who exacted from her royal mistress servile attention to her looks, her health, her goings out and comings in. 4 notes every day made the average of the Queen's task of writing to her humorsome attendant. Some of these are preserved. The following was an attempt of the unfortunate Queen to explain some fancied neglect of inquiry after the Duchess's return from the sea-coast, whither she had accompanied her husband on his leaving England in March 1703 for his second Fleming campaign. The Queen to the Duchess of Marlborough, Monday night. Just as I came from Basset, I received my dear Mrs. Freeman's letter, and though it is very late, I cannot content myself without thanking you for it. I hope by this time you have seen Lord Treasurer, and then you will see how innocent I am of one complaint, and so I think I am in all the others. For as for my not saying anything to you on the D. of M.'s letter, I did not think it necessary, nor you would not neither, at any other time, and as to not inquiring after you the first time you came from Margate, how was it possible, not hearing of it, till just as I was going out of town myself? I shall dine at St. James's, and it please God, tomorrow, and shall be very glad to see you there when I am alone, and be assured, whenever you will be the same to me, as you was 5 years ago, you shall find me the same tender, Morley. The game of basset mentioned by the Queen in the commencement of this note occupied, as in her young days, a considerable portion of Her Majesty's time and thoughts, and broke into her hours by day as well as by night. An ambassador mentions entering the private sitting-room of the Queen one afternoon, and seeing playing cards on the table, by a chair from which she had just risen. All dignity, personal or adventitious, is lost in the sordid speculations of the gambler, let his rank be what it may. At the basset table, the players sat so closely, crowded round Queen Anne, that she could scarcely put her hand in her pocket, an obligation not unfrequent, since Her Majesty was usually unfortunate at play. The irksomeness of the slavery of making up affronts and soothing the self-esteem of the haughty Duchess had not as yet made any alteration in the humbling and caressing style of the Queen, whose next letter is more self-abasing than ever. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough, May 1703. It is now so late that I can only thank you for your letter, and congratulate the Duke of Marlborough's being well after the siege of Bonn, which is more pleasing news to me than all the conquests he can make. May God Almighty, that has preserved him hitherto through all dangers, continue to do so, and send him safe home to his and my dear adored Mrs. Freeman. The allowance of the Queen's privy purse was £20,000 per annum. Not half the sum of King William's, observes the Duchess of Marlborough, who, having the management of it, was most intimate with its contents. It was very little, considering how many pensions were paid out of it, and how great a charge, settled by custom, there were the Queen's bounties, play money, healing gold, and charities. The Queen was pleased to give me, as soon as she came to the crown, the rangership of the great and little parks at Windsor, which are the same that Mr. May enjoyed many years, and afterwards the Earl of Portland. The house is an agreeable place to live in, and Her Majesty was pleased to give it to me of herself, remembering that when she was princess, I had wished mightily for such a lodge, as we rid by it to take the air. The lodge in the little park was no better at that time than such as the underkeepers live in. I gave it to a brother of the Duke of Marlborough for his life. The Queen continued to urge the Duchess of Marlborough, by letters and conversation, to take £2,000 per annum from the privy purse, and lay it up to buy something with. It was not the pleasure or policy of the Duchess to do so. When she drew the proceeds of the Queen's privy purse through the hands of Mr. Coggs, goldsmith at the Strand, opposite to St. Clement's Church, who acted as Her Majesty's banker, it was very evident that these £2,000 were not appropriated. The places the Queen had given to the Duchess of Marlborough, according to that lady's own account, amounted to the great annual income of £5,600. Yet they were only the same offices which she had performed for the Queen when Princess, at a yearly salary of £400. The Queen, it seems, was not liberal in presents, which after the mighty masses of money she bestowed cannot excite surprise. The Duchess of Marlborough finally demanded and pocketed the great donation of £2,000 per annum, besides portions for her daughters to the amount of £30,000. Yet she murmured because the Queen never gave her a diamond or a fan, while she served her, but only the remainder of some baskets of fruit and red deer, some seals of King William's, and an old harpsichord, which she adds, is the only thing I ever asked while in her service. This I obtained with some difficulty, it being at the time when Abigail Hill was a concealed favourite, and it happened to be lent or given to her, which I did not then know. Indeed, it seems to have been a regular plan of action for the Queen to offer anything to the Duchess of Marlborough that she seemed to desire, from great masses of thousands of guineas to mere trifling articles, the objects of female admiration. The haughty favourite always refused the Queen's offered gift strenuously, her self-esteem not permitting her to acknowledge any obligation. But in course of reflection on the subject, avarice never fails ultimately to obtain the victory over pride, and she was sure to demand the gift she had positively refused, to the Queen's great inconvenience. For if, after a lapse of 10 or 15 years, it had been presented to some one else, and could not be reclaimed, the Queen had to undergo a series of reproaches for such offences, which no time or patience could efface from the memory of the humorsome dame. The Duchess records a most apt illustration of her whimsical proceedings in refusing the Queen's gifts, and yet laying claim to them after a lapse of years. Another time, indeed, upon my commending very much a Japan box, which her sister, the Princess of Orange, had sent her, worth about £20, she would needs give it to me, yet I did not then accept it, but said, it was too pretty for her to part with. However, 15 years after, when it had never appeared, but was buried, as I thought, with many other things which she used to keep in a wardrobe, I told her, after she was Queen, that I was now grown less modest, and if she would give me that box, which she was formerly pleased to offer me, and which I found she did not use, I should be much pleased with it. The Queen said, I should have it, but never gave it to me. How the poor Queen could be expected to remember the particularities respecting that box for 15 years together, and with the cares of empire recently devolving on her inexperienced head, is a marvel. One inference is certain, that the person, whose mind could dwell among such small rubbish, while dynasties were tottering and empires crashing around her, had no such mighty intellect, as it has pleased biographers to assert of the Marlborough Duchess. How could she have possessed a mind above mediocrity, when it was perpetually occupied with the petty acquisitions of chambermaids and lodging-keepers? The minute particulars of the domestic martyrdom that Queen Anne endured from her palace tyrant are only recorded by the pen of that tyrant. It says enough. The audacious woman proceeds boldly to describe, in the midst of her exculpations from public accusations of selling places and peerages, her success in her project of making a peer of Great Britain, a hereditary senator, truly made by her, when the privilege was carped at when exercised by regal authority. I was confident the Queen thought the House of Lords so numerous that she would make none, meaning new peers, but that if she ever did, I would certainly speak for the making of my Lord Hervey. I have a letter from his wife, which shows that it was not for money, as the report went, but to perform a promise I had made to Sir Thomas Felton when the Queen first came to the crown. The intrigue relative to Lord Hervey's peerage occurred while the Duchess of Marlborough was in retirement from court on account of her affliction for the death of her only son, Lord Blandford. Like her royal mistress, she too had been, by a sudden stroke, deprived of him, who was to carry down and perpetuate all the honours and emoluments which their patriotic labours in the stormy field of revolution had harvested for them. Queen Anne, who knew best whence the political falsehood which branded her brother as an impostor emanated, had shuddered and acknowledged the justice of her bereavement when she lost Gloucester, her only one. Again the queen was startled, as if the coincidence were more than accidental, when she saw her partner in the iniquity likewise deprived, in the midst of her exulting maternity, of her promising heir. The grief of the Duchess could not have been very great, if the evidence of her own words may be trusted, for she was roused from its indulgence by the distant tocsin of party warfare, to set all engines of intrigue at work, to wring from her unwilling mistress the boon of making a Whig peer. In her manuscript this passage is to be found. When the queen came to the resolution of making the 4 peers, I happened to be in the country, in great afflictions upon the death of my only son. However, having heard of it accidentally, I wrote to my Lord Godolphin, that if Lord Hervey was not made a peer with them, I neither could or would show my face any more. This accordingly was done purely at my desire and on my account. The queen was forced to yield to the importunity of her domestic ruler, but not without a struggle, as may be seen in the foregoing correspondence. Lord Hervey knew not one word of what was in agitation, if the maker of his peerage may be believed, until a messenger was sent from the queen to him, saying, that Lord Hervey must come to the backstairs on such a day to kiss the queen's hand for being made a peer. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 5, Part 2. The regnal history of Queen Anne retains some traces of the now forgotten custom of sceptering Acts of Parliament, but it was only in connection with her authority as Queen of Scotland, and was performed by commission. Early in her reign, some years before the Union, Lord Tarbot wrote to Queen Anne, May 8, 1703, to tender his resignation of Secretary of Scotland, in displeasure at some immunities given to the Presbyterians there, which he had supposed would not have been done in her reign. His words implied that the deed was not wholly ratified, as her sceptre of Scotland had not yet given it legal vitality. I will not venture to give judgment on it now. Your Majesty's authority is recognized in the first act, and touched by the royal sceptre, and so is law. The last is passed in Parliament, but not yet touched, nor the other ratifying presbyterial government, but waits your Majesty's commissioner to give them the touch. All classic readers will remember the sacredness of the sceptres of the kings in the Iliad, and it might be thought that the Scotch, who drew their cruel national laws from the Romans, had been to the Greeks for their sceptering ceremonies, but it was a regnal custom in England as well as Scotland, for a slight but indisputable notice of it occurs in the parliamentary journals after the coronation of Mary I. No notice exists of this picturesque act of regality that we can find, excepting in the annals of these queen regnants of England and Scotland, for Lord Tarbot's letter refers to the ceremonial as done in behalf of Anne, Queen of Scotland, not Anne, Queen of Great Britain. Since the accession of James I, the island sovereigns had been titular kings and queens of Great Britain, but the island was only united in name. Her Majesty had resided some months in her youth in her good kingdom of Scotland, but she never visited it during her reign, neither was her presence ever desired there, that we can find, even by the slightest token conveyed in national lyrics. The following letter is supposed to have been addressed by the Queen to the President of her Scottish Council. Queen Anne to Windsor, June 19th. I have received so much satisfaction from your prudent management of my affairs in this session of Parliament that I am willing to lay hold of the first opportunity of taking notice of it to you. My Lord Tarbot, in his late letters, seems to think himself of little use to the carrying on of my service there, and desires to attend near my person. And though I have no objection of my own to this request, I would not determine upon it one way or other till I knew your thoughts of it, and whether you are of opinion he may be spared from Scotland, without prejudice to my service there. For which I am so well satisfied of your zeal and concern, that I have deferred coming to any resolution upon this matter till I have consulted you. I am your very affectionate friend, Anne R. The most dismal storm that ever raged the earth occurred at the decline of the year 1703. The Queen was then at her palace of St. James, and was eyewitness to the extraordinary desolation of the park, where ancient trees, of historical celebrity, were laid low before her eyes. Among others, the group planted by the children of James I, near the passage of the Horse Guards, those trees which awoke a tender remembrance in the breast of Charles I, who, when he was marching across the park on the morning of his death, said to his newly found friend, Colonel Tomlinson, pointing to one of them, "That tree was planted by my brother Henry." The storm began on the evening of November 26th, and raged without intermission until the next morning, not like a winter tempest, but attended with peals of thunder and vivid flashes of lightning. The leads of most of the churches in London were rolled up by the power of the wind, like scrolls. The Thames was choked at London Bridge, with boats and barges dashed together. The severity of the storm set against the south and west of England. The north scarcely felt it. 16 of the largest ships of the navy were wrecked and utterly lost, with all on board. Many tempests cause great devastations on the sea-coast that do no mischief inland, but this swept the interior of the southern and western counties with the besom of destruction. Whole families were crushed under their roofs, and multitudes of people killed and wounded. Among the most remarkable accidents of the kind was the fall of a stack of antique chimneys in the episcopal palace of Bath and Wells, which killed the bishop and his lady, Dr. and Mrs. Kidder, in their bed. When the news reached Queen Anne of the tragic death of the intruding Bishop of Bath and Wells, she determined to restore the see to its ejected bishop, Ken. The nobleman, supposed to be his friend, Lord Weymouth, intimated to him, by Her Majesty's orders, that he was to return to his diocese without any oaths being required or any questions asked of him, just as if he had merely left his palace on a long journey. The true Bishop of Souls replied, that he was an old man, stricken with years and infirmity, and overborne with hard work, but if it were permitted him to resign his charge to a faithful son of the Church of England, who had already taken the oaths to the daughters of James II, he would cheerfully lay down his pastoral staff as one o'erwearied. It was further intimated that the primacy was meant for him by the Queen. Ken had too much wisdom to be tempted with the promise. He said, he felt that his sole worldly business was to perfect his resignation to his chosen successor, Dr. Hooper, Dean of Canterbury, his friend, whose principles he had known since they were both 13 years of age. Our readers will remember Hooper as chaplain to Mary II when Princess of Orange, and afterwards appointed by her to the deanery of Canterbury, to the great anger of her husband. If the character of our Bishop Ken could shine brighter, it was on account of his admirable moderation in nominating a successor who had complied with the times rather than one who was a non-juror like himself. But he was more anxious for the Christian welfare of the souls committed to the guidance of his pastoral staff than for the gratification of partisans. Dr. Hooper had complied with the revolution as conscientiously as his friend Ken had renounced it. When Queen Anne had, with great joy, confirmed a bishop of Hooper's known loyalty to her in the episcopal see of Bath and Wells, the abdicating prelate celebrated the event by a poem, of which these lines are a fragment. Forced from my flock, I daily saw with tears a stranger's ravaged 10 sabbatic years, but I forbear to tell the dreadful stroke which freed my sheep from the Aristaean yoke, but heaven was superfluently kind in sending them a pastor to my mind, in whom my spirit feels the like repose, as old Valerius when he often chose. After Dr. Ken had resigned his bishopric to Dr. Hooper, he signed himself Thomas, late Bishop of Bath and Wells. Nothing could induce him to discontinue his episcopal signature till that time. It is to the honor of Queen Anne that she settled on the old man a pension of £200 per annum, which he thankfully accepted, as it was clogged with no conditions which his conscience rejected. The seas were scarcely tranquilized after the great storm, when the fleet of the rival candidate for the throne of Spain, Charles of Austria, appeared off the western coast, and as he was on his way to take possession of his kingdom, to which Queen Anne had sent succors to support his claims, he wished to pay his respects in person to her. The Queen immediately dispatched her master of the horse, the Duke of Somerset, to Portsmouth, to receive the royal stranger on his arrival at Spithead, December 26, 1703. The Duke went on board the King of Spain's ship and delivered to him a compliment and a letter from Queen Anne, informing him that she had come to Windsor Castle in order that he might more conveniently pay her the visit he had given her reason to hope for. As the Duke of Somerset occasionally resided at Petworth, his seat on the coast, he invited the Austrian prince to repose there until the prince consort arrived, who had undertaken to escort him to the presence of Queen Anne. Prince George of Denmark appears to have set out for Petworth from Windsor Castle, December 27th, expecting to arrive there in a few hours, the distance being only 40 miles. But the roads, then guiltless of tolls or toll gates, were in a deplorable state. He was 14 hours traveling that distance, and the last 9 miles took up 6 hours. This was the more singular, observes one of the Danish gentlemen of his household, who records the fact, since the prince made not any stop on the road, excepting when his coach was overthrown or stuck in the mud. Thrice was his Royal Highness's carriage overturned in the course of the said 9 miles, and never should we have arrived at our journey's end, if, in the deep close lanes, the nimble Sussex boors had not walked on each side of his Royal Highness's coach, bearing it up with their hands by main strength. Great contrast is presented here to the present state of travelling. Only, to be sure, people did get up again after a roll in the Sussex mud with their heads on, which is not always the case after a railway downfall. The King of Spain had, perhaps, met with a similar series of mischances in his progress to princely Petworth, for he arrived there just at the same hour of the night as Prince George of Denmark. 1 day's repose for rest and refreshment was needful, both for the Prince of Denmark and his guest. They set out thence for Windsor on the 29th of December, and they had a favourable journey, not being overturned more than once every dozen miles in their progress thither. At what hour they arrived at the regal towers, where Queen Anne kept court, is not noted, but they were received by torchlight, and supper, not dinner, is mentioned as the refection. The Duke of Northumberland, Constable of Windsor Castle, the Duke of St. Albans, Captain of the Guard of Pensioners, and the Marquess of Hartington, Captain of the Yeoman Guard, received the King of Spain at his alighting out of his coach. The Earl of Jersey, Lord Chamberlain, lighted him to the stair-head, where Queen Anne herself came in person to welcome him. King Charles made an elaborate compliment to Her Majesty, acknowledging his great obligations to her for her generous protection and assistance. He then led her to her bedchamber, for such was the royal etiquette at that time. Only one would wonder by what intuition he found it, for it was improbable that he could understand the Queen's French, the only language in which they could confer. However, the royal party, consisting of Queen Anne, the Prince Consort, and the King of Spain, actually did arrive at the Queen's bedchamber, for it is noted that they made some short stay there. The next formality was that Prince George escorted his Catholic Majesty to his sleeping apartment, but only for temporary repose. Many other ceremonials, as tedious as the Chinese prostrations of welcome, were still to be perpetrated. The King of Spain supped the same night in state with Queen Anne. Her Majesty gave her royal guest the right hand at table, and there was a long and tiresome contest of courtesy before he would receive this honour. Prince George sat at the end of the table, on the Queen's left side. Another formal procession took place of escorting the tired guest to his bedchamber, where he was at last left in peace to his own attendants, for the purpose of proceeding with that rigid code of etiquette, which is inevitable before a Spanish monarch can rest his head on his pillow. The next day was to be considered the public one, and all parties rose with the intention of going through with a second series of formalities. As the young King of Spain received timely notice that Queen Anne meant to return his visit at his own apartments, he came to receive Her Majesty at her drawing-room door. It seems that it was reckoned good manners to prevent her from taking the trouble of visiting him, and a most elaborate series of compliments and protestations forthwith took place. At last Queen Anne, who scorned to be outdone by either Austrian or Spaniard on the point of etiquette, persisted in her intention, and paid her visit in her guest's apartments, from whence he led Her Majesty to a grand state dinner, which was as public as a state dinner at Windsor Castle in the dark days at Christmas can be. A choice concert, vocal and instrumental, was performed. The evening was spent in music and other diversions, Basset, of course, being the principal. Labor dire and weary woe must the lengthy entertainment have proved from the dinner hour of the royal Anne, 3 in the afternoon, till after supper. For to supper they all went before the day's hospitalities terminated. When the latter meal was at last concluded, the grand scene of Spanish courtesy took place, and that indeed had an air of long-departed chivalry. Her Majesty had presented, as part of the high ceremonial of the public day, several ladies of the highest rank to the Spanish king, who took the privilege of his regal station, and saluted them by kissing each of them. The more studied graces were reserved for the propitiation of the ostensible favourites, the Duke and Duchess of Marlborough. To the husband he presented his sword, with the rather touching observation, that he had nothing worthier of his acceptance, for he was a poor prince who had little more than his sword and his mantle. He, however, found a more valuable offering when the hour arrived, which he had devoted to win the good graces of the mighty Duchess. After supper was finished, the Spanish king, after another series of elaborate compliments, prevailed on the Duchess of Marlborough to give him the napkin, which it was her office to present to the queen, and he held it for Her Majesty when she washed her hands. At the moment of giving back the napkin to the Duchess of Marlborough, he pressed on her finger a superb diamond ring, thus imitating the proceedings of his great predecessor and ancestor, the Emperor Charles V, when he was a guest in France, who made a like offering to the Duchess d'Estampes, the all-powerful favourite of Francis I, at the moment when she waited on him after supper with the ewer and basin. The Emperor left the costly diamond ring in the basin for the Duchess d'Estampes. His descendant, with more gallantry, put his on the finger of Queen Anne's favourite. Supper and its succeeding ceremonials being at last happily accomplished, King Charles gave his hand to Queen Anne, and led her to her bedchamber, where he made some stay, informing Her Majesty that it was his intention to depart early the next morning, and therefore he would take his leave that night. Prince George was ill, but meant to escort his Catholic Majesty back to his ship at Portsmouth. This the royal guest positively refused to permit in his state of health, but the prince insisted on attending him to his coach-side when he departed the next morning. The Duke of Somerset was appointed by the Queen to accompany the King of Spain to Petworth and then to Portsmouth, in the place of her consort, Prince George. Charles III was scarcely seen in England, or by the English, in his dark December visit to the royal seclusion of Windsor. The Queen, her consort, and the great officers of state only could judge of him, but the idea went forth that he was odd and dull. A poet of the party, which spent oceans of blood and treasure in the struggle to gain for him the whole of Spain, does not characterize him very brilliantly in these lines. An Austrian prince alone is fit to nod upon the Spanish throne. The Queen mentioned the visit of her ally and protégé, the rival Majesty of Spain, in her speech at the meeting of her Parliament on the 21st of the ensuing January, and the next day wrote the following holograph letter to her Admiral, Sir George Rooke. Queen Anne to Sir George Rooke, St. James's, January 22nd, 1703-04. You having represented that the King of Spain seemed desirous, upon the first turn of the wind, to make the best of his way to Lisbon, with such clean ships as shall be in readiness for that service, and this matter requiring the greatest secrecy, I think it proper to give you orders in my own hand to pay the same obedience to the King of Spain, as to the time and manner of his setting sail, and as to the number of ships which shall be in readiness to attend him, as you would do to myself. I am your very affectionate friend, Anne R. Endorsed to Sir George Rooke, found among the papers of Lord Dudley, Sir George Rooke's representative. A second holograph letter, written throughout by the hand of Anne, and showing sympathy for some family affliction that had befallen her worthy officer, is likewise preserved. It is dateless. Queen Anne to Sir George Rooke. Original. I am so concerned for the great affliction that hath befallen, that I cannot forbear letting you know the compassion I have for you. I think you are of so great importance to my service, that if any assurance of my favor can help to support you under it, you may depend on me. Anne R. The next birthday of Queen Anne, February 6, 1703-04, was nobly celebrated by her message to the Commons for finally settling her munificent gift to the Church of the first fruits she had bestowed at her accession for the amplification of impoverished livings. The fund was incorporated by the House of Commons, and measures taken to enable any other charitably disposed individuals to add bequests to the Queen's foundation. The circumstance is thus mentioned by one of her contemporary historians. The Queen's birthday, February 6th, in the year 1703-04, fell on Sunday. It was kept with more than usual solemnity the next day, when Her Majesty, desiring to celebrate her nativity by an act of benevolence, sent a message to the House of Commons, that it was her wish to remit the first fruits, which she had a right to claim from the Church, for the benefit of the scantily endowed clergy, and that she prayed the Commons to find a way to make her gift legal. The Queen forthwith received the thanks of her Parliament, of the convocations of the clergy of the 2 provinces, and of the clergy of every diocese in England. The annual income of Queen Anne's bounty, as it is emphatically termed, amounted, at the end of the last century, to 11,000 per annum. As Her Majesty's birthday fell on the Sunday, she received the usual compliments on the occasion, when on the Monday following she led a splendid court. Dryden's play, All for Love, or Antony and Cleopatra, was acted before Her Majesty at St. James's, in the presence of the court, by the chief tragedians of both houses. Where was the theatre of the Palace of St. James's is a question. All the great banqueting halls of the English palaces, such as Westminster Hall, Inigo Jones's Whitehall, Wolsey's Hall at Hampton Court, had been and were occasionally used as theatres, but no remnant of any such building can be traced at St. James's Palace. It is true that it has suffered various devastations by fire since the days of Anne. It is, besides, possible that some or other of the corridor courts were, in the old Shakespearean style, converted into temporary theatres. The actors, Her Majesty's servants, who had hastened from her great theatres to divert their royal mistress, performed next day for the entertainment of her loving lieges. On the 8th of February, they announced, will be represented the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, out of compliment to Prince George, singing by Mrs. Leveridge. She was, it may be presumed, the Ophelia of the night. Likewise, some sonatas on the violin by Signor Gasparini, and several new entertainments of dancing, which were performed yesterday, that is February 7th, 1703-04. Before Her Majesty at St. James's, by Monsieur de Revel, Monsieur Charrière, Mrs. Mayers, and others. Many other advertisements of the kind, mentioning performances of Her Majesty's servants in her royal presence at St. James's, prove that Queen Anne went not to the play, but that the play came to her. Another species of entertainment, introduced by her aunt, Catherine of Braganza, and continued by her, is thus notified. These are to give notice that the tickets of the subscription music in York Buildings, delivered out for Monday, April 24th, will serve for April 26th by reason of an entertainment at the court. That is, the Queen, who did not honor the York Buildings subscription concert with her royal presence, had sent for her theatrical servants to perform before her at court. Therefore, the concert was postponed till after she had been waited on. The final removal of the Tory ministry from the councils of the Queen was caused by the loss of the Occasional Conformity Bill, as it was called. The ministers of Queen Anne considered that to guard the Church against the votes of the dissenters in the Houses of Parliament, it was needful to introduce a bill to prevent persons who only took the sacrament as a test to qualify themselves for office or for seats in the Commons from returning to their practice as dissenters. The bill against occasional conformity meant to enact that the persons taking the Church of England sacrament must continue of the established religion, at least whilst they were in office, under penalty of £100 on their first going to meeting, and £5 forfeit for every day they held office afterwards. It is supposed that Prince George of Denmark, although he actually went to the House of Lords and voted for it, was the cause wherefore the Queen stood neuter in this measure, yet it was calculated to meet her exclusive partiality for the Church. The prince was a Lutheran and at the same time an occasional conformist, by assisting at the sacraments and services of the Church of England, yet he had a Lutheran chapel and ministers. The bill included foreign Protestants in its penalties, with the exception of the dissenting worship of Prince George, which was secured from the interruption by the marriage articles of the Queen. Still, it was natural he should have a fellow feeling with those persons who received the sacrament as a measure of worldly expediency. The most furious contests had taken place since the Queen's accession relative to this measure. It was finally carried in the House of Commons and flung out by the House of Lords, and this dissension forced the Queen to dissolve Parliament, April 5, 1704. Without entering further into the stream of general political history, it is only necessary to observe, in illustration of Queen Anne's personal life and conduct, that her uncle Rochester, the Duke of Buckingham, Lord Dartmouth, and the Tory lords withdrew from office, and that from the time of Her Majesty's opening the new Parliament in October 1704, her government and councils were principally swayed by the Whig party, of which her imperious favourite, the Duchess of Marlborough, was the leading and controlling spirit. It is likewise evident that her consort, Prince George, being violently offended at the inquiry which the late Tory ministers had made into the corruptions and robberies to which the Navy had been subjected during his administration as Lord High Admiral, made common cause, whilst his life lasted, with the dominant party, whose own corruptions prevented any very vigilant examination into the peccadilloes of others. According to Calamy, Prince George of Denmark was looked up to as the protector of the dissenters. All real events combine to show that the prince was secretly the patron of the Whigs, who lost office soon after they lost him. General history asseverates that he was a high Tory. The Duchess of Marlborough knew better. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 5, Part 3. Early in her reign, Queen Anne claimed that mysterious pretension to the power of healing which the Roman Catholic hierarchy of the Middle Ages asserted pertained to the immediate heirs of St. Edward, who were anointed sovereigns of England. William the Conqueror and William the Hollander had equally repudiated the claim of healing the sick. They were too much occupied with killing those who were well. The uproarious sons of the Conqueror, Robert and Rufus, affected no share in the sacred mesmerism of their saintly predecessor. They manipulated the sword, the lance, and the wine cup, occasionally knocked healthy folk at head, but carefully eschewed the company of the sick. Their learned brother Henry, the Ulysses of the Norman dynasty, very wisely married a saint's niece and a saint's daughter, who brought with her something like a title to the throne. But what is better, she renewed the old loving bond that subsisted between the Anglo-Saxon monarchs and the populace. Saintly Queen Maud, or Matilda the Atheling, spent most of her time in rectifying and ameliorating the new poor laws of the roistering Norman usurpers, who seem literally to have taken for their text that when men asked for bread, they gave them a stone. Fortunate it was for their Saxon subjects when they did not give them much worse. Chronicles speak of the washing and healing the wounds and sores of the poor by Matilda Atheling, but we can trace no imposition of hands. Her haughty heiress, Matilda the Empress, would certainly have taken the tongs if she had been obliged to touch a Saxon serf who was noble and well. Of course, she earnestly avoided them when sick and sore. Her warlike son, the first Plantagenet, does not appear to have been aware of any gift of healing that his person had inherited from his royal Saxon grand dame, and as for his successor, the Lion's Heart, it is to be doubted that if any Saxon serf had knelt to beg the imposition of the royal hand, the benediction would have been given with his weighty battle-axe. As for King John, who wanted to make the penny loaf worth a shilling, the least said of his imposition of hands, the better, his impositions being connected with what the old chroniclers called pilling and polling, and robbing and ribing his subjects. But his son, the quaint, the original, and peace-loving Henry III, who seems to have been James I by anticipation, he found it good policy to cultivate the goodwill of the Anglo-Saxon commonalty, and identified himself as the representative of their royal saint and beneficent legislator, Edward the Confessor. He rebuilt his abbey and renewed his shrine. He carried his coffin on his shoulders in the grand jubilee of his canonization. Nor can there be a doubt that he revived or invented the royal saint's gift of healing. The grand reconciliation between the Plantagenet king and his poor commonalty was undeniably ratified by the honors he paid their beloved saint. The plan worked well for Henry. By the aid of the people, he brought, after half a century's struggle, his perverse barons to order. The Norman barons had clamored louder than their Saxon thralls for the laws, the righteous laws of St. Edward, and had gained them at Runnymede. But like the higher classes in the revolutions of the 17th century, particularly those in the reigns of the Stuart queens regnant, they meant to keep them exclusively for their own benefit. Edward I, the name-child of his Saxon ancestor, although a destructive on an extensive scale, affected a good deal of St. Edward's piety. We suspect him of the policy of healing by manipulation. He named 3 sons after the Saxon saints, St. Edward, St. Edmund, and St. Thomas a Becket. Edward II, the name-child of the popular Saxon king, would, poor soul, have been quiet if he could. He probably performed the healing service, for he was beloved by the lower classes, and his only intelligible crime was making too free with them. Now we come into a little glimmer of actual fact connected with the mysterious office of royal healing. It seems that the kings of England, from the era of Edward I to Edward III, kept an alchemist, Raymond Lully, who made gold for them at the Tower. If we must acknowledge our wrong thoughts, we actually suspected that the warlike Plantagenets, being like their conquerors, sinfully poor, employed a false coiner there to vitiate their own circulation. But no, a royal tradition, preserved among the Shiloh manuscripts, informs us that Raymond the alchemist's Tower gold was the purest angel gold, and howsoever he came by the ore, the coins were so called because the reverse was impressed with the figure of an angel. On account of its superior purity, the angel coins stamped from Lully's gold were devoted by the kings of England as the healing gold, and bound by their royal hands on the arm of each of their subjects, touched in the healing office for the king's evil. Assuredly, if Edward III's conjurer made the gold of the celebrated angel coins for the purpose of being bound on the arms of the sick in the healing office, his royal master performed that office. Among the other crimes aggravating the murder of Richard II, his virtue as an anointed descendant of the Saxon saints is not forgotten. Henry IV was in the predicament of William the Dutchman, not the lineal successor. Whether he touched, we have no evidence. Henry V's skill with the sick is not on record. Henry VI was looked on as prophet as well as king. He certainly practiced this office. Indeed, he had an additional title to success in healing, as descendant from Saint Louis. As touching for cure of the king's evil was identified with the rightful claim to lineal succession, there was nothing in earth, air, or sea, which these bold sinners, the brothers of York, would not have touched, that led the way to the royal garland. It was a practice very consistent with the quiet policy of Henry VII, and as to his son, Henry VIII, who united every claim, spiritual and temporal, of the rival disputants of the throne, of course all regal offices were carefully observed by him, and he insisted on his numerous queens performing a religious office of blessing cramp rings, some of his antiquarians having discovered that this privilege had been enjoyed by Queen Edith, consort of Edward the Confessor. Anne Boleyn, to prove herself a rightful queen, consecrated and distributed these rings, which it may be presumed was a branch of the gift of healing inherent in queen consorts, even in those who were not royal by birth. The two Tudor queens regnant, Papist and Protestant, duly performed the royal ceremonies of healing and consecration of cramp rings. These offices were not abolished among Queen Elizabeth's reformations. Strange that so many hospitals and charities should have been swept away as superstitious overmuch, and pertaining to the sinful nature of good works, whilst such veritable rags of righteousness were retained. James I, to his great joy, found these ceremonials flourishing. They suited his purpose right well, for if his predecessor healed by virtue of her descent from the Saxon line, he was rightful heir of St. Edward, the representative of Matilda Atheling's elder brother, and as matter of course, possessed the miraculous gift in a higher degree. Whether the healing office formed a feature in the common prayer book of the Church of England service during the reigns of the Stuart kings, we are not prepared to say. Perhaps they were content with the Latin service, which is in manuscript in the British Museum. The Jacobites were exceedingly delighted with the fact that Mary II dared not, and her spouse would not, perform this ceremony. But they were proportionably displeased when they found that Queen Anne, in order to assert her claims as the heiress of both branches of the Saxon royalty, through Plantagenet and Stuart, meant to treat her brother as a non-entity, and add the rite of the royal healing service to the common prayer in English, just after the thanksgiving for her accession, where it exists to this day in all copies printed in the year 1703-04 to the end of her reign. It is supposed that this measure was adopted in rivalry to her brother's original healing establishment at Saint-Germain, since vast numbers of diseased people yearly made pilgrimages to seek the touch of the disinherited heir of the royal line. And, what with the sea voyage, the change of air, and a change of scene, his cures were marvelous. Our readers will smile when they consider that all this implicit belief in miracles by touch was in a state of activity at the beginning of the century in which some of them were born. However, the soft white hand of the regal lady, beneath which Dr. Johnson bowed his suffering body in childhood to receive the royal prayer and benediction, was at least as good as the passes of the modern mesmerizer, and many a brow that has not submitted to the cross in baptism, as too superstitious, has bent beneath the sway of a mesmerizer. Sometimes the trials for cures were failures on the part of the queen, as may be learned from an extract from a sermon by a no mean divine, added below. Sometimes the crowd was so great around the doors of the chapel royal that the unfortunate children who were brought to be healed were carried away dead, owing to the dense pressure of the populace eager to witness the miracle they devoutly believed was inherited by their sovereign, of the faculty of curing the king's evil, as they quaintly called it, not because the royal race of Stuart were afflicted with any such dire disease, but because the royal touch was presumed to be efficacious in dispelling it. Evelyn records the fact that several persons were, in the reign of Charles II, pressed to death in the crowd that surrounded the doors of the court surgeon, where individuals applied for tickets in order to present their children for cure to the king. The Queen, in the commencement of the 2nd year of her reign, issued an order of council to the following effect. Anne R. Our will and pleasure is, that this form of prayer and thanksgiving for the 8th day of March be forthwith printed and published, and be used yearly on the said day, in all the cathedrals and collegiate churches and chapels, in all the chapels of colleges and halls, within our universities, and of our colleges of Eton and Winchester, and in all parish churches and chapels within our kingdom of England, dominion of Wales, and town of Berwick upon Tweed. Given at our court of St. James, the 7th day of February, 1703-04, in the 2nd year of our reign. By Her Majesty's command, Nottingham. The Queen being seated in state in the banqueting hall, her great officers stood in their usual places near her, and her chaplains officiated. One of them especially knelt near her when the practical part of the healing office commenced, having white ribbons on his arm, strung with the pieces of pure angel gold, which the Queen was to place round the necks or bind on the arm of her poor patients after she had stroked and touched them. The healing office commenced with the collect. Prevent us, O Lord, with thy most gracious favor, and further us with thy continued help, that in all our works begun, continued and ending in thee, we may glorify thy holy name, and finally by thy mercy attain everlasting life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Holy Gospel is written in the 16th chapter of St. Mark, beginning at the 14th verse. Jesus appeared unto the 11 as they sat at meat, etc. They shall lay their hands on the sick, and they shall recover. So then, after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, and sat on the right hand of God. And they went forth and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word with signs and wonders. Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. Our Father, which art in heaven, etc. Then shall the infirm persons, one by one, be presented to the Queen upon their knees, and as every one is presented, and while the Queen is laying her hands upon them, putting the gold about their necks, the chaplain that officiates, turning himself to Her Majesty, shall say these words following. God give a blessing to this work, and grant that those sick persons on whom the Queen lays her hands may recover, through Jesus Christ our Lord. After all have been presented, the chaplain shall say, O Lord, save thy servants. Response by the sick who come to be healed. Who put their trust in thee, send them help from thy holy place. Response of the sick. And ever more mightily defend them. Help us, O Lord, of our salvation. Response of the sick. And for the glory of thy name, deliver us, and be merciful to us sinners, for thy name's sake. O Lord, hear our prayers. Response of the sick. And let our cry come unto thee. Let us pray. O Almighty God, who art the giver of health, and the aid of them that seek to thee for succor, we call upon thee for thy help and goodness, mercifully to be showed upon these thy servants, that they, being healed of their infirmities, may give thanks unto thee in thy holy church, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Then the chaplain, standing with his face towards them that come to be healed, shall say, The Almighty God, who is a most strong tower to all them that put their trust in him, to whom all things in heaven, in earth, and under the earth, do bow and obey, be now and evermore your defense, and make you know and feel that there is no other name under heaven given to man, in whom and through whom you may receive health and salvation, but only the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen. As Queen Anne probably used the healing service of Queen Elisabeth during the 1st year of her reign, and as the description is much fuller than in the Common Prayer Book, it is here presented from the Lansdowne manuscripts, headed, The ceremony for healing them that be diseased with king's evil. The king or queen, kneeling, shall begin and say, In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. And so soon as he hath said it, shall add, Benedicite. The chaplain, kneeling before the king, having a stole about his neck, shall answer and say, addressing the sovereign, Dominus fit in corde, et in labis tuis, et confidentum omnia peccata tua, in nomine, etc. Then by and by the king shall say, Confiteor Deo beat Mariae Virginii, omnibus sanctis et vobis, quae peccavi nimis in cogitatione, locatione, et opera mea culpa, precor sanctam Mariam, et omnes sanctos Dei, et vos orare pro me. The chaplain shall answer and say the absolution according to the Roman ritual. This done, the chaplain shall say, Dominus vobiscum, sovereign, et cum spiritu tuo, chaplain, sequia sancte evangelium secundum Marcum, sovereign, gloria tibi Domine. The chaplain shall begin the gospel following, and so forth, till he come to this clause, Super ergos manus imponent, et bene habibunt, which clause he shall so oft repeat and say as the sovereign is handling of the sick person. Here follows Mark 16th chapter, 74th verse. At the time while the chaplain continues repeating the super ergos manus, the clerk of the closet shall kneel before the sovereign, having the sick person upon his right hand, and the sick person shall likewise kneel before the king, and then the sovereign shall lay his or her hands upon the sore of the sick person. This done, the chaplain shall make an end of the gospel, and in the meantime the clerk of the closet shall lead away the sick person from the sovereign. But it appears the patient did not wholly withdraw from the presence, as another portion of the rite immediately commenced. The chaplain pronounced the invocation, Dominus vobiscum. The sovereign answered, Et cum spiritu tuo, chaplain, Initia sancti evangelii secundum Ioannem, sovereign, gloria tibi Domine. The chaplain then began to read the first chapter of St. John. In the beginning was the Word, until he arrived at the passage, Erat lux vera, quae illuminat omnem hominem venientem in hoc mundum, which clause is to be repeated so long as the sovereign shall be crossing the sore of the sick person with an angel noble, and the sick person is to have the same angel hanged about his neck, and he is to wear it until he be full whole. This done, the clerk of the closet shall lead away the sick person as he did before, and then the chaplain shall make an end of the gospel, as it is said in the ending of the Mass, that is, the Gospel of St. John, concluding with this saying, Sit nomen Domini benedictum. The sovereign answers, Ex hoc nunc et usque in saeculum. Then the chaplain shall say a Latin collect, praying for the sick persons. Then follows a Latin prayer, to be said secretly after all the poor folk be departed from the sovereign. Fortunately, there is added, that the prayer is to be said at the pleasure of the royal persons. If the efficacy of the rite depended on Queen Anne repeating this beautiful aspiration in Latin, small hopes would there have been for the poor folk. There are 2 or 3 letters in the State Paper Office addressed personally to Queen Anne, written in elegant Italian from the Pope by the hand of his official or ordinary, congratulating her in affectionate terms on her conversion to the Roman Catholic faith. Not any notation of answer is appended to these epistles. They are dated in 1706. After carefully reviewing the whole of Queen Anne's life, these letters appear inexplicable, for the fact of a Roman Catholic claiming any person as belonging to his religion is a very different matter from enthusiasts of fanatic sects accusing members of the Reformed Church of being papists. Very often persons so reviled are, on the other side, persecuted as much by the Roman Catholics themselves, a certain evidence that they strive to gain the narrow and difficult path which lies between the 2 extremes, that via media which has been pronounced the best by Christian sages. How Queen Anne ever manifested sufficient participation in the Roman Catholic rites to induce the Roman Catholic pontiff to claim her as a member of his church is a mystery of history that must remain such, unless the solution be that the queen had, in the first year after her accession, celebrated the healing office according to its original service, which is in Latin, with invocations to the Virgin Mary, as we have just quoted. Moreover, she claimed the performance of the miracle by her double descent from the heirs of St. Edward, a king canonized by the papal see. The original formula of the service included a mass. The poor queen, in the innocence of her ignorance, might have assisted at this service without knowing what the Latin words meant, and yet the account might have been carried to the Pope as an undoubted participation in the rites of the Roman Church. It may be observed, in support of this conjecture, that the English service was not appended to her common prayer book and Bible until she had been on the throne a year, and some scandal might have ensued from the use of the original formula. The English ritual, as the reader may observe, is merely composed of earnest benedictions. The queen blesses, no harm in blessing, and prays that her sick and miserable subjects may be healed. The passionate love that the people bore to their good Queen Anne was partly founded on her condescension in thus suffering the most wretched and pitiable of her subjects to approach her, when she, with alms, with benedictions, soothed their miseries for the love of God. As to the question of whether the queen performed the healing office with a little jealousy of the cures wrought by her brother, the king over the water, or entirely with the simplicity of heart of a disciple of the Reformed Church of England, earnest in good works, let them rest. One thing is certain, that never was any measure better contrived by the most sagacious statesman to fix the sovereign in the love of a populace, when her regnal power was circumscribed and almost defied by a majority among the aristocracy of wealth, who had profited by the religious revolutions of the preceding eras. It appears that the queen performed the healing office on her progresses whensoever she rested at any provincial city. Her progresses were chiefly journeys to Bath, the springs of which were in equal repute to those of Bourbon. It is supposed that the queen touched Dr. Johnson for the evil in one of these western progresses. She actually spent the autumn of this year at that city, chiefly for the benefit of the health of her consort. Scarcely any notation of her sojourn remains, except in annals of theatrical transactions, where it is noted that the company from Drury Lane followed Her Majesty Queen Anne to Bath 1703, and acted in that city during Her Majesty's autumn visit there. The queen usually began her retreat from St. James's Palace at the Easter recess. She then visited Kensington Palace for occasional breathings of fresh air, and settled there in April or May, according to the weather. It was a place in which her consort, Prince George of Denmark, greatly delighted, and actually coveted it so much so as to induce him to take rather hasty possession of it on the demise of William III. Kensington Gardens owed much to him and Queen Anne. They were merely gardens in those days, since King William's palace grounds consisted of only 25 acres, and were bounded by the broad gravel walk in front of the palace, and all the plantation between the present conservatory and the Bayswater Road was a wild, hollow gravel pit, which Queen Anne added to her Kensington domain when she began to build the conservatory or banqueting room. All that part of the gardens called Kensington Park was subsequently enclosed from Hyde Park in the reign of George II. Queen Anne's new additions were called the Upper Garden of Kensington. It was, says Addison, at first nothing but a gravel pit. It must have been a fine genius for gardening that could have thought of forming such an unsightly hollow into so beautiful an area. On one side of the walk you see this hollow basin, with its several little plantations lying so conveniently under the eye. On the other side of it appears a mound made up of trees. These alterations were commenced by Queen Anne directly she took possession of Kensington Palace. 100 men were kept constantly employed in bringing the gardens to the appearance described above. The mount mentioned, perhaps, alludes to one still in the memory of those who can look back 15 or 20 years, said to have been designed by Queen Caroline, the consort of George II, and furnished at the top with a turning alcove, which accommodated the Queen's seat to the way of the wind. The mount commanded a view of the Brentford Road, said to be added by Queen Caroline when she had the Round Pond dug. But there was evidently a mount in Kensington Gardens planted with trees in the time of Queen Anne. Another mount, still called in the Kensington traditions Queen Anne's Mount, is the site of one of the company's waterworks, and according to tradition, once was included in her grounds at Campden House. These remains were probably fragments of fortifications when Kensington was the king's town and summer seat of the Saxon era, and subsequently the nursery palace for the children of Henry VIII, appended to the Dower Palace of Chelsea. Leases were granted from time to time of this beautiful situation to various palace servants when royal nurseries were no longer wanted. If considered as an adjunct to Chelsea Palace, Kensington forms the first of that westward chain of summer palaces on the Thames to Reading, which comprised Hammersmith, Barnes, Kew, Richmond, Ham, Hampton Court, the regal Windsor Castle, the fortress of retreat in case of rebellion, and finished with Henry I's Palace Abbey of Reading, and perhaps with the Royal Beaumont of Oxford, where Richard I was born. Queen Anne's banqueting room at Kensington was commenced directly the body of William III was conveyed out of the palace. Any person who looks therein may see that it has been originally divided into 3 beautiful rooms adorned with Corinthian pillars, friezes, and niches for statues bearing girandals. There is an elegant circular room at each end, one a drawing room, the other a music room. The middle apartment was a ballroom. Taking advantage of the broad windows, it afforded a spring or summer stand to the Queen's myrtles, oranges, and other evergreen exotics, which in the winter she sent to the famous gardeners, London and Wise of Brompton Park, to be sheltered. Near the western end of the palace may be observed a gateway leading directly to the banqueting hall, through which Queen Anne used to be carried in her chair when she went to her illuminated galas on spring evenings. Her Majesty gave concerts and balls. The public were admitted into the royal gardens on these fete occasions, but were expected to sail about à la Watteau in full dress. The open alcove, the back of which abuts on Kensington Street, was built by Queen Anne as a shelter seat on those occasions for the promenaders. Hyde Park was coming up to the broad walk which runs from Kensington to Bayswater. The poor commonalty could have a peep at their beloved Anne, her consort, and all her noble suite and guests in the illuminated banquet hall, through the grille which divided it from their authorized haunts, and could criticize the full dresses of the genteel people who glided about the gardens, in brocaded robes, hoops, fly-caps, and fans. On these evenings, some of the chief diversions were musical entertainments, with songs by the court lyricist Dufree, some humorous, some political, others pastoral. For one of these concerts, he wrote and set to music the well-known ballad, "'Twas Within a Mile of Edinburgh Town," a song which, although adopted as Scotch, is neither national in costume nor character. Queen Anne's known partiality to flowers occasioned Dufree to compliment her according to the mythology of that era, under the appellation of Great Flora, in his lyrics written for her concerts. It is probable that the banqueting room was used as a theatre, for Dufree used to superintend the performances of his drama at Kensington before Queen Anne, as he especially notes. He likewise endorses several of his most profligate compositions, that they were performed at Kensington before Queen Mary II, to her great delight. Yet previously to Queen Anne's erection of the banqueting room, Kensington presented few facilities for theatrical representation. When Anne had finished her now deserted banqueting hall, which was about the end of 1705, Defoe, her contemporary, describes her feats there in homely language. After the Queen had built her greenhouse at Kensington Palace, she was pleased to make it her summer supper room. Kensington Palace was conveniently near London for councils and ministerial visits in early summer. Before the Queen made her gradual advances towards Windsor, by way of Hampton Court, She used to visit the old palace at Twickenham, where she had been nursed in infancy. Here she was pleased in having a private tea party occasionally. Sometimes she extended her spring tour as far as Hampton Court, and even held councils there, if we may trust Pope, who says, invoking Hampton Court, "Where thou, great Anna, whom 3 realms obey, dost sometimes counsel take, and sometimes tea." Hampton Court was usually the Queen's residence for some little time after the summer prorogation of Parliament. August she spent at Windsor Castle, and part of September. Her Parliament often met in October, and then she returned to Hampton Court, and with visits to Kensington Palace. As the cold set in, she found herself again at St. James's Palace, the last days of November or the 1st in December. Queen Anne seldom made any progresses excepting to Bath, for the benefit of her health or that of the prince. Sometimes Her Majesty attended the Newmarket October meeting with her consort. In the first years of her reign, it was frequently expected that the Queen would bring an heir to the crown. On one of these occasions, the prince positively forbade her to go to Newmarket, although she had fixed her mind on the visit. Her courtiers greatly lauded, in their letters to each other, the conjugal obedience of the Queen on this occasion. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 6, Part 1. As far as the personal affections of all sorts and conditions of the people were concerned, Anne was the most popular female sovereign who had up to that time ascended the English throne. Our good Queen Anne is an appellation not yet obsolete among the lower orders. Of a passive and obtuse temperament, the Queen was rather that negative personage, a good sort of woman, than a good woman, and yet many causes combined to render her beloved by the people. In the first place, she was, as she said, entirely English, the daughter of an Englishman and Englishwoman. Her comely person bore the national characteristics of the middle classes. Her very limited education confined her language, tastes, and prejudices entirely to everything English. Her feminine helplessness of mind well fitted her for the limits to which an encroaching oligarchy had confined the functions of a British monarch. If it be a maxim of the Constitution that the king can do no wrong, who could look on the soft and innocent features of the comfortable matron who filled the British throne and make her accountable for the wrongdoing of her ministers? She was, too, the last of her native line of princes, the natural object of the fond loyalty of the Protestant adherents to the House of Stuart, who were numerous, notwithstanding all theological discrepancies. Without possessing the refined taste for literature and the arts which the worst enemies of the Stuart royal line are forced to allow, Anne inherited the munificent spirit of her race. As soon as she ascended the throne, poetry and science breathed in a different atmosphere from the cold and chilly blight that had fallen on them when the Dutch persecutor of Sir Christopher Wren and Dryden assumed the sceptre of the islands. Who can wonder, then, that the good Queen Anne of the middle classes was eulogized by the pen of every writer, from Pope to Tickell? Her reign, too, was a series of brilliant continental victories, and she died before the bitter reaction of national poverty, which ever follows English wars, had fully taken place. Her personal generosity to the Church and her mildness of government made her adored by a populace which still extended its hands to churchmen as the kind alleviators of their most bitter miseries. For not only the weekly, but the daily offertory was still customary, and is supposed to have remained so until the year 1725. It supplied a fund for charitable purposes to the incumbents of livings too small to allow of efficient private almsgiving on the part of the indigent pastor, who is too often compelled to behold distress, without the power of supplying nourishment to the sick and clothing the naked of his flock. Queen Anne's grandmother was a washerwoman, is a saying scarcely yet forgotten among the lower orders, and truth to tell, it was an assertion which had its influence in inducing the extraordinary popularity with which the memory of so passive a person is still cherished by the people. A tradition at once so mysterious and so widely circulated demands some inquiry and explanation. The late Cardinal York is said to have repeated the same to Cardinal Gonsalve, with the variation that Queen Anne's grandmother was not a washerwoman, but a blanchisseuse, but a tub girl. A very strange circumstance it is that a prince, the Cardinal York, born and bred in Italy, should know the distinction that a tub girl or a tub woman, according to Old English costume, was not a laundress, but a breweress. It is only needful to call to mind the well-known instances of the lampoons leveled at Cromwell's wife as a tub woman, to prove that such was really the case. Here is the traditionary tale connected with the common report that the grandmother of the two queen regnants, Mary II and Anne, was a washerwoman. It is literally a tale of a tub. Once upon a time, there was a great country gentleman who lived in a grand hall, and who had a handsome wife and a family of handsome children. The Roundheads, as he was a loyal cavalier, assailed his park, stormed his hall, and slew him and his wife and children. When the homicides were all gone, one of the young ladies, who had only swooned with terror, revived, and seeing all her friends and family lying dead around her, and her home in flames, she ran away in terror, she knew not whither, but fled as far as her feet would carry from the scene of desolation, and sank down swooning, this time with exhaustion and grief. At the door of a small wayside house, which proved to be an alehouse brewery or pothouse. The good man of the homestead had got up early to brew, and finding the poor young girl insensible at his door, he called up his wife and told her to give the destitute one some Christian help and charity. The alewife was a very good woman. She put the poor girl to bed, gave her food and a great deal of pity, when she heard how the wicked Roundhead troopers had killed her father because he loved King Charles, and burnt her home and village so that she was destitute and homeless. But the young lady never told her true name and rank. At first, she concealed them out of sheer terror, lest the Cromwellians should return and finish their work by murdering her, and afterwards because she considered that her rank would prevent her from accepting the humble home her new friends offered her. For the alewife had just lost an only child, a girl of her age, and she persuaded her guest to stay where she was, as she had lost all her friends, and help her with the yeast, and filling the pottle pots of ale out of the tubs. So the noble young woman, whose name has never transpired, remained, whilst the civil wars raged, as tub girl to this alehouse. Matters did not mend for her after the death of King Charles. All that bore her name, or were akin to her, had emigrated, and her father's estate had passed into the clutches of the Commonwealth man. The tub girl, therefore, turned her mind so sedulously to her vocation, and like the famous Brown Betty of nursery lore, brewed ale for gentlemen, of such exquisite flavour, that trade flourished, the hedge alehouse grew a wayside inn, and the alewife and her husband became so rich, they could hardly reckon their wealth. And they owed it all to their beloved tub girl, who was universally reckoned as their daughter and heiress. At last, as she was very rosy, fair, and comely, a rich tradesman made her an offer and married her. The alewife died and her husband, and left all they had to the tub girl. Her spouse not long after followed this good example, and our tub lady became a well-endowed widow. In the course of settling her affairs, she had a consultation with Edward Hyde, a young, handsome barrister at the Temple. The future Lord Chancellor, being much pleased with her appearance, and still more at that of her documents, tendered the fair widow his heart and hand, married her, and in consequence, the tub girl became mother to Anne Hyde, and grandmother to the two queen regnants of Great Britain and Ireland, Queen Mary and Queen Anne. A pretty story, and romantic too. Pity it is not true. But the inexorable fact that Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon, the Lord Chancellor of Charles I and Charles II, and the father to the Duchess of York, married both his wives before the Civil War took place, is incontestable. Anne Hyde was born long before the Roundheads began the work of desolating the country seats of England. There is now before us a very good proof, being the facsimile of the said Anne Hyde's own autograph memoirs to the following effect. I was born the 12th day of March, Old Style, in the year of our Lord, 1637, at Cranbourne Lodge, near Windsor, in Berkshire, and lived in my own country till I was 12 years old, having in that time seen the ruin both of church and state, and the murthering of my king. And as if she had intended wholly to demolish the story of her mother, about the same time, becoming so celebrated in the brewing tub line, the mother of Queens Mary and Anne adds, very explicitly, I came out of England, then being 12 years old, 1 month and 18 days. Anne Hyde. Thus Anne Hyde herself was a girl at the very time, between 12 and 13 years old, when the Tub Girl tale makes her mother to be about the same age. Anne Hyde has been traced directly after, in the course of this work, as maid of honor to the Princess Royal of England, the Princess of Orange, and afterwards as wife to the Duke of York. According to the Tub tale, she could not have been 2 years old when her eldest daughter was born, if her mother was a young unmarried girl in 1645. The mother of Anne Hyde, and consequently the grandmother of Queen Anne, was Frances Aylesbury, daughter of Sir Thomas Aylesbury, a person of excellent family, who was married, and the mother of a numerous family, and long dead before the civil wars broke out. Her youngest child was Anne Hyde. Neither can the story be transferred thus. The great-grandmother of Queen Anne was a washerwoman or tub girl. For where, then, are the civil wars? The story must travel back to the civil wars of York and Lancaster to find a local home and habitation, but as this shadowy and unchronological tale comes from a universal tradition and the gossip of the exiled court, it must have foundation, howsoever distant, and the conclusion may be drawn that Queens Mary and Anne had, by means of their descent from Anne Hyde, a remarkable window in their genealogies, somewhere or other. Queen Anne extended her beneficence to the Church of England so far as to permit the sittings of her convocations where her sister and brother-in-law had interrupted, and as far as they could, abolished. The convocation is the parliament of our Church, and like the temporal parliament, consists of upper and lower houses, the first composed of the dignitaries, the other of the commoners of the clergy. It still exists, being convened with all legal forms, simultaneously with new parliaments, but the moment a clergyman proceeds to speak, he is silenced ostensibly by order of the sovereign, and the assembly is dissolved, according to the precedent of William III. To discuss the origin, uses, and privileges of the convocation would fill a large book. It would, moreover, lead us from our proper course, the personal life of Queen Anne. Yet it stands like a huge rock, direct in the stream, and it is impossible to induce any perspicuous ideas of the fierce party storm raised in the name of High Church, without devoting a few words to its primary cause. In these storms, the helpless queen was whirled from side to side, guided by no purpose of action, excepting an earnest desire to do as much good and as little harm as possible. The queen, then, permitted the spiritual parliament, or convocation, to proceed to business without arbitrary interruption. Her Majesty, of course, received the thanks and benedictions of her clergy, especially of the lower house, for her grant of the first fruits and tenths, which was an incalculable relief to the commonalty of the Church. Strange to say that the lower house was, according to the jargon of her political history, High Church. The upper house of the convocation was Low Church. The explanation of this seeming paradox is not difficult. The upper house of convocation consisted of those who enjoyed the great riches and high dignities of the Church. They had been given them by the will and pleasure of William III. If those whose business it is to inquire into this matter will form a list of the dignitaries of the churches appointed by William and Mary, trace their names and lives through the Biographia Britannica, they will find very few of their archbishops, bishops, or deans, but had been educated as dissenters, and that some had officiated as dissenting preachers and teachers. In general, the conforming prelates were not beloved and esteemed equally with those who embraced poverty, rather than give up, for the lucre of temporal advantage, the principles in which they had been educated. Such was the majority of the upper house of Convocation. It is easy to imagine that the lower house of Convocation could not agree with prelates and dignitaries who had been put over the heads of the sons of the Reformed Church of England, bred up with earnest devotedness to her ordinances and works of beneficence. Such are the simple facts, wherefore the upper house of Convocation was deemed Low Church, the lower house High Church. Their strife, as may be supposed, became violent, and unfortunately, the object of angry debate comprised discussions on the first principles of Christian belief, to the great anguish of the Queen. However, she permitted the two houses of Convocation to open business, or rather to struggle together and defy each other, at the outset of her Whig ministry in 1705. The Duchess of Marlborough, as the agent of the triumphant faction, endeavoured to wrest from Queen Anne the privilege which, even so lately as the commencement of the last century, appertained to the crown of nominating the holders of vacant dignities in the Church. It will be shown that the first serious cause of dispute between the Queen and her imperious domestic arose from Her Majesty's demur in nominating bishops to vacancies agreeable to the lady's sense of religion. The Queen was never qualified by nature nor education to trace the original causes of historical events. Her Majesty was evidently greatly perplexed, wherefore all the dignitaries of her church ranked themselves in the party of the Low Church. Having the greatest veneration even for the nomenclature of spiritual dignities, she was much mystified why the people at large made common cause with the country clergy against a conforming primate, and cried out most piteously, that the Church of England was in danger. Perhaps they had their reasons, which reasons we leave for the discussion of those they may concern, marking only this fact, that most of the populace that now clung with affection to the Reformed Catholic Church of England had had the opportunity of comparing their happiness under her guidance with their experience of Cromwell's dissenting ministry. Such were the primary causes of the remarkable church factions, which will soon be noted as occupying much of Queen Anne's thoughts and attention. Facts bear out the assertion that her study was not to exalt one party much above the other, but to maintain a moderating power between the extremes. The Augustan age of Queen Anne and the glories of literature under her sway are phrases on the pen or lips of everyone, and some readers may expect to learn how Her Majesty's name came to be connected with such praises. No person would, we think, have been more puzzled than good Queen Anne herself if she had been expected to account for the same. The Duchess of Marlborough asserted that the Queen never read, and that cards entirely occupied her thoughts in her youth. It may be noticed that throughout a voluminous correspondence, Her Majesty never makes a literary quotation or mentions any book as if she had ever actually read it. Although she promised once to read a pamphlet much pressed on her attention by the Duchess of Marlborough, there is no evidence that she really did so. Therefore it is to be feared that Queen Anne's patronage of men of letters proceeded rather from love of approbation than from any delight she took in their productions. On the grounds of Bishop Wilson's thanks to our unnamed and illustrious benefactress, the Queen has been considered as the foundress of one of the first Bible societies, but the fact has been denied. A tradition likewise existed that the Tattlers were printed at an early hour, that they might be laid on the royal breakfast table. These papers contained postscripts, which were summaries of passing political events. Hopes were entertained that Her Majesty would read them on that account, and every facility was afforded for that purpose. Whether she ever did read them is another affair. The disorder incidental to her eyes was the excuse for her want of study, but it required as much eyesight to write perpetually as to read, and Queen Anne often wrote 4 times in the course of one day to Sarah of Marlborough, when she was in favour with that insolent spirit. The literature of her era, it is now allowed, has been greatly overpraised. Its fame is chiefly based on the efforts of translators or imitators of the classics, who praise themselves and their patrons with indefatigable ardor. The list of works of real originality is short. When the Tattlers and Spectators and the Rape of the Lock are named, where else are we to look for originality, unless a few comedies of Cibber, Vanbrugh, and Congreve are mentioned? They certainly deserve the doubtful praise of presenting true, although atrocious pictures of the manners of the times. The wits reckon Defoe among the dunces. Posterity has righted him. In the first year of the reign of Anne, an annual was established called the Lady's Diary, or Women's Almanac, according to its prospectus, containing directions for love, marriage, preserving, not hearts, but plums and gooseberries, cookery, perfumery, bills of fare, and many other concerns peculiar to the fair sex. The editor's description of this unique performance throws some light on the domestic customs of an age little known though very near. There was a copy of verses in praise of Queen Anne, which were actually spoken in the Lord Mayor's parlour by one of the Blue Coat boys, at the last Thanksgiving Day, about the Vigo business, with universal applause. Then the calendar with the common notes of the year, the times when marriage comes in and out, and the eclipses, all in one page. A picture of the Queen in copper, that is, a copper plate engraving, very well performed. The rest of the literature consisted of delightful tales. The preface was a dissertation on the happiness of England, enjoyed under the reign of Queen Elizabeth and the present Queen, Anne. Many ardent aspirations the worthy editor made to obtain the lives of celebrated queens, more particularly queens of England, and he even names Margaret of Anjou on his list, but gives up the undertaking under the most solemn conviction that no dates of birth or death can be found for any queen excepting Queen Elizabeth and Queen Anne. Nevertheless, we earnestly wish he had made the attempt. This being the first almanac printed for the use of the fair sex, and under the reign of a glorious woman, saith Mr. Tipper. Some would advise me to dedicate to the Queen with some such dedication as this. To the Queen's most excellent Majesty, this Lady's Diary, or Women's Almanac, being the first ever published for the peculiar use of the fair sex, is, with all humility, dedicated to your most sacred Majesty. The work was successful. The elder of all English annuals, by at least 100 years, is the survivor of most of them. The literature of the early days of Queen Anne was distinguished by the writings of some recluses of gentle birth and manner, who sighed for retirement from the loathsome manners of the age, and wished to make seraphic celibacy popular and honorable among English ladies. Mrs. Mary Astell, a learned and beautiful lady, wrote an essay on the pleasures of retirement in 1696, and proposed a sort of female college, in which the young might be instructed, and ladies nauseating the parade of the world find a happy retirement. Queen Anne, then princess, wonderfully admired this project, and made up her mind, should she ever have it in her power, to endow it with 10,000 pounds. After her accession, the whole plan was disconcerted by Bishop Burnet, who rang an alarm of popery in the ears of her Majesty, and declared that Mary Astell's college would be called a nunnery. The name would have mattered little, for it was not based on any principle that would have rendered it an object of affection or of interest to the people at large. Intense self-devotion to the tuition and moral government of the poor, added to the task of soothing their miseries, and all for the abstract love of the divine founder of Christianity, is the only principle which can draw public respect to any female communities of the convent or collegiate species. It does not appear that Mary Astell's plan, however elegant and refined, aimed at this high intent of utility. Schemes like hers have been tried before and since the days of Queen Anne, but for the want of some motive of union raised above selfish expediency, have fallen into contempt by degenerating into knots of whimsical women occupied with wrangling factions. The wits of the era of Queen Anne were infuriated at the idea of the conventual retirement for the purposes of seraphic meditation eulogized by Mary Astle. In the Tatler, Swift aimed a few handfuls of dirt at her after the fashion of his own yahoos. The Spectator subsequently did her gentler justice, but the envenomed shaft had sped, and the Protestant convent, which had won the approbation of Queen Anne and obtained her gracious promise of endowments, languished and took no root in the land. Another literary recluse graced the reign of Anne. This was Elisabeth Elstob, the daughter of a country clergyman, the gentle lady student of Anglo-Saxon lore. There never were but 2 English ladies, besides Elisabeth Elstob, who have won public renown in this difficult path of literature, and they are both ornaments of our own times. Thanks for the preservation of much precious history of the early days of our country is due to them. Neither the meekness of Elisabeth Elstob nor her utter abstinence from challenging public attention could defend her from the vituperation of Swift. Her contemporary, the fair Mary Astle, had probably mingled a little coquetry with her profession of seraphic celibacy, and perhaps had imbued it with some spice of romantic parade. But Elisabeth Elstob, immersed in the records of our Saxon kings and heroes, and of saintly queens and princesses, possibly departed this world without knowing there was such a person as Dr. Swift in it, much less that she had raised his spleen. The writings of these ladies belong to the days of Queen Anne, but the tendency of them to a century earlier. At the commencement of the year 1704, the Duchess of Marlborough successfully effected her purpose of disuniting her royal mistress and Lord Rochester. She worked on the mind of the Queen against her uncle by that worrying pertinacity against one object on all occasions, small and great, which seldom loses its purpose. By awakening the Queen's jealousy that Lord Rochester regarded her unfortunate brother with secret affection, it is supposed that the favourite carried her point. On the other side, she excited disgust in the mind of the Queen's uncle by a series of affronts and insults. It is true, the Duchess permitted the wife of his eldest son to become one of the ladies of the Queen's bedchamber, for she expressly observes, that her Majesty did not like her. There was more danger, it seems, in permitting the same advancement to the Queen's cousin, the young and charming Lady Dalkeith. When Lord Rochester requested his royal niece to permit that lady, his eldest daughter, to be one of the ladies of her bedchamber, on the vacancy made by the death of the Dutch lady, Charlotte Beverwort, he could scarcely expect denial, because she was the Queen's nearest female relative in England. Nevertheless, the request was denied, under the plea that there was no vacancy, for the Queen had resolved, after the death of Lady Charlotte, to have only 10 ladies of the bedchamber. The refusal arose from long-hoarded vengeance of an old bitter grudge. The Duchess of Marlborough remembered that in the outset of her crafty career of life, Lord Rochester had pointed out to James II that some domestic locust devoured the revenues of the Princess Anne and mysteriously involved her in debt, a denunciation which Sarah took angrily to herself. Lord Rochester had recently opposed the extravagant grant the Queen had attempted to bestow on the Marlboroughs in the first months of her reign, and converted them by that act from self-seeking Tories into virulent Whigs. From that moment, every hoarded affront was hourly recalled to the mind of Anne. The Duchess tauntingly observes, that the Queen had been pleased to forgive her uncle of all his ill behaviour in the reigns of King Charles, King James, and Queen Mary. If the Queen had done so, her favourite had not. With much thanksgiving to God for her own incapacity of bearing malice, the Duchess instigated her Majesty to hint that her uncle had better return to his government in Ireland. All these mortifications had the effect on the mind of Lord Rochester that his female foe anticipated. He flew into a passion and resigned all his offices of state. Moreover, he refused to visit his royal niece and never attended her councils. When these omissions and derelictions had been sufficiently pointed out to the Queen, she ordered that her uncle should no longer be summoned to council, as he did not choose to attend, and added this observation: "It is not reasonable that Lord Rochester should come to council only when he thinks fit." So ended virtually all connection between the sons of the great Lord Clarendon and his royal granddaughter, for Lord Rochester survived but a few weeks, the subsequent change in the mind and feelings of Queen Anne. Henry, Earl of Clarendon, the Queen's elder uncle, was, as previously shown, a self-banished exile from her presence, and his half-witted son, Lord Cornbury, whose merits in being the proto-deserter from her father required some gratitude, was sent to play his imbecile pranks as the governor of the invaluable colonies James II had founded in North America. Among other apish tricks, Lord Cornbury is said to have held his state levees at New York and received the principal colonists dressed up in complete female court costume, because truly he represented the person of a female sovereign, his cousin german, Queen Anne. It is said, and with great probability, that the follies of this ruler laid the foundation of that system of evil colonial government which deprived Great Britain finally of one of the brightest gems in her crown. The Duchess of Marlborough, after many shouts of triumph over the fall of the Queen's uncle from his influence in the national councils and government, concludes her commentary with these words: "'Tis an amazing thing he should imagine he was to domineer over the Queen and everybody else, as he did over his own family." Yet, after all, it would have been less amazing if the Queen had been domineered over by her uncle, than, as the case really was, by her quondam chamberwoman, for the proud Duchess was originally nothing more. With the Queen's uncle retreated from her government Lord Jersey, the Duke of Buckingham, and several powerful leaders who had been considered personal friends of the late King James II. A ministry remained, though exceedingly weakened by this secession, which was still zealous for High Church and was considered Tory. The head of it was the Earl of Nottingham. His object was still to prevent unconscientious dissenters from using the most solemn sacrament of the Church of England as a test to obtain seats in the House of Commons and other public offices. It was during one of the repeated struggles to pass through the House of Lords the bill preventive of this abuse, that against occasional conformity, that the Queen penned the following deprecatory epistle to the arrogant Duchess. In explanation, it must be recollected that the bill had repeatedly passed triumphantly through the House of Commons, that the contests against it were wholly in the House of Lords. Meantime, the Queen, notwithstanding her affected indifference in the letter, had its success as an act of legislature much at heart. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough, under the names of Morley and Freeman. Friday morning. I give my dear Mrs. Freeman many thanks for her long letter, and am truly sensible of the sincere kindness you express in it, and in return, to ease your mind, I must tell you that Mr. Bromley will be disappointed, for the Prince, that is George of Denmark, does not intend to go to the House when the bill of occasional conformity is brought in. The Queen meant the bill against occasional conformity, but like a great many persons of her vagueness of style, she uses terms contrary to their signification, supposing her correspondent will guess her meaning. The Queen's letter is a proof that Prince George, who was an occasional conformist to the rights of the Church of England, actually showed the wisdom and good taste of remaining neuter in this point. I think him, continues the Queen, very much in the right not to vote for it. I shall not have the worst opinion of any of the lords that are for it, for though I should have been glad it had not been brought into the House of Commons, because I would not have had any pretense for quarrelling, I can't help thinking, now it is as good as passed there, it will be better for the service to have it pass the House of Lords too. I must own to you that I never cared to mention anything on this subject to you, because I knew you would not be of my mind. But since you have given me this occasion, I can't forbear saying that I see nothing like persecution in this bill. You may think it is a notion Lord Nottingham has put into my head, but upon my word it is my own thought. I am in hopes I shall have one look before you go to St. Albans, and therefore will say no more now, but will answer your letter more at large some other time, and only promise my dear Mrs. Freeman, faithfully, I will read the book she sent me, and beg she will never let difference of opinion hinder us from living together as we used to do. Nothing shall ever alter your poor, unfortunate, faithful Morley, who will live and die, with all truth and tenderness, yours. Although the Duchess of Marlborough had triumphed in the dismissal and disgrace of the Queen's uncle, she was by no means satisfied with the persons who remained in power, for the House of Commons was the same that had denied her the £5,000 per annum in perpetuity, and was therefore not likely to be guilty of any very extravagant grants of the public money. She continued a wrangling correspondence with the Queen during the summer against the powers in office, till the occurrence of the great victory of Blenheim turned the scale irresistibly in her favour. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 6, Part 2. Queen Anne was sitting in her closet at Windsor Castle, which commands a fine view over the North Terrace, when the news of the victory of Blenheim was brought to her. For several years, the banner by which the Duke of Marlborough holds the manor of Woodstock was deposited in this apartment in memory of the Queen's reception of the news. The closet forms a boudoir to one of the royal state bed chambers, where, in an alcove, is a ponderous article of furniture, being an embroidered bed of Queen Anne, which was carefully preserved by the orders of George III, who would not suffer it to be displaced. By these traditions, the suites of rooms at Windsor, occupied by Queen Anne, can be traced. On the following Thursday afternoon, Colonel Parkes, aide-de-camp to His Grace the Duke of Marlborough, arrived express with the following letter to Her Grace, His Lady Duchess, dated August 13th, New Style. I have not time to say more than to beg of you to present my humble duty to the Queen, and to let Her Majesty know that her army has had a glorious victory. Monsieur Tallard and 2 other generals are in my coach, and I am following the rest. The bearer, my aide-de-camp, Colonel Parkes, will give Her Majesty an account of what has passed. I shall do it in a day or 2 by another, more at large. Marlborough. The news of the victory of Blenheim was received with a degree of national rapture which requires some retrospect to explain. It was the only great foreign battle that had been gained by England since that of Agincourt. In fact, the English energies had been wasted in such interior victories as those of Flodden or Pinkie Fields, or the still more deplorable contests of the Wars of the Roses, or the calamitous civil strife at Edgehill, Naseby, Dunbar, and Worcester. Not one victory had rewarded the national pride in exchange for all the blood and treasure expended by William III in his continental wars, and the saying went through Europe that the island bulldogs could only tear each other. While any monarch of England retained the foolish title of sovereign of France, the English populace were as much bent on French conquest as they were in the days of the Plantagenets, and the wisest peace ruler was unpopular if an army was not always in the field, struggling to gain a footing over the frontier of France. Englishmen had forgotten the woes and exhaustion that succeeded the brilliant conquests of the showy hero, Henry V, and were constantly sending addresses to Queen Anne, as they had done to her predecessor, to remind her of the propriety of reconquering her dominions in France, as Normandy and Aquitaine. If the Queen had cherished so insane an idea, it is to be feared she would have met with only too much encouragement among all parties in England. The victory of Blenheim was therefore celebrated with unequalled splendor. The unfinished cathedral of St. Paul was the place appointed for the chanting of the Te Deum, and the Queen went thither in procession to return thanks to Almighty God, with all the pomp of royalty. The herald's narrative was published in all the leading journals of the day. Although the event occurred only in the last century, the whole tone of the procession seems to belong to the costume of ages long past, and terms are used which are now obsolete. All the lords and privy councillors that were in and about the town met at about 8 in the morning at the council chamber at St. James's, September 7, 1704. The knights of the most noble order of the Garter, wearing the collars of the said order, and having been marshalled by the officers of arms, proceeded about 10 o'clock in their coaches, with 6 horses each, towards St. Paul's. Her Majesty came afterwards, attended in the following manner. First, the knight marshal with his men on horseback, then the equerries and gentlemen ushers to his royal highness in his leading coach, 1 equerry, 2 pages of honor, and the gentlemen ushers in waiting in her Majesty's leading coach. In another of her Majesty's coaches, the women of the bedchamber to her Majesty, in another, the maids of honor. His Royal Highness's body coach, with the lords of his bedchamber. 4 ladies of her Majesty's bedchamber, namely, the Duchess of Somerset, the Marchioness of Hartington, and Lady Henrietta Godolphin, and the Countess of Abingdon, in the travelling body coach, the Duke of Somerset, master of the horse, with the Duke of Ormond, the captain of the guards in waiting, in her Majesty's body chariot, each drawn by 6 horses, a detachment of the horse grenadiers, then her Majesty's footmen, after them the yeomen of the guard on foot, some before and some on each side of her Majesty's coach, then her Majesty, with his Royal Highness her consort, the Duchess of Marlborough, groom of the stole, and the Lady Frecheville, being the lady of the bedchamber in waiting, in the coach of state drawn by 8 horses. Her Majesty's first troop of horse guards closed the procession. The streets through which her Majesty passed were lined, from St. James's as far as Temple Bar, by the militia of Westminster. Thence to St. Paul's they were railed, and hung with blue cloth, the city-trained bands lining both sides, and upon scaffolds erected for that purpose were placed several companies in their gowns, with their respective flags, streamers, and music. A battalion of each of her Majesty's foot guards made a lane from the west entrance into the church to the door of the choir. The balconies and the windows of the houses were hung with carpets and rich tapestry, and crowded with great numbers of spectators. At Temple Bar, her Majesty was met by the Lord Mayor in a gown of crimson velvet, and the aldermen and sheriffs in their scarlet gowns, being all on horseback. The Lord Mayor alighted, made a short speech to her Majesty, and surrendered to her the city sword, which she was pleased to return to him, and he carried it before her Majesty to the church, the aldermen and sheriffs riding before him. Her Majesty being come to St. Paul's was met at the west door, at her alighting out of the coach, by the great officers of state, the nobility and privy councillors, who from thence proceeded to the choir. Her Majesty was led by his Royal Highness, and was followed by the Duchess of Marlborough and the Lady Frecheville. The Earl of Kent, Lord Chamberlain of her Majesty's household, and the Right Honourable the Vice-Chamberlain, attending near her Majesty's person. The Duke of Ormond, Captain of the Guard, and the Duke of St. Albans, at the head of the band of gentlemen pensioners, closed the procession. Her Majesty and his Royal Highness, being entered into the choir, seated themselves in 2 armchairs on a throne erected at the west end thereof, opposite the altar. Behind her Majesty were stools for 2 of the ladies of the bedchamber and the great officers in waiting attending her Majesty and his Royal Highness. The peers and privy councillors were placed on the north side of the choir, the ladies of the bedchamber in the stalls on the south side, and the maids of honor and her Majesty's bedchamber women below them. The dean and prebendaries sat within the rails of the altar, except such as officiated in reading prayers. The Reverend Dr. Sherlock, Dean of St. Paul's, preached a sermon, the text being the 53rd Psalm, 11th verse. The hymn, Te Deum, and other anthems were admirably well performed by her Majesty's choir. Divine services being ended, her Majesty and his Royal Highness returned to St. James's, and in the same order and state that they came. The great guns at the towers, those upon the river, and the train in St. James's Park were thrice discharged. The first time when her Majesty took coach at St. James's, the second at the singing of the Te Deum, and the third when her Majesty came back to her palace. The Queen still continued to defend and support the remnant of the High Church party against the constant attacks of the Duchess of Marlborough. Her sentiments may be gathered from her letter, written soon after her return to St. James's, 1704. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough, under the names of Morley and Freeman. St. James's, November 21st. I had just sealed up my letter on Saturday night as I received the satisfaction of my dear Mrs. Freeman's of the day's date, but would not open it again, concluding I should have time either Sunday or yesterday. When Sunday came, I had several hindrances, and yesterday I sat down to write, but was hindered by one of the Scots people coming to speak with me, or else I should not have been so long without telling you that I am sorry you should forbear writing, upon the apprehension of your letters being troublesome, since you know very well they are not, nor ever can be so, but the contrary to your poor unfortunate faithful Morley. Upon what my dear Mrs. Freeman says again concerning the address, I have looked it over, and cannot, for my life, see one can put any other interpretation upon the word pressures than what I have done already. As to my saying the church was in danger in the late reign, that is William and Mary and William Solus. I cannot alter my opinion, for though there was no violent thing done, everybody that will speak impartially must own that everything was leaning towards the Whigs, and whenever that is, I shall think the church is beginning to be in danger. It is evident that the Queen's ministry, which had lingered in power through the ensuing summer, were that party which are called by Lockhart of Carnwath Hanoverian Tories, but they were not sufficiently strong without the support of those who were suspected to be Jacobite Tories. Those who only recognized two parties in the regnal career of Anne form very imperfect ideas of the real state of affairs. It appears that the Hanoverian Tories were sincerely desirous of the predominance of the established Church of the Reformation. They likewise hoped to see the Church of England earnestly supported by the Protestant heiress on whom the crown was entailed. For this purpose, they sent the warmest invitation to the Electress Sophia to visit England, and to bring her grandson, afterwards George II., to be naturalized in the country over which he was destined to rule. Whether this measure was sincere on the part of Lord Nottingham and his colleagues, or whether it was merely a convulsive struggle to retain office, has been considered dubious by history. Perhaps both motives actuated Lord Nottingham and Lord Haversham, for it is certain that neither of them were Jacobites. One positive effect the invitation to the Electress had, the Queen being exasperated, immediately threw herself into the arms of the Whigs, who negatived the invitation. The Queen directly after notified her feelings to the watchful Duchess by these passionate words. Queen Anne to the Duchess of Marlborough. I believe, dear Mrs. Freeman and I shall not disagree, as we have formerly done, for I am sensible of the services those people have done me that you have good opinion of, that is, the Whigs, and will countenance them, and am thoroughly convinced of the malice and insolence of them, that is, the Tories, that you have always been speaking against. This letter and the succeeding one appear to have been written by Queen Anne in November 1704, when the Hanoverian Tory ministry was tottering to its fall. From that moment, the Queen gave herself up to the party of which the Duchess of Marlborough was the agent and mouthpiece in their domestic life, and she sank for years into the slavery which she afterwards so bitterly deplored. The riches and gratuities which the Queen had vainly requested for the Duke of Marlborough, and which had been peremptorily withheld by the House of Commons a few months before the Battle of Blenheim, were now profusely showered on the victorious general. The House of Commons addressed the Queen early in the ensuing year, that she would please to consider of some proper means to perpetuate the memory of the great services performed by the Duke of Marlborough. At the close of the year, the Duke returned with his prisoner, the general of the French army, Count Tallard. He presented the colours taken at the Battle of Hochstadt to the Queen. She ordered them to be hung up in Westminster Hall. Unfortunately, the Queen chose to alienate one of the most interesting historical demesnes that pertained to the crown of England. Woodstock, with all its Norman antiquities, its memories of the Plantagenets, its nymph-like baths, its mysterious labyrinths, and its haunted bowers, whispering of royal love and queenly vengeance. Woodstock, where the peerless chevalier of the black armour, firstborn son of the 3rd Edward, unclosed his eyes to the light, where his mother, Philippa the Good, spent her young married life. Woodstock, which Chaucer sang and described with topographical fidelity, every court, every pleasaunce, and every mighty tree therein, and every Gothic nook and embrasure? And not only Chaucer, but elder poets of exquisite simplicity have told the tales pertaining to its glades, in strains not even now effaced from English memory. Yes, the Woodstock of Henry the Beauclerc and of Henry the Plantagenet, the Woodstock of his most wronged Rosamond, whether wife or deceived fiancée, the Woodstock of Edward and Philippa, of the regal Elisabeth, of the beautiful Henrietta, was delivered to Vanberg and Sarah of Marlborough as a prey, to be defaced and destroyed, and worse, to load its green glades and lawns with heavy hideousness. The Dutch architect himself, struck with the grandeur of the royal ruins, spared them a while for the purpose of prospect, as he said, but she, with the taste of the thorough parvenu, never rested until the towers of Woodstock were blasted with gunpowder, and their last vestige effaced from the sight. In this exploit she seems to have been actuated by the idea that induces a person who has appropriated a horse which he thinks may be claimed by some former owner, to cut his mane and tail off and shave his skin. But before the Duchess Sarah perpetrated her tasteless mischief, Queen Anne signified in person to the House of Commons that she was inclined to grant the honour and manor of Woodstock to the Duke of Marlborough and his heirs forever, and that she desired the assistance of the House to effect it. The act passed a few weeks subsequently, with the addition of the 100 of Wotton, in consideration of the eminent services performed by the Duke of Marlborough to Her Majesty and the public. Would the grant had been thrice as much, in the fattest lands that the island could furnish, so that the historical towers and bowers of Woodstock had been spared. The Queen ordered an exquisite portrait to be painted of the Duke of Marlborough in the minutest style of miniature. Instead of crystal, it was covered with a diamond of pellucid water, cut with a table surface, surrounded with an edge of brilliant facets. When the whole had been mounted in an exquisite style of art, the complete device valued at £8,000. The gift, worthy of royalty, was presented by the Queen to the Duchess of Marlborough as a souvenir of the victory of Blenheim. It is described in the long list of jewels appended to the will of the Duchess in her own handwriting, contradicting strongly her own ungrateful assertion that the Queen never gave her a diamond or any present worthy of notice after her accession to the crown. Lord Dartmouth, who was not inclined to extenuate any of the misdeeds of the Duchess of Marlborough to the Queen, declares that she tried to sell this magnificent present of royalty, for he saw an advertisement that such a table diamond was in the hands of a Jew to be disposed of some years subsequent to the death of the Queen. But his lordship, like most of his contemporaries, had no information regarding the costume of the times immediately preceding his own, when this magnificent mode of covering miniatures with diamonds instead of crystals was in fashion. The Queen had probably found this gem among the crown jewels, and had displaced some miniature of Queen Mary or Queen Elizabeth, or their father, for the resemblance of her successful general. Her Majesty made a long sojourn at the Palace of Newmarket in the spring of 1705. From thence she took her excursion to Cambridge, April 16th, accompanied by her husband and the principal persons of her household. When she alighted at the Regent's Walk, opposite to the schools, she was received by her kinsman, the proud Duke of Somerset, then Chancellor of the University. A Regia Comitia was held at the Regent House, and honorary degrees distributed among the noblemen and gentlemen of her court, the presence of the sovereign dispensing with the necessity of the receivers having earned them by exercises and due qualifications. This day was made forever memorable in the annals of the era, by the Queen bestowing knighthood on Dr. Isaac Newton at Trinity College, where she held a court. Afterwards, Her Majesty dined at Trinity Hall, and after hearing evening service in the beautiful chapel of King's College, returned to Newmarket that night. 2 days before the meeting of the new Parliament, October 25, 1705, the Queen addressed the following letter to her friend, Lady Bathurst. If the closeting of members of the House of Commons by James II was justly considered as illegal, the canvassing by private letters of the constitutional sovereign of the Revolution seems some degrees worse. Queen Anne to Lady Bathurst, Kensington, October 23. I doubt what I am now going to say will come too late to obtain my wish, the meeting of Parliament being so very near, yet that one may reasonably believe that everyone has taken their resolution who they will give their votes for to be Speaker. However, I cannot help asking whether your son is engaged or no. If he be not, I hope you will give me your interest with him to be for Mr. Smith. I look upon myself to have a particular concern for Mr. Bathurst, both for his father's sake and for the long acquaintance and friendship there has been between you and me, which makes me very desirous he may always behave himself rightly in everything. I do not at all doubt of his good inclinations to serve me, and therefore hope, though it should be too late, to recall his resolutions as to the Speaker. He will be careful never to engage himself so far into any party as not to be at liberty to leave them when he sees them running into things that are unreasonable, for I shall always depend upon his concurring in everything that is good for me and for the public. I hope when I am at St. James's I shall see you oftener than I have done of late, and that you will come whenever it is easiest for yourself. To her that will be glad to see you at any time, and is, with all sincerity, yours, Anne R. The war, meantime, which was equally brilliant in victory to the British arms both in Spain and Flanders, was carried on beyond the extent of the increased resources of England, resources which, despite of corrupt government of her mighty colonies and Indian factories, were chiefly derived from those founded since the Restoration by the Queen's father, whilst he was his brother's prime minister, and during his short reign. But no comment of biographer or historian can do justice to the absurdity of the contest, on which the blood and treasure of England was wasted, in the reign of Anne, like unto the dispatches of the persons in power at that day. Charles of Austria, it has been shown, had been received by Queen Anne, feasted, and, moreover, placed on the throne of Spain. He was held there by the might of English arms, and the almost supernatural genius for war of Lord Peterborough. Yet the Emperor of Germany, the ungrateful father of the Austrian competitor, absolutely wounded his son's royal benefactress in the tenderest point by refusing to give her the title of Majesty. Much he might have done, more injurious to the country of Great Britain, which its queen, in her historical and statistical ignorance, could not have comprehended. But this was a wound which touched Anne to the quick, for the only knowledge she had was regarding the arrangements of rank and title. Not that she was skilled in the ennobling science of the genealogist and herald, which naturally leads the mind to inquire somewhat into the deeds of those gone before, whose glories are commemorated by pedigree and scutcheon, for her mind dwelled on the mere rags of etiquette, the empty sound of titles, the breadth of ribbons, the length of mantles, and width of trains, and, worst of all, the sort of wig, then an important part of court costume, proper to be carried on the heads of her courtiers into her august presence. Let us judge, then, how much the apathetic bosom of the royal matron was moved when the emperor, for whose son the war which devastated Central Europe had been with difficulty extended to Spain, refused to give her the title of royalty, and that too on the eve of an enormous subsidy. Listen to the words of Mr. Secretary Harley when writing on this matter to the English envoy at Vienna. Lest Mr. Hoffman, that is the imperial resident minister, should address this business in frightful colors, you should be provided with materials to represent the matter of fact rightly. It is as follows. The Sunday before I went to the country, May 13th, Count Gallus desired me to procure him an audience with the Queen, for he told me that he had a letter of cachet to deliver to the Queen, wrote with the Emperor's own hand. At his audience, he delivered to the Queen the letter written by the Emperor and another from the German Chancery, both in Latin, which the Queen put into my hand. Under the veil of Latin, the imperial ministers had prepared this insult to Queen Anne by denying her the title of Majesty and treating her as if she were a mere vassal of the empire. Owing to her ignorance, the royal matron innocently took the emperor's letter and dismissed the bearer with approbation. But when Harley examined the Latin and found that the emperor's ministers had mentioned the Majesty of England merely by the title of Serenity, he thought proper to question Hoffmann when the next German brought imperial missives, whether his royal mistress was addressed by the title of Majesty. No, replied the Austrian envoy. Then, said Secretary Harley, my queen will not look upon it. This was proper, but the dignity of the British crown had already been compromised by the ignorant mind and sluggish apprehension of her who wore it. It was not always thus. Former queens regnant of England would have comprehended the insult at a glance, and returned the arrogant missive to the hand that brought it, with such an exordium in extempore Latin as would have made the ears of the imperialists tingle for a month. There cannot be a more striking illustration than this incident affords of the contrast between the lightning intellect of Queen Elizabeth and the dull apprehension of Queen Anne. Since the prosperous accession of Queen Anne to the throne of Great Britain, her conscience, and all the affection for her near relatives which had awakened when she stood by the deathbed of her son, the Duke of Gloucester, had been lulled to sleep. But in the year 1705, a letter was known to pass through The Hague from Saint-Germain to Queen Anne. It contained a beautiful miniature of her young brother. It was ascertained that it reached the queen's hands safely, that she gazed on the picture and recognized the strong Stuart resemblance, that no one can deny to the expatriated heir. She kissed it and wept over it piteously. It was verified more touchingly to her by the striking likeness of features and expression to her lost son, the Duke of Gloucester. Notwithstanding this access of feeling in her hours of seclusion, Anne, finding that the Whig party had carried majorities in the House of Commons, complied with the temper of the times, and consented to form her agents of government entirely from their ranks. The Duchess of Marlborough drilled her into appointing the Cowpers to places of importance, a very sore trouble to Anne, since the modes of thinking and acting of both these brothers were little consistent with the usages of any denomination of Christians. The people raised the woeful wail of the church in danger when they found their queen place the great seal in the hands of Sir William Cowper. The following witty jeu d'esprit was handed through the literary coffee-houses in London and dropped in manuscript in the thoroughfares by night. When Anna was the church's daughter, she did whatever that mother taught her, but now she's mother to the church, she leaves her daughter in the lurch. From the diary of the new keeper of Queen Anne's conscience, curious particulars present themselves of her regnal life and her mode of performing its duties in the interior of the palace. It seems that Sir William Cowper had his doubts whether or not he was appointed wholly against the queen's consent, and as he had driven an unexampled bargain of profit to himself on his appointment, he was naturally desirous to ascertain whether the queen would let him remain long enough to reap the rich fruits of peerage, pension, allowance for equipage, and other goodly profits. To ease his mind, Lord Godolphin put into his hands a letter written throughout by the queen to the Duke of Marlborough, with the observation, that as it was penned while Lord Godolphin was at Newmarket, it must perforce be the genuine emanation of her mind. Her Majesty, observes her new Lord Keeper, very naively, expressed as much for the good of her country as if her letter was intended to be made public. A first-rate piece of satire on the patriotism of that era, but apparently mentioned as a simple matter of unbelief in the possibility of such feelings being genuine in anyone, and never assumed excepting as a popular grimace. The most curious clause in the royal letter is, that the two lords have so behaved themselves that it was impossible for her ever to employ them again. Whereupon the communicating junta, Lords Halifax, Somers, and Godolphin, expounded the two misbehaving lords to be the queen's uncle Lord Rochester and the Earl of Nottingham. At noon, the queen was in her closet at Kensington Palace for the purpose of receiving her new Lord Keeper. Her treasurer, Lord Godolphin, went to prepare her for the interview, leaving the expectant dignitary waiting in the royal bedchamber, which the queen and her prime minister presently entered, and there the presentation took place, Anne herself making this laconic address to her Lord Keeper. I am very well satisfied of your fitness for the office of the Keeper of the Great Seal. And then she personally delivered it to him. When he had made the usual professions of honesty but incapacity, each of which terms should have been reversed, he kneeled down and kissed the queen's hand, asking at the same time, her leave to go out of town, in order to avoid the clamors of solicitation for places in his gift. The same night, being Friday, October 12, 1705, the queen received, in council at Kensington, his oaths of allegiance and church supremacy, and he does not forget to record that he paid £26 as fees for each oath. Such were the makings of a Lord Chancellor or Lord Keeper in the days of Queen Anne, a sovereign who has only been removed by one personal link from human memory in the present day. Lest our readers should imagine that the writer is guilty of that hateful trope, a historical paradox, the solution of this seeming enigma is here offered, showing over what a wide space of history human life may be extended. Queen Anne, it is well known, not only spoke to the great Dr. Johnson, but, as already recorded, touched him when a boy, for his woeful affliction of king's evil. Now many persons at present in existence have heard the late Eleanor, Dowager Countess of Cork, dilate on her favorite topic of her conversations and anecdotes of her friend Dr. Johnson. Thus there was very lately a living link between the present generation and the persons to whom Queen Anne had spoken and even touched. But oh, how many armies, fleets, heroes, orators, statesmen, and even dynasties of sovereigns have passed away during those 2 long lives, which thus mysteriously linked the breathing present with the silent historical past. The queen received the personal services of her new Lord Keeper the next Sunday, being October 14th, when he marched before her from the palace of St. James to the chapel, and he adds, "A little before anthem finished, I went up after sermon to her closet, and so returned before her to her lodgings again," meaning the suite of private apartments in the palace where her majesty usually resided. There was an important meeting a few days afterwards of the Whig junta, of which Halifax, who did not even affect to believe in Christianity, was the presiding spirit. The object was, now they thought the foot of power was upon the neck of our church, to alter her prayers and ordinances to suit their views. In the evening, says the Lord Keeper, who was to be one of the principal instruments of this rending and dislocating, I visited with my Lord Halifax and met the Duchess of Marlborough, who declined all acknowledgment I offered of thanks for my advancement, and waiving that talk, went on to other subjects, and in the whole expressed herself very averse from the High Church. She could not have poured her detestation into more willing ears than those of this creature of her advancement, since he notes, taking the sacrament as a test to qualify him for his office. Never did a period look darker for the church. On whichever side destruction seemed at hand, there were few in the places of her dignitaries, but had been professors of some species of dissent. The queen's husband was a dissenter, and it was supposed no very warm friend to the establishment. The queen's acknowledged favourite and ruler, the violent duchess, loudly proclaimed her hatred to the Church of England, and she headed a mighty band of avowed freethinkers, then in power. The queen herself was harbouring resentfully some affront from the plain speaking of her uncle, and her favourite was helping her nurse her wrath to keep it warm. When all these circumstances are considered, the cry of the people of England, who watched the proceeding of the court with angry jealousy, that the church was in danger, seems not so unfounded as the historians of the times would make us believe. But that cry had some effect on the enemies of the church. They might deface and sap, but they were forced to leave the venerable fabric standing. At night, says the new dignitary, I visited the Prince of Denmark at Kensington, whose compliment to me was, that he was glad the Queen had made so good a choice for the Great Seal. I assured him, None was more devoted to his service, both because he was always in the true interest of England, and also for that I knew there was no surer way to render my poor services acceptable to her Majesty than in my being first accepted by himself. The Lord Chief Justice Holt came forward to exonerate himself to Lord Keeper Cowper from the prevailing report that he had warmly remonstrated with the Queen against his advancement. The diary of the Lord Keeper Cowper plainly shows the Queen exercising the royal functions of disposing not only of the dignities, but of the livings and benefices of the Church that were in the appointment of the Crown, according to the dictates of her conscience. Her own letters, and those of the Duchess of Marlborough, affirm the fact. Whether the exercise of this power be best in the appointment of the sovereign or of the prime minister, or regulated by an ecclesiastical commission of bishops, or by the elective powers of the Church herself, with the temporal power sanctioned by the Crown as of old, it is no vocation of ours to declare, but only to say that on whosoever this mighty and onerous duty devolves, that person or persons should bear the responsibility of it. Queen Anne had not only the responsibility of this department of her high functions, but positively and virtually exercised it. The proof is from the manuscript of this Lord Keeper, as follows. Sunday, March 21st. Waited on the Queen, walked before her to chapel, that is St. James's, the second time. Cabinet council at 6 at night. I spoke the first time in council. At the said council, the Queen desired that her speech might be prepared, which the secretary was ordered to do. After which the Queen withdrew, and I was admitted into her bedchamber. And there I laid before her 2 livings, for which presentations were desired, which she received very kindly, and said, she would discourse with me further next opportunity. Here the decision is plainly left to the communings of the Queen's own thoughts, and many a quarrel afterwards ensued between Her Majesty and her furious favourite, the Duchess of Marlborough, on account of the slowness of the royal resolve in appointing such churchmen as the predominant junta prompted to her. Far astray from her functions as mistress of the robes or groom of the stole did this bold woman go, when she dared to open her lips to dictate to her mistress the appointments in the Church. In the fits of irresolution under which the poor Queen labored, her upstart tyrant would enter her presence with a flouncing swing, and quicken Her Majesty's determination with the somewhat vulgar expression of, "Lord, madam, it must be so." The Queen opened her parliament after her speech had passed the consultations of several cabinet councils, and been deemed fitting for the occasion. It must have been a very remarkable one, although the passages recorded in it by her Lord Keeper have escaped the attention of the historians of her reign. She promised her people to take care of the Church, at which clause the Lord Mayor, Sir Thomas Rawlinson, jeered at his dinner table before the Lord Keeper a few days after, Her Majesty's expressions not pleasing him. Likewise Queen Anne spoke of calumnies afloat regarding herself. On these calumnies, Dr. Stanhope, prebend of Canterbury, preaching before the Queen, made her a most extraordinary address from the pulpit, persuading her to bear the slander taken notice of in her last speech with Christian patience, and he spoke with smartness, or sharpness, against it at the same time. 'Twas thought some months before he would not have preached such sermons. As the Lord Keeper. Stanhope was not likely to please the Lord Keeper. He had long been a non-juror, and was now one of the most powerful writers in the Reformed Church of England. The old Roundhead epithet, malignant party, is, in the ensuing page, applied by the worthy Lord Keeper to those anxious to preserve the liturgies and observances of the Church of England. Cowper attended divine service at Westminster Abbey as Speaker of the House of Lords. He mentions the fact of the offertory for the poor, distinct from other contributions. His words are, "I gave at the basin 1 guinea, and silver to the poor." This was one of the usages his party was earnest to alter, and which they contrived to bring into disuse in the days of George I. Of course, the influence the dispensation of this charity gave the regular clergy was great. The Queen's privilege of disposing of the livings, according to his preceding narrative, was in a very few days carped at by her Lord Keeper, who thus describes the discussion between himself and the conforming Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Tennyson. About, Lord Keeper Cowper says, disposing the livings in my gift, and I promised the Queen to present as she directed in all the valuable ones. The Archbishop said, he feared it would be under worse management than when under the late keeper's servants, by the importunity of the women and hangers-on at court, and promised to endeavour with me to get that matter in a better train. Queen Anne has spared her biographer the trouble of either discussing or vindicating her from this ill-natured charge by these two Low Church dignitaries. In her reply to their agent, the Duchess of Marlborough, Her Majesty fully exonerates herself from the charge of listening to the advice of her female servants on the disposal of church preferments. Indeed, it seems as if this presumptuous parvenu was the only one among her women who dared open her lips on a subject so utterly unbecoming her station and vocation. The Queen to the Duchess of Marlborough. I had the satisfaction last night of hearing from my dear Mrs. Freeman by my Lord Fitzhardinge, and should have thanked you for it then, but that I did not receive it till after I came from taking the air, which was too late to begin to write before I went to supper, and afterwards it is not really easy for me to do it. I cannot say so much to you as I would, but must answer that part of your last letter that concerns my Lord Keeper and his livings. I have a very good opinion of him, and would depend upon his recommendation on any occasion sooner than on most people's. But as to this particular, I think the Crown can never have too many livings at its disposal, and therefore, though there may be some trouble in it, it is a power I can never think reasonable to part with, and I hope that those that come after me will be of the same mind. I own I have been very much to blame in being so long in disposing of those livings, but when these are filled up, there shall be no more complaints of me on that account. You wrong me very much in thinking I am influenced by some you mention in disposing of church preferments. Ask those whom I am sure you will believe, though you won't me, and they can tell you I never disposed of any without advising with them, and that I have preferred more people upon others' recommendations than I have upon his, that you fancy to have so much power with me. You have reason to wonder there is no more changes made yet, but I hope in a little time Mr. Morley, that is Prince George, and I shall redeem our credit with you, at least in that matter, which now is all that I can trouble my dear Mrs. Freeman with, but that her poor, unfortunate Morley will be faithfully yours in her last moment. Remarked by the Duchess as endorsement. The letter was an answer to one I had writ to tell her not to be so long before she disposed of the livings to the clergy, adding how safely she might put power into the hands of such a man as my Lord Cowper. There are hints in the following letter as if the smothered warfare was in the act of breaking into open hostilities between the Queen and her favourite, who appears to have checked at the slightest indication of forgetfulness in minute points of observance, not only as due to herself, but to the various connections which she had made hers by the marriage of her daughter. Prince George was the offending party in the remonstrance she had addressed to Queen Anne, which is not forthcoming, like the Queen's humble apology. The Queen to the Duchess of Marlborough. Date after 1705. I am very sorry, my Lord Treasurers, that is Godolphin. Cold is so bad, and I will be sure to speak to the prince to command all his servants to do their duty. If they do not obey him, I am sure they do not deserve to be any longer so, and I shall use my endeavours that they may not. But I hope they will not be such villains, and if they do not do what they ought, I am certain it will be none of the prince's fault. I am in such haste, I can say no more, but that I am very sorry dear Mrs. Freeman will be so unkind as not to come to her poor, unfortunate, faithful Morley, who loves her sincerely, and will do so to her last moment. Curious council scenes, recorded by the pen of the Lord Keeper, Cowper, or by the Queen's private chaplain, Dr. Birch, now and then occur among other discussions relative to the interference of England in an insurrection of the Protestants in the Cevennes, which took place in the spring 1706. The Queen's Council disputed fiercely whether Her Majesty, at the same time she accepted their aid, was not to call them rebels. It was only carried by one vote that this courteous epithet was not applied to the new allies. The Queen herself, it may be gathered, was not so uncivilly disposed to the Sevenois, since a very grave nobleman was heard to ask her, at the council board, "What, will your Majesty assist rebels?" The Queen unfortunately gained the aid of a man who may, in every respect, be considered the most thorough specimen of a mauvais sujet that ever renounced his country. This was the terrific sinner, Abbot Guisard, whose exploits as an assassin, some time subsequently, filled England with consternation, and actually brought danger nearer to the Queen's person than she had ever before experienced. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 6, Part 3. On one point, general historians are by no means agreed, which is, whether the Protestant heiress of the British crown, the Princess Sophia, manifested any eager desire to encourage her partisans in England to make the reigning queen uneasy. There is much contradiction among the letters and statements of the three struggling parties, but the result of the inquiry is that the conduct of the Princess Sophia was unexceptionable as it had ever been. The following extract from the journal of the Lord Keeper Cowper gives the official answer of the princess to all the invitations which had been agitated by the Hanoverian Tories during the winter of 1704 and the succeeding summer. At the Queen's Cabinet Council, Sunday, November 11, 1705, foreign letters read in Her Majesty's presence, the substance remarkable, that at Hanover was a person, agent from the discontented party here, to invite over the Princess Sophia and the Electoral Prince, that is George II, into England, assuring them that a party here was ready to propose it, that the Princess Sophia had caused the said person to be acquainted, that she judged the message came from such as were enemies to her family, that she would never hearken to such a proposal, but when it came from the Queen of England herself. And withal she had discouraged the attempt so much that it was believed nothing more would be said in it. The moderate and humane conduct of the Princess Sophia, conduct which the irrefragable evidence of events proved were sincere and true, did not mollify the burning jealousy of Queen Anne. If we may believe the correspondence of the Jacobite writer, Dr. Davenant, angry letters were written by Queen Anne to the Princess Sophia, who, knowing how little she had deserved them, and being of a high spirit, retorted with displeasure, yet did not alter the intrinsic integrity of her conduct. The Princess Sophia was the object of the Duchess of Marlborough's extreme contempt. The idea of that exalted lady's conduct in deprecating the settlement of the crown of Great Britain on her line could give that person no belief in honor or generosity. Folly and fantastic aberration of mind were the best terms she finds for it in her correspondence. No doubt she felt that her own affairs were not likely to flourish if the chances and changes of life gave her a mistress of so incomprehensible a temper. However this may be, the fact is certainly manifest by her letters that she worked on the mind of the Queen with all her might to keep up her jealousy and alarm regarding the advent of her lofty-minded heiress, Sophia. A running fire of angry correspondence had actually been kept up between the Queen and the Princess Sophia from March 5, 1705. It was renewed at every violent political agitation until we shall see the scene of this world's glory close almost simultaneously on both the royal kinswomen. Queen Anne, like all her ancestors since the days of Henry V, was served upon the knee on occasions of state. Exceptions were pointed out when this ceremonial was dispensed with in her domestic life. the authority being Abigail Hill, then Lady Masham, who supplied Mrs. Howard, bedchamber woman to Queen Charlotte, consort of George II, with a program of the palace routine of the English queen's regnant. Abigail shows that in some degree, like the attendants of the queens of France, the bedchamber woman transferred her service to any lady of rank who happened to make her entrée at the royal toilet. The bedchamber woman came into waiting before the queen's prayers, and before her majesty rose, if any lady of the bedchamber was present, the bedchamber woman handed her the queen's linen, and the lady put it on her majesty. Every time the queen dressed in the course of the day, her habiliments made the same formal progress from hand to hand. The princesses of the blood in France had the privilege of passing the queen's garments from one to the other, till the princess of the highest rank came to clothe her majesty, who has been known to stand shivering in the midst of the circle of the ladies who had her entrée, while the most needful articles of apparel were travelling round the room, from one noble or princely dame to another, according to the rigour of precedency. Queen Anne was somewhat less tormented with these transfers than the queens of France. Her fan, it is true, made rather a circuitous progress before it came safely to her royal hand. When the queen washed her hands, her page of the backstairs brought and set down upon a side table a basin and ewer. Then the bedchamber woman placed it before the queen, and knelt on the other side of the table over against the queen, the lady of the bedchamber only looking on. The bedchamber woman poured the water out of the ewer on the queen's hands. The bedchamber woman pulled on the queen's gloves when her majesty could not do it herself, which was often the case, owing to her infirmity of gout. It will be remembered that in the performance of this duty, the chain that so long bound Queen Anne to the imperious Dame of Marlborough was accidentally reft and broken. The page of the backstairs, proceeds Abigail, was always called to put on the queen's shoes. When Queen Anne dined in public, the page reached the glass to her bedchamber woman, and she to the lady in waiting. In due time it arrived at the lips of royalty. The bedchamber woman brought her majesty's chocolate, and, observes Abigail, gave it to the queen without kneeling. In fact, the chocolate was taken by Queen Anne in the privacy of her chamber, and just previously to lying down to repose, this too nourishing supper tending greatly to increase the obesity of the royal matron. The royal dinner hour was exactly at 3, and both the Queen and Prince George manifested no little uneasiness if ministers of state intruded upon that time. At 6 o'clock was the usual hour for the Queen's councils. On Sunday evening, the most important cabinet councils were held. The Queen usually ate a heavy supper, and it may be seen by her recently quoted letter that writing after that meal was not easy to her. Her Lord Keeper has left several notices of her proceedings at council. When the Queen came into the cabinet council, she sent the secretary 2 letters to read, one from the King of Spain, the other from Lord Peterborough, who was then prosecuting the succession war in Spain with small resources, in a manner that almost rivaled the military glory of Marlborough. Each party had its hero, and duly depreciated all that was done by the other. Small were the lasting results that arose from the vaunted victories of either. It was the custom for the Queen to bring the letters she received from foreign potentates on affairs of state to her cabinet council, and send them to the Secretary of State to read aloud. Sometimes a little embarrassment took place. For instance, one evening, when a rather curious letter from Lord Raby, the Queen's resident minister at Berlin, was read, he observes, that the old King of Prussia, surnamed the Corporal, had drunk with him. Confusion to those who first deserted the allied powers against France. A strong assurance, adds Lord Cowper dryly, from a German prince. The Queen's consort, Prince George of Denmark, being then sitting at the council table, the next letter unfortunately alluded to him. It was a dispatch from Copenhagen complaining that the King of Denmark was pushed on by Prince George, his uncle, to insist on some injurious arrangement concerning Lubeck, on account of the narrowness of the prince's continental estate. When the secretary came to this awkward passage, his only resource was to read it so low that the Prince of Denmark, although sitting by, could not hear it. Another of the interior scenes of Queen Anne's government was pricking the sheriffs at the Privy Council. The Queen being present, the Lord Keeper handed the roll to the clerk of the council, who stood by the Queen and read over aloud the gentleman named for the counties, in order. If no lord in the Privy Council objected, Her Majesty usually pricked the first name of the three. Such ceremonial clearly referred to the times when the possessor of the royal power could not write, and moreover decided by a species of chance medley out of the three names presented, as if either were equally in favor or eligible. Therefore no affront was meant by the preference. After the regal part of this singular ceremony was concluded, the roll was handed by the clerk to the Lord Keeper, and the writing sixth clerk came to that dignitary for it to make the patents by. In those stormy times, this document was sometimes mysteriously missing or made away with when wanting for official purposes, on which account the former Lord Keeper always obliged the writing clerk to give him a receipt for the roll Her Majesty had pricked. The state machinery in this department was not always completed at one sitting of the Privy Council. Alterations were needed. These were effected by the Queen writing with her own hand, vocator, on the side of the roll against any objectionable name which she might have pricked. She then pricked another of the two remaining, or if reasons had come to light that neither of the three were eligible for sheriffs, the Queen with her own hand inserted a fourth name. Such revision was found needful in 1705, 8 or 9 days subsequently to the first ceremony, and was still further carried on early in the next year. The Queen, Saturday, January 5, 1705-06, having a mind to alter the Sheriff of Stafford, appointed a council, but could not come, being hindered by the gout. The council and clerks were therefore admitted into her bedchamber or closet, where she lay on a couch, and there she writ the new sheriff's name on the roll. Throughout that month, cabinet councils were noted as held in the Queen's bedchamber, or in the closet where she was confined to her couch with the gout. On one of these occasions, says Lord Keeper Cowper, I was alone with the Queen in her closet. She asked me, to propose a judge for England and a chief baron for Ireland. I said, that I understood Her Majesty had reduced her thoughts to two, Sir John Halls and Mr. Dormer. Yes, replied the Queen, yet lately I have reason not to have so good an opinion of Sir John Halls. Meaning, I suppose, as Lord Cowper, his late foolish speech for the cause against officers in the House of Commons. As to the Irish chief baron, I stated to the Queen the difficulty of procuring a fit man, and told her it was the interest of England to send over as many magistrates thither as possible from hence, that being the best means of preserving the dependency of Ireland on England. The observation will not be lost, for even under the Tudors and Stuarts, men who had some share in the native blood of Ireland, and consequently some feeling for her miseries, were permitted to govern her. The Fitzgeralds, the Eustaces, the Talbots, the Butlers, those noble Norman Hibernian lines, were invested now and then with power in the government of their native land, even by the jealous Henry VIII. A new system arose with William III, and the dialogue between Queen Anne and the new keeper of her conscience is curiously illustrative of it, reminding one irresistibly of the refrain of some old Jacobite song, which, enumerating sarcastically the care Queen Anne took of Ireland, says, she sends us our judges, our bishops, our deans, and better she'd give us if better she had. Slight as was the share of power of any kind enjoyed by Queen Anne, she took fire at the idea of the parliamentary independence of Ireland, slyly suggested by her cunning Lord Keeper. Her Majesty rejoined in the phraseology peculiar to herself, I understand that they, that is the Irish, have a mind to be independent, but that they shall not. In all probability, the independence discussed in this notable historical dialogue was merely that of the Irish Parliament, which, by an iniquitous ordinance called pointing law, had in the time of Queen Elizabeth been subjected in all its acts to the dictation of the English Privy Council. About 10 days afterwards, the Queen received Mr. Dormer and gave him her hand to kiss on his appointment to the judge's place, but Her Majesty seems to have persisted in her objections to the Chief Justice for Ireland. It is just possible that her Lord Keeper, on reading over his last notation on the arcana of government as transacted between himself and his royal mistress, thought that he was betraying too far the secrets of the prison house, even to his private note-book, since he declares he must break off, for he has sore eyes, and that if he begins again, he must put his journal into short method, perhaps shorthand, which in fact made it as illegible to most readers as if written in the Greek character or in regular cipher. It is evident, from many expressions in the Cowper diary, that there was a scheme in agitation between the conforming Archbishop of Canterbury, Tennyson, the Lord Keeper, and the Duchess of Marlborough, to alter the English liturgy, which providentially never took place. Probably the following dateless autograph letter of Queen Anne was written while this scheme was in course of agitation. Queen Anne to the Archbishop of Canterbury. Tuesday. No date. My lord, this is to desire you would do me the favor on Tuesday morning, about 11, to bring me the alteration that is made in the common prayer, which you are to lay before the great council, that is the Privy Council, that day, because I shall be glad to see it before it comes thither. I am your very affectionate friend, Anne R. Endorsed, for the Archbishop of Canterbury. The matrimonial connection between the royal families of England and Denmark had the effect of detaching the latter country from the interest of France while Queen Anne continued on the throne. The following curious epistle from the Queen of Great Britain to her nephew of Denmark proves the mercenary aids, subjects to that king, fought in her armies in Germany. Another great victory having been won by the Duke of Marlborough at Ramillies, Whit Sunday, 1706, another splendid Thanksgiving procession was made by the Queen to St. Paul's. This letter was penned on the occasion. Queen Anne to the King of Denmark, June 16, 1706. Anne, by the grace of God, Queen of Great Britain, France and Ireland, defender of the faith, etc., to the most serene and potent prince, Lord Friedrich IV, by the same grace, King of Denmark, Norway, of the Goths and Vandals, Duke of Schleswig, Holsatia, etc., our brother, nephew, and friend most dear, greeting. Most serene and most puissant King, although report hath long since brought word to your Majesty, with what mighty havoc the combined forces of the Spains and of Gaul were routed near Ramillies on the 12th day of the past month, and how great glory the Danish legions had gotten to themselves there. Nevertheless, we have thought it our duty, by these letters, to notify your Majesty how much we and our confederates are beholden to those invincible auxiliaries. For it is just and right that those who have fought so bravely under our standards should be crowned with the praise due to them from us. In truth, we cannot sufficiently admire that soldiers, almost spent with so long a march, should rush into the battle with so much ardor, but the sight of the enemy inspired them with fresh strength, and no sooner had they seen them than they put them to the rout. At last the Gaul felt himself far, far less a match for the warlike nations of England, of Denmark, and Holland, and thought it safer to hide himself behind his strongholds than to contend in open combat. Scarcely would posterity believe that the armies of the two monarchies that threatened the ruin of Europe have been utterly destroyed by a smaller host, and with such tremendous slaughter, if the glorious spoils, the wealthiest cities taken, and vast provinces subdued, did not testify the importance of the victory. It only remains for us to recommend to your Majesty those very brave fellows who have achieved these feats, and we by no means doubt but you will, according to your wonted liberality and goodness, deign to approve their conduct, that others may be spurred on to valorous deeds. We commend them to you as men who have earned no less honor for themselves and the whole Danish nation than advantage to Europe. Henceforward, we pray God to have your Majesty in his keeping. given in our citadel of Windsor, 16th day of June, 1706, and of our reign, 5. Your Majesty's most loving sister and friend, Anne R. Lord Peterborough threw his command in Spain the same summer. He was superseded by one of William III's naturalized military colony, who in a few weeks lost the Battle of Almanza, as Lord Peterborough predicted he would. In the course of the contest regarding the nomination of her son-in-law, Lord Sunderland, to the important offices of Lord Privy Seal, and soon after Secretary of State, the Duchess of Marlborough treated the Queen with unexampled insolence, such as probably was never used, even by the mighty Gallican nobles, called mayors of the palace, to the wretched roi fainéant of the Merovingian or Carlovingian dynasties. The immediate dispute between the Queen and her tyrant arose from Anne's long reluctance to appoint the son-in-law of her female mayor de palais to the most responsible offices in the English government, every other appointment already being crowded with the Marlborough relatives. Whatsoever sympathy the world in general may feel with the Duchess of Marlborough when she taunts her wretched mistress with the misfortunes of her family, and above all with those of her father, James II, it ought to be remembered that it was the boundless indulgence of the latter and his misplaced trust in this woman and her husband, which were the immediate causes of the misfortunes with which she insults his daughter, who was at the same time the partner in her guilt. Moreover, the Queen was in the right respecting the wisdom and justice of the question, even as it regarded the public weal. It was injurious to the cause of the people at large that the greatest offices of state should be monopolized by one family. Commander-in-Chief, Lord Treasurer, Secretaries of State, all filled by Marlborough, his sons-in-law, and the father of another son-in-law, while the 3 other sons-in-law and their connections appropriated all lucrative offices, and the daughters formed a phalanx of ladies of the bedchamber round the Queen, while the imperious mother, as mistress of the robes and groom of the stole, was supreme over the palace officials and royalty itself. Queen Anne was likewise in the right in her antipathy to investing Lord Sunderland with great power. His enormous defalcations a few years afterwards proved but too well that he was best at a distance from the temptation of money. Moreover, Lord Sunderland resolved to fill whatever bishoprics fell vacant, according to his own pleasure. Now Lord Sunderland affected not to belong to any denomination of Christianity. Can the unhappy Queen be blamed if she resisted to the utmost of her power the appointment of prelates who suited the ideas or interests of such a man? As the following odious letter was written by this person's mother-in-law, instead of going to church one Sunday morning, just at the time of the strong resistance of the Queen to appoint Lord Sunderland her Secretary of State, it may be presumed that resistance was the matter in dispute. The manner in which the palace despot speaks to her Queen of Mrs. Morley's post and Mrs. Morley's place, meaning the regal functions, was scarcely exceeded by the verbal indignities of the French revolutionists in the most calamitous days of Louis XVI. It is certain that, in the present century, few gentlewomen born and bred would address the postmistress of their village with phrases equally discourteous. Oh, how the iron must have entered into the soul of the unhappy Queen Regnant of Great Britain, as she recalled the days when she permitted the lowering aliases of Morley and Freeman to be used in her correspondence with her climbing bedchamber woman. Those names under which the reader has seen her carry on the darkest intrigues of her ambitious youth were now her most venomous scourges. The Duchess of Marlborough to Queen Anne, under names of Morley and Freeman. Sunday morning, October 20th, 1706. I must, in the first place, beg leave to remind you of the name of Mrs. Morley and of your faithful Freeman, because without that help I shall not be well able to bring out what I have to say. 'Tis so awkward to write anything of this kind in the style of an address, though none, I am sure, ever came from a purer heart, nor can be the 10th part so serviceable to you, if you please, because they are generally meant for compliment, which people in Mrs. Morley's post never want, though very often it turns to their own prejudice. What I have to say is of another nature. I will tell you the greatest truths in the world, which seldom succeed with anybody so well as flattery. Ever since I received the enclosed letter from Mr. Freeman, that is the Duke of Marlborough, I have been in dispute with myself whether I should send it to Mrs. Morley or not, because his opinion is no news to you, and after the great discouragements I have met with, only for being faithful to you, I concluded it was no manner of purpose to trouble you any more. But reading the letter over and over, and finding that he, that is the Duke of Marlborough, is convinced he must quit Mrs. Morley's service if she will not be made sensible of the condition she is in, I have at last resolved to send it to you, and you will see by it how full of gratitude Mr. Freeman, that is the Duke of Marlborough, is by his expressions, which were never meant for Mrs. Morley, that is Queen Anne, to see. He is resolved to venture his life and fortune whenever it can be of any use to you, and upon recalling everything to my memory that may fill my heart with all that passion and tenderness I had once for Mrs. Morley, I do solemnly protest I think I can no ways return what I owe her, so well as being plain and honest. As one mark of it, I desire you would reflect whether you have never heard that the great misfortunes that has ever happened to any of your family has not been occasioned by having ill advice, or any obstinacy in their tempers. And here follow 3 lines which the Duchess, or some person out of alarm at their contents, has expunged. It ought to be remembered that the motive of this insolent attack was neither regarding any tyranny or rapacity intended by the Queen, but only because she manifested reluctance at putting the entire power of her government in the hands of one family, reluctance worthy of a constitutional queen. Thus it was pure self-interest that excited the manifestation of the plainness and honesty of which the Duchess makes such a remarkable parade. Still taunting the Queen with the misfortunes of her ancestors, this disinterested patriot continues. Though 'tis likely nobody has ever spoken thoroughly to you on those just misfortunes, I fear there is reason to apprehend there is nothing of this in the case of Mrs. Morley, since she has never been able to answer any argument, or to say anything that has the least color of reason in it, and yet will not be advised by those that have given the greatest demonstrations imaginable of being in her interest. I can remember a time when she was willing to take advice, and love those that spoke freely to her, and that is not 5 years ago. And is it possible that when you seriously reflect that you can do the business upon your hands without it? Can flatteries in so short a time have such a power? Or can you think it safer to take it, that is advice, from those you have little or no experience of, than those who have raised your glory higher than was ever expected? And let people talk what they please of luck, I am persuaded that whoever governs with the best sense will be the most fortunate of princes. This is an incontrovertible apothegm, but not apropos to the point the writer was wrangling to gain, namely, the appointment of her son-in-law to a place of enormous power and profit. It is no manifestation of good sense in a monarch to suffer one grasping family to monopolize every place in an administration. I am sure this letter will surprise Mrs. Morley, who, I believe, was in hopes she had got rid of me, and should never have heard from me again on any such subject. But instead of that, I have ventured to tell you, you have a fault. There is no perfection in this world, and whoever will be honest upon that subject does one in Mrs. Morley's circumstances more service than in venturing 100 lives for her, and if I had as many, I am sure I could freely hazard them all to convince her, though I am used as I don't care to repeat, that she never had a more faithful servant. I beg you will let me have this letter again, as well as Mr. Freeman's. That is the Duke of Marlborough's letter enclosed. Because I have some reason to think Mrs. Morley will dislike this letter, as she has done many not written with quite so much freedom, and will accuse me to the Duke of Marlborough and Lord Godolphin, without saying what is my fault, which has often been done, and having no copy of this letter, I will have it to show them in my own vindication. It seems extraordinary why the Duchess did not take the trouble of keeping a copy of her letter instead of ordering her sovereign, whose domestic she then was, to return her this unique epistle after being favored with its perusal, a proceeding which certainly stands alone in the history of royal correspondence. She proceeds with the flow of her usual enthusiastic praises of her own excellences when she contemplates her conduct to the Queen. For nothing sets so heavy upon me as to be thought in the wrong by Mrs. Morley, who I have made the best return to that any mortal ever did. And what I have done has rarely been seen upon a stage. Everybody has some weakness or passion, which is generally watched or humored in Mrs. Morley's place, most people liking better to do themselves good than really to serve another. But I have more satisfaction in losing Mrs. Morley's favor upon that principle than any mercenary courtier ever had in the greatest riches that has been given, and though I can't preserve your kindness, you can't hinder me from endeavoring to preserve it by all the ways that are in my power. Endorsed by the Duchess. My letter to Mrs. Morley, which you should read before you read hers. Would not anyone who had not traced the rise and beginnings of the writer of this letter suppose that her pure and virtuous mind was like a star and dwelt apart, far from the practices of mercenary courtiers? And yet she and her Mr. Freeman had contrived to appropriate, by means honest and dishonest, the mighty income of upwards of £90,000 of public money, nearly a tenth of the whole revenue, contested as it was, with which Charles I carried on the government of his kingdoms without incurring a national debt. No wonder an economical ruler was considered guilty of just misfortunes in the eyes of the defaulters of untold millions. The Queen's actual answer to this assertion of all the disinterested virtues on occasion of a contest for a shameless monopoly of interest has not been discovered. The result was, however, that her arrogant palace despot gained her ends, and her son-in-law was, to the Queen's grief, appointed Secretary of State. And what gave the Queen infinitely more anguish, she was coerced into appointing a Bishop of Norwich, his tutor in his religious principles, such as they were, at his dictation. The unfortunate Queen suffered agonies of mind at this juncture. Her tears and agitation just preceding this crisis had actually touched the heart of one of the family junta, her old servant Godolphin, who pleaded the cause of their royal mistress in vain to her pitiless tyrant. Few persons could have written a letter of such uncompromising insolence to anyone after the following picture had been drawn by Godolphin. You chide me for being touched with the condition in which I saw the Queen. You would have had been so too, if you had seen the same sight I did. But what troubles me most in all the affair is, that one can't find any way of making her sensible of her mistakes, for I'm sure she thinks herself entirely right. The whole junta were utterly at fault to imagine in whom the Queen reposed the confidence she had withdrawn from the Duchess of Marlborough. That person suspected George Churchill, the favourite of Prince George of Denmark, of being the confidential adviser of the Queen. His brother, however, exonerated him from that suspicion by these remarkable words. I cannot but think you would lay a great deal more to George Churchill's charge than he deserves, for the Queen has no good opinion of him, nor ever speaks to him. In a succeeding letter, he mentions his brother George as at the point of death. The poor Queen had scarcely taken breath after the letter of the Duchess, wherein the anticipation of disappointed ambition and interest vented itself under the tainted assumption of patriotism, when her torments were varied by the high-minded stateswoman, the judge of erring dynasties and hurler of judgments against her immediate benefactors, plunging, direct from her altitudes, into the midst of an insurrection of palace chambermaids concerning old clothes. As the particulars of this dispute are only recorded by the Duchess's own pen, the facts can scarcely be considered as represented unfavourably to herself. From her narrative on this absurd subject may be gathered that the Queen was deeply offended by her previous conduct, and that she considered herself then as much out of favour as she ever had been since, when the rupture with the Queen was public and open. It was characteristic of the Duchess of Marlborough that after she had, by the most liberal outrages of tongue and pen, estranged the affection of her royal mistress, she forthwith began to inquire what new favourite had prejudiced the queen against her, and to whose ill offices she could attribute her majesty's coldness. As yet, her suspicions had not glanced at her cousin, Abigail Hill, but in the course of the domestic disturbance touching the queen's cast clothes, her jealousy first received this direction. It will be seen, according to her own version, that the duchess distributed old mantuas, old gowns, old petticoats, commodes, head-clothes, mantes, with the justice of a salon. Nevertheless, the bedchamber women and dressers were perverse enough to declare that she kept all the queen's best old clothes for herself. Among the minor objects of the Duchess of Marlborough's jealousy was Mrs. Danvers, bedchamber woman, whose name occurs frequently, as if she were near the queen's person from her youth until the last day of her life. The Duchess had persuaded Queen Anne that Mrs. Danvers was a spy on her majesty, but on whose account her deposition saith not. The queen was informed that Mrs. Danvers had said false and impertinent things of the Duchess, and therefore ought to be dismissed from the royal employ. Nevertheless, the old servant was retained. Again the queen was distracted by the Duchess and Mrs. Danvers' old clothes quarrels. In hopes of placing all parties above these most wretched wranglings, her majesty generously gave her bedchamber women £500 per annum and New Year's gifts. Thus, according to the phraseology of the Duchess, put herself on the foot of a king, meaning, it may be presumed, that the queen gave her women of the bedchamber the same allowance that the kings of England gave their grooms of chamber. If Queen Anne thought she could preserve peace by her liberality, she was the more mistaken. The loud squabbles of the mighty Duchess relative to her cast garments raged higher than ever. It was contended by her grace that the queen's mistress of the robes was a particular place, and the bedchamber women had no more right to her majesty's clothes than the grooms of the bedchamber had to take them from a king's master of robes, who never had anything but a part of his linen. However, I never failed to give the queen's women 3 or 4 mantuas and petticoats every year, some little thing to her sempstress, with a mante or 2 to the women that looked after her clothes. There were not more than 2 or 3 for my own service. The dressers railed at me everywhere and said, I took from them all their clothes for myself. Though in this case, everybody that had common sense must know they all belonged to me, and none of them to the bedchamber women after she came to be queen. When she was princess, by all the old rules of courts, they were but to have half the old clothes between them. I began this paper to show the power of my Abigail in obliging Mrs. Danvers, whom she once hated, and her daughter too, who I thought did not look like a human creature, and was always the queen's aversion until the times changed. The first hint which directed the angry jealousy of the Duchess against her quiet kinswoman appears to have arisen from this Mrs. Danvers, who, being on bad terms with Abigail Hill, and believing herself to be dying, sent for the Duchess and implored her to protect her daughter and let her be in her place. The Duchess told her she could not, for she was then on bad terms with the queen, which observation led to a long discussion by the sick woman against Abigail Hill, of her wickedness and ill principles and secret enmity to the Duchess, with a story of her behaviour when the queen took her to Bath. At this time Abigail was still Mrs. Hill, in modern parlance Miss Hill, and from the narrative may be gathered that the queen and the Duchess of Marlborough were at serious variance before the marriage of Abigail with Masham, which did not occur until 1707. Some kind of lame pacification took place, which tottered on until the grand and irreconcilable rupture in 1708. One cause of complaint was that the Duchess wanted to thrust into the queen's service a Mrs. Vane, a bedchamber woman. Her brother had fallen in one of the Marlborough battles, and Lord Godolphin pressed the queen mightily to admit this Mrs. Vane in her service, who was well bred and agreeable. The queen looked very uneasy at the proposal, which the Duchess afterwards believed was owing to the fact that Abigail did not love Mistress Vane. All the Duke of Marlborough and Lord Godolphin could say to the Queen could not prevail on her to admit the vain into her service. Her Majesty answered, "She did not want a bedchamber woman, and when she did, she would not have any married person for the future." The first vacancy that occurred, the Queen took Miss Danvers, the inhuman-looking daughter of her old servant, on purpose to keep Mistress Vane out, a circumstance that enraged the whole family junta, male and female. How sedulously the Queen was watched, and how low the Prime Minister and the Commander-in-Chief descended, to waste time in intrigues concerning the appointment of a bedchamber woman, this tirade of the Duchess can prove. Her jealousy had not even then settled with fierceness on her cousin Abigail. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 12, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne, Chapter 7, Part 1. To her people, Queen Anne looked as the only means of atonement, pardon, and peace for the wrongs she had committed in her youth. To her they replaced the children of which inexorable justice, if her express conviction may be quoted, had deprived her. Few readers of history have given this queen regnant credit for the good work she actually did when on the throne. Still fewer have given her credit for the extreme difficulty she had in performing it, struggling with the inertness of cruel disease, with her own want of historical and statistical education, and worse than all, with the rapacity of favorites and factions, the nurturers of wars and revolutions for the lucre of private gain. In truth, Queen Anne is an instance of how much real good may be done by the earnest intentions of one individual of moderate abilities and no pretense, actually bent on actions beneficial to humanity. Those who bow the knee in idol worship before the splendor of human talent would find it difficult to produce two measures of equal benefit to this island, performed by any queen regnant, of acknowledged power of mind and brightness of genius, with those brought to bear by Queen Anne, and which were her own personal acts. The one is the bounty she bestowed on the impoverished clergy of the Church of England, the other is the union of England and Scotland. It is indisputable that the most influential persons around her, the Duchess of Marlborough and the Lord Somers, were opposed to the latter important measure, the necessity for which was felt not only by the Queen, but by rational people of both countries. Lasting and ruinous civil wars, such as had occasionally desolated the island for some centuries, were the only prospect Great Britain could look forward to, since the Scottish Parliament Convention had refused to ratify the settlement in favor of the next Protestant heiress to the island thrones, the Princess Sophia. A considerable party among the Scottish populace had re-echoed this determination outside of the Hall of Convention at Holyrood in their usual style, by their historical ballads, in one of which they thus expressed their distaste of Lutheran descent. The Lutheran dame may be gone, our foes shall address us no more. If the treaty should never go on, the old woman is turned to the door. Unless the union had been completed in the lifetime of Queen Anne, Scotland must have been separated from England, as the convention of that realm had, since the Queen's accession, passed a statute repudiating from the Scottish crown any sovereign whom the English Parliament placed on their throne. Such determination made the union inevitable as the only means of altering the intractable legislature of Scotland. The Queen had found some support and consolation from the domestic tyranny established by the Duchess of Marlborough in the friendship of her kinsmen, the Duke of Hamilton and the Earl of Mar, and to them she undoubtedly confided the injuries she suffered from her ungrateful favourite, since the pen of Lockhart of Carnwath, the member for Edinburgh and one of the commissioners of the Union, has recorded the utter penury to which she subjected her generous mistress, refusing to supply her, without a furious contest, with the least sum from the privy purse, of which she was the keeper, and by all account the appropriator. Perhaps the state of deplorable poverty to which the queen was subjected, while surrounded by the mockery of dazzling splendor, was not the least punishment she had to endure for having once made an idol of the evil woman who now sorely tormented her. Anne's disposition being undeniably bountiful, she felt this contradiction to her natural instincts the more severely. From the memorable hour when Lady Marlborough concealed herself in the closet with Lady Fitzhardinge and listened to James II's remonstrance, when he freed his daughter a third time from her overwhelming debts, Anne was, for some unknown reason, forced to submit to every imposition and to suffer her imperious servant's will to be a law to her in all the actions of her life. In the course of Anne's career as princess, few charities or generous actions appear. It may be reasonably considered that she was deprived of all means of performing them, since even in her regnal life, at the period when she had commenced some struggles to free herself from the domination that oppressed her, the Duchess of Marlborough would neither permit her to be generous nor charitable. Lockhart of Carnwath, the intimate friend of the Duke of Hamilton, the only real confidant of Queen Anne, has left the following anecdotes of the state of Her Majesty's privy purse about the year 1706. When the Queen happened to have occasion to call for a small sum of money, the Duchess of Marlborough, who kept her privy purse, would tell her, "It was not fit to squander away money while so heavy a war lasted," though at the same time a vast sum of the public money was annually bestowed in building the Duke of Marlborough's magnificent house at Woodstock. I remember that, just then, one Mrs. Dalrymple brought up from Scotland a very fine Japan cabinet, which, being her own work, she presented to the Queen, but it was more than 6 months before Her Majesty could be mistress of 50 guineas, which she designed to give as a return for the compliment, that sum, indeed, being scarcely the value of it. Thus there is as little new in ladies' works as in any other of the vast routine of human inventions. Many persons in middle life will remember that in their childhood all their grown-up female relations were intent on the act of japanning screens and other ornaments. Perhaps they did not proceed to cabinets, but here is a Scottish lady capable of japanning cabinets worthy of the remuneration of 50 guineas from the Queen Regnant, Anne. To return to matters of more importance in the character and conduct of Queen Anne. Whilst her greedy favourite strove to prevent her royal mistress from giving the reward she thought fit for the ingenuity and taste of one of her female subjects, this very favourite was revelling in unbounded wealth, the fruits of the very war she urged as a reason for penuriousness. As for charity, it may be supposed that the Queen dared not make the demand of the dragon who guarded her gold, but she borrowed the sum she needed and paid it as she could obtain the funds by some personal deprivation. A case of touching distress became known to her of the sad fate of Sir Andrew Foster, a gentleman who had spent his life as her father's faithful servant. He had likewise been ruined in fortune by his adherence to him. The Queen had known him when she was a child, and when she was informed that he had expired of famine in some wretched abode in London, his destitution being so complete that he left not wherewithal for the purposes of interment. Shocked at the fate of the unfortunate Jacobite, she was desirous that he might be decently buried. Yet Her Majesty, in all points, excepting food, lodging, and clothing, was as poor as the unconscious object of her remorseful charity. Nevertheless, she had some credit and obtained a loan of 20 guineas of Lady Frecheville, one of her ladies, whose name often occurs as her personal attendant. Her Majesty employed the gold thus borrowed for the purpose of giving decent interment to the hapless servant of her father. The opposition of the Duke of Hamilton to the union was constant and effectual, until, on a sudden, it ceased. His conduct was considered, by all statesmen in and near those times, as most mysterious, but it was generally supposed that he was gained by the personal influence of Queen Anne, with whom he maintained an intimate friendship. The secret has been divulged by Charles Hamilton, the Duke's son, by the unfortunate Lady Barbara Fitzroy, who has given a quotation from a dispatch of Lord Middleton, Prime Minister to the titular King at Saint-Germain. James Stuart saw the progress of the union with satisfaction, for the woeful experience of a century of regal calamity in his family had convinced him that the island empire would always be rent into miserable weakness until that long-needed measure should take place. He entreated the Duke of Hamilton to forbear from further opposition to the union, as he had it extremely at heart to give his sister, Queen Anne, this proof of his ready compliance with her wishes, not doubting but he should have one day the power of making amends to his ancient kingdom. As the Queen completed the union while the Duchess of Marlborough ostensibly governed her, it has been attributed to the influence of that person and her party. Such assertion is completely erroneous. Witness the words of May Warning, the confidant of the Duchess, and himself one of the under-ministers of state. "As for your Scots," says he, writing to her, "it is impossible for you to think worse of them than I do, or to apprehend more mischief from them, and I think your being against the union should always be remembered to your everlasting honour, for without that it had been impossible for these people to have supported themselves for a month." Thus it may be gathered that the Queen derived some little freedom from her communication with her northern magnates when the union was ratified, since "these people" signify Harley and his coadjutors, from among whom her Tory ministry was afterwards formed. The Duchess of Marlborough was not the only person in violent opposition to the union. Lord Chancellor Somers, soon after President of the Council, did all he could to prevent the repeal of the cruel torture laws pertaining to the Scottish national constitution, which, together with many savage customs and executions, were among the worst abuses which this salutary union swept away. Lord Somers had the baseness to oppose the abolition of torture, appointed at the will and pleasure of the Scottish Council of State, until after the death of the pretended Prince of Wales. The tragedy of Neville Payne, the Jacobite, being tortured to death under the regency of Mary II, at a time when this Somers was in the English ministry, cannot be forgotten. His argument would betray the use his colleagues in Scotland had made of it since the Revolution. Torture was likewise used as a power of eliciting evidence in criminal causes, as the London Gazette, published in the reign of William and Mary, fully proves. Notwithstanding all opposition, the measure was passed early in the year 1707, both in Scotland and England. Queen Anne signed the union and ratified it with great state, in presence of the Scottish commissioners, her own ministers, and the members of both houses of Parliament. In the act of signing the ratification, the Queen is said to have made use of words worthy of a more enlightened statist than herself. "The union with Scotland," she said, "is the happiness of my reign." On the same day, April 24, 1707, Her Majesty dissolved the English House of Commons and finally summoned the first United Parliament of Great Britain to meet on the ensuing October 23. The Queen celebrated the union by a national festival. A few days afterwards, she went in solemn procession to St. Paul's Cathedral on May Day, 1707, when she returned hearty thanksgivings for the successful completion of an act of legislature which she rightly foretold would prove the true happiness of her reign. The magnificent routine of ceremonial which attended Her Majesty's May Day festival was an easy and pleasant part of the affair, but owing to the corrupt mode in which her ministry brought the union into practical effect, Scotland was, in the course of a few ensuing weeks, almost in a state of open rebellion. The Queen's attention was, about the same period, diverted from these affairs of vital moment concerning her realms to a fresh explosion of palace dissension arising from a cause which, for 3 succeeding years, left her little peace in the hours of domestic retirement. The strife originated in the furious jealousy now manifested in the behaviour of the Duchess of Marlborough against her kinswoman Abigail Hill. There is reason to suppose, from the extraordinary part taken by the Queen in the secret marriage of this attendant with her page, Samuel Masham, that the suspicions of the Duchess of Marlborough against her kinswoman had burst into open fury before that wedlock, which did not occur until the summer of 1707. The poor queen certainly played a strange part in the transaction, forgetting her sovereign dignities so far as to go into a corner of the palace to become witness of a stolen marriage between two persons of full age, who had the leave of no person to ask concerning their union, excepting perhaps her own, out of deference. And the queen condescended to such arrangement in order that all parties might keep their ears safe from a furious explosion of wrath from the imperious duchess. The whole forms a palace incident too ridiculous for belief, were it not verified on all sides. How long the knot, tied in the presence of majesty, between Abigail and Samuel, would have remained concealed in romantic mystery, there is no knowing, if the poor Queen Anne, whose hand, like that of her unfortunate ancestors, was ever open to give, had not thought proper to dower the bride very handsomely from the privy purse, a fund which the Marlborough Duchess guarded with angry watchfulness. The conduct, says the Duchess, both of the Queen and Abigail, convinced me there was some mystery. Thereupon I set myself to inquire, as particularly as I could, into it, and in less than a week's time I discovered that my cousin was become an absolute favourite, that the Queen herself was present at her marriage in Dr. Arbuthnot's lodgings, at which time Her Majesty had called for a round sum from the privy purse. To add to these enormities, the inquiring Duchess made the discovery that Mrs. Masham came often to the Queen when the Prince was asleep. He was then a declining invalid and took naps in the middle of the day. And she was generally 2 hours every day in private with her, and I likewise then discovered, beyond all dispute, Mr. Harley's correspondence and interest at court by means of this woman. She adds, I was struck with astonishment at such an instance of ingratitude, and should not have believed it, if there had been any room for doubting. The Duchess wrote a most exaggerated statement of these trivial circumstances to her husband, who replied to her inflated complaints with the same calmness and good sense which had aided him in attaining the top of the ladder of ambition. His letter is dated from his camp, Melst, in Low Germany, June 3, 1707. The wisest thing is to have to do with as few people as possible. If you are sure Mrs. Masham speaks of business to the Queen, I should think you might, with some caution, tell her of it, which would do good, for she certainly must be grateful and will mind what you say. The Duchess did not heed the temperate advice of her astute husband, but inflamed her mind with cogitations on the barbarity, ingratitude, and wickedness of the Queen's intrigues with her cousin, a homely dresser, or chamber-woman. It is difficult to imagine how the word intrigues could apply to Her Majesty's conversations with her authorized servant during the day slumbers of her invalid and declining husband, since it was on Abigail Masham all personal assistance that the Queen required in attending on him devolved, and at night she slept on a pallet in the antechamber to Her Majesty's bedroom within call. The Queen often supported Prince George when he was labouring under his dreadful attacks of asthma, and she required some help beyond what her own strength could afford. Very much perplexed seems the Duchess of Marlborough to have been in her endeavour to make out a case of injury, to herself or to anyone else, from the Queen's intimacy with Abigail Masham. In the course of her investigation, she says, My reflection quickly brought to my mind many passages which had seemed odd, but had left no impressions of jealousy. Particularly I remembered that a long while before this occurred, being with the Queen, to whom I had gone very privately by secret passage from my lodgings to the royal bedchamber, on a sudden this woman, Abigail, not knowing I was there, came in with the boldest and gayest air possible, but upon the sight of me, stopped and immediately asked, making a most solemn curtsy, Did your Majesty ring? And then went out again. This singular behaviour needed no interpreter now to make it understood. All these important reminiscences and investigations were part and parcel of the delights of the summer seclusion in stately Windsor. The Queen and her attendant had already been taken to task and duly lectured for the stolen marriage, Her Majesty's portion of the objurgation being administered in the following manner. The next opportunity I had of being alone with the Queen, I could not forbear putting her in mind. that she used to say, when she was desired to keep anything a secret, she would however tell it to me, because, according to Montaigne's observation, telling a thing to a friend is only telling it to oneself. But yet she kept the secret of my cousin Hill marrying Mr. Masham a long time from me. But the only thing I was concerned at, that it plainly showed a change in her majesty towards me, as I had once before observed to her, when the queen was pleased to say, that it was not she that was changed, but me, and that if I was the same to her, she was sure she was to me. The queen added, with a good deal of earnestness, I believe I have spoken to Masham 100 times to tell you of her marriage, but she would not. This startled me, and blind as I have been before, I began to open my eyes when I came to reflect upon these words, which plainly implied that Mrs. Masham had often had consultations with the queen, though she would not have been thought to presume to speak to her majesty about this or anything else. When I asked her about her secret marriage, she, that is Mrs. Masham, told me she believed the bedchamber woman had told the queen of it. So far was she from owning to her inquisitor that the queen had acted as witness of the same. It is indeed remarkable, in the course of the fierce scrutiny henceforth instituted by the imperious duchess on the condoling gossiping between the queen and Mrs. Masham in the sick room of the declining prince, how she betrays the system of espionage kept up by her on these important palace secrets. When the queen went privately to Abigail's wedding in the Scotch doctor's chamber, says the duchess, the fact was discovered by a boy belonging to one of the under-servants, who saw her, that is the queen, going alone. After this, continues the duchess, I went 3 or 4 nights together to the queen, hoping to do some good with her, but I generally found Mrs. Masham in the waiting room, ready to go in as I came out. One of these times, as I passed by her, I told her that I had a desire to have some talk with her, and she answered me with a low curtsy and a great deal of humility, that she would wait upon me. The duchess changed her mind in regard to her first intention of giving, the party suspected, of ill offices with the queen, a sound personal rating, instead of which she wrote an angry letter from Woodstock Palace. The superior style of the answer astonished her, and she became convinced that the serving-maid kinswoman had been prompted by her other cousin, the statesman Harley. Here the far-seeing duchess was mistaken, for Mrs. Masham wrote in a better style than Secretary Harley, or the duchess, or any of the courtiers of the era, as anyone may ascertain who compares their respective compositions. It is likewise undeniable that her letters surpass those of the authors and poets among whose correspondence they are found. Mrs. Masham had a large red nose, was very plain, and had miserable health, but she was a person of talent and must have educated herself amidst the privations and miseries of her early life. It does not appear that she was guilty of any of the circumventing ingratitude regarding her royal mistress on which the duchess rails, in theatrical rant, using the words barbarous, horrid, and even ghastly. Much trouble would have been saved to the queen if she had authorized Mrs. Masham to say to her cousin, "The confidential intimacy between the queen and myself originated with yourself, for the queen, by accident, overheard you railing on her to me, and expressing loathing and hatred to her person without provocation about a mere trifle. Hence the change in her heart and affections towards you." But this was never done, and the duchess continued to search and strike in the dark, like a blind person enraged. Perhaps if she had known and even believed the cause, her self-sophistry would have explained it away. As, for instance, she knew the abusive and taunting letter she had written to the queen, in her rage at finding her majesty unwilling to appoint her son-in-law, Lord Sunderland, Secretary of State. And yet she could wonder that the queen loved her no longer, whilst she laid the fault of the change on her cousin, who certainly had no concern with that epistle. The queen's attention was at last aroused from these grovelling wranglings by the alarming state into which her favourite measure of the Union had plunged Scotland. Yet in all justice it ought to be added that the discontents arose from the flagrant perversion of a large sum the English Parliament had voted, as equivalent to Scotland, to the purposes of private interest and peculation, for no tittle of which was the sovereign accountable. The equivalent money, which was to smooth all impediments to the practical working of the union of Scotland with England, consisted of £398,085 10s, paid to Scotland as indemnity for a certain portion of the national debt then first saddled on Scotland, which henceforth bore an equality of taxation with England for the purposes of paying the interest. Unfortunately, none of the equivalent found its way into the possession of the great body of the people, or even of the middle-class taxpayers, who forthwith had to pay taxes on malt, salt, and all the endless inflictions of the excise. The poor commonalty showed their indignation by pelting the 12 wagons which carried the equivalent money, graciously sent by the Queen's ministry through Edinburgh to the gates of the castle. Although it was guarded by a party of Scotch dragoons, this pitiless pelting could not be averted. Indeed, the military escort, as well as the money carts, took refuge in the sheltering walls of the castle, thoroughly encased and encrusted with mud. No sooner was the treasure safely lodged in the castle than a plot was forthwith hatched to seize it by force or fraud, and effect a division somewhat different from that intended by the Queen's ministry. John Keir of Kearsland, Esquire, the leader of the Cameronians, was one of those persons who, like Marlborough, Godolphin, and the rest of the aristocracy, intrigued on both sides and made ready to swim, either as Jacobite or revolutionist, as the tide set the strongest. He obtained information of this scheme, or rather, it is supposed, contrived it himself, and forthwith denounced it to the Duke of Queensberry, who was to receive the largest slice of the equivalent. The Duke seemed surprised, but requested the informer to go into the measures of the conspirators, and that he might do so with security. The Duke obtained for him a privy seal from the Queen. Anne R. Whereas we are fully sensible of the fidelity and loyalty of John Keir of Kearsland, Esquire, and of the services he performed to us and to our government, we therefore grant him this our royal leave and license to keep company and associate himself with such as are disaffected to us and to our government in such way and manner as he shall judge most for our service. Given under our royal hand at our castle of Windsor, the 7th of July, 1707, of our reign, the 6th year. Anne R. Queen Anne's hand is not expected to be found among the dark and treacherous schemes which recall to memory the turbulent undercurrents of plots which agitated not only public but domestic life in the 2 preceding centuries. There is little doubt that this spy would have tempted many of his countrymen to ruin, only he was seen coming out of Godolphin's house in St. James's Square by a Scotch Jacobite, who wrote the news to the circle of the Duchess of Gordon. Keir's treachery was then suspected. In order to regain the confidence of his party, Keir of Kearsland contrived to draw the Cameronians into a protestation against Queen Anne. He therefore convened a formidable muster of those fierce sectarians, the followers of Preacher Macmillan, who at the Murcott Cross of Edinburgh, the scene of many previous political freaks, made a public declaration against Queen Anne, saying, she had forfeited the crown of Scotland by imposing the union, and affirming that it was unlawful to pay her taxes or render her obedience. Such was the use Keir made of the above-quoted document under Queen Anne's hand and privy seal. He finished by accusing Godolphin and his associates of being Jacobites, because he could not prevail on them to supply Edinburgh Castle with ammunition and stores. They in fact scarcely knew what the attachments of John Keir of Kearsland actually were. In reality, they had much the same tendency with their own devoted affections to self-interest, as soon as the most secure method of securing it was ascertained. The last organized struggle against the union of England and Scotland was dissolved by this intrigue. The celebrated equivalent rested safely in the fortress of the good city until it was divided among those who earned it, and the whole island, content or malcontent, obeyed ostensibly the scepter of Queen Anne as Queen of Great Britain, instead of the sovereign of the separate kingdoms of England and Scotland. End of section 12.